Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Oh, why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? I'm not sure. Is that better? So I'm not quite sure why it's so dark. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Good to be here again. The eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed. I, of course, being the eagle, and this, of course, the session starting being the landing. So, so the eagle has landed. So, how are you? Have you been? How was your day? I hope you're good. So another day, another dollar, another day, another session. So we go through it again. We'll hold the feet of the wayward politician to the coal, and we will sweat them hard. So we come here to sweat the politicians hard. So come join us as we do that. So come join us as we do that. The usual protocol, you already know the routine. Just as soon as you're coming in, please click on the like button. So please do that. And then, of course, if you're not already subscribed, then correct that as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, you see this one right here? That's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. You've been seeing new and interesting voices coming to join us almost on a daily basis. All they did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us. So do all that. I'm not even going to mention the coffee anymore. I think that's been abandoned. So just do those three things, and then you fulfilled all righteousness. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, do all those. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? So we'll kick it off with this one. So we'll kick it off here. I don't want to be disturbed by any probe, Buhari tells Tinubu. So a lot of you, of course, would know that Tinubu is in London at the moment. They said he was in London on a private visit. Let me remove that so you can see just the fullness of that picture. Let me scroll it up a bit. So it's in London on what they described as a private visit, but fortuitously or by plan. However, Buhari also in London. Remember, we covered the story how Buhari and Tunde Shaibu and Maman Daura, how they all snuck out of Nigeria on a Dangote's private jet. So they both happen to be in London at the same time. Visits made and promises made. I don't want to be disturbed by any probe. The master gives instruction to his subordinate. So that's Buhari then giving out the instructions to Tinubu. So I'm not quite sure because this headline promises this, but of course, I'm not sure that anybody is in situation to get those exact words. But how that headline was arrived at, we'll get there shortly. I don't want to be disturbed by any probe, Buhari tells Tinubu in London. So we go through that to find out exactly what played out in London. So now, a lot of you know that the country is broke and Tinubu needs money to run the matters of state. So the country is broke and Tinubu needs money to administer the matters of state. So now, the one thing you do know Tinubu for, because if you remember under his stewardship as the governor of Lagos State, he found new and innovative ways to raise funds because you remember he was at conflict with Obasanjo at that time. So he found new and innovative ways to raise funds. And those new and innovative ways that he found to raise funds in Lagos State, he has now brought that to the federal level. So here it is. Federal government introduces proof of ownership fee for all categories of vehicles. So that they call this a stealth tax, you know, an undercover sort of a taxation, STEALTH. So a stealth tax. Federal government introduces proof of ownership fee for all categories of vehicle. So have no equivocation, to borrow the words of Thomas, have no equivocation about that. That is a money-raising exercise right there. So that is entirely and essentially just about raising money. So we'll find out exactly what underpins that. I'm sure they will have some do-good reason that justifies it, but it's a money grab. That's all that is. So it's a money grab, that's all that is. So promises made, but will those promises be fulfilled? That's the question. Promises made, but will those promises be fulfilled? A lot of promises made in the cut and thrust of electioneering, but now that the election has come and gone, Tinubu headhunts global experts for cabinet slots. So these are positions then that a lot of people in the course of the electioneering would have thought was ring-fenced for them, but alas, no. Tinubu headhunts global experts for cabinet slots. So you remember, of course, we've labored around this sort of storyline that is it more suited to expatriates or politicians, cabinet slots? So I was arguing that we needed experts in the field, and a lot of people felt that politics needed to be rewarded, but it looks as though Tinubu is more inclined towards experts than anything else. Tinubu headhunts global experts for cabinet slots. So we'll find out exactly what is in play there. So now, the fuel subsidy is something that will continue to be a recurring decimal until something seismic happens to change the shape of its narrative. But so far, a lot of people are conflicted. People universally agree that the subsidy should go, but the management of the going is where people quibble. But the substance of it, there is no equivocation on that. And if you've ever had doubt, watch this. Federal government will save 2 trillion from subsidy removal in 6 months, says World Bank. So there it is right there. I mean, it's not any clearer than that. So now, a lot of, because Tinubu would need money to run his administration, and those monies have to come from somewhere, and it looks as though now the reversal of that subsidy is a windfall for his administration, because I was trying to explain in an earlier session, just by canceling that fuel subsidy, that gives him immediately a $10 billion buffer. And then he can go to finance to say that I have this 10 billion regular payments that is coming in, and he can leverage that for borrowing. So that oil subsidy removal, if he calibrates it well in the financial space, which he has the capacity to do, it could well translate to $100 million war chest. Our federal government will save $2 trillion from subsidy removal in 6 months, says World Bank. So who better to know than World Bank? So we're back with the vexatious matter of the Alaba market again, a storyline that refuses to go away. Now the leader of the market traders in Alaba, he comes out to speak. And Nigerians don't deserve more hardship. Peter Obi cautions Lagos, Kano state government over ongoing demolition. So now, you may well say that Peter Obi is cautioning on behalf of all Nigerians, but I suspect that is actually cautioning in the direction of a pecuniary interest. Nigerians don't deserve more hardship. Peter Obi cautions Lagos, Kano state government over ongoing demolition. So exactly what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So now, the next storyline, we're going to be taking a break from matters political to go to matters spiritual. You may well say that there is a much difference that makes no difference, you may say. But we will just take that micro break. So we take that micro break to go to this headline. If Pastor David Ibiyomi does not apologize to white garment churches in 14 days, he will visit our God. Our celestial prophet issues warning to Salvation Ministry founder. So I'm coming in blind to this space, but it's always good copy. I think there's actually a video clip attached to it, so I'll see if I can download that so I can play it for you. So it's always good copy though, whenever you come across this, because it's somewhat ludicrous, some of the things that they get up to. Okay, I think I've found it. Hopefully it's not in Yoruba language, so I can capture it and play it to you. Let's just, let me do this for a moment. Actually, I'll do that in a moment. But no, yes, we'll be contending with that with certainty. Find out what is going on. Find out what is going on there. If Pastor David Ibiyomi does not apologize to white garment churches in 14 days, he will visit our God. Celestial prophet issues warning to Salvation Ministry founder. So we'll find out exactly what's in play there. We'll find out exactly what is in play there. Actually, let's contend with those headlines for a moment. There's still quite a few more, but I don't want to overwhelm with the headlines. So we'll contend with those for the moment. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. You already know the protocol. Just as soon as you're coming in, click on the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned in the comment section. So do all those. And as you know, we routinely take a micro break after the headline to go to the care guides. This day, no different. So to the care guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro keke. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So important prayer. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Niriwa Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. I don't want to be disturbed by any probe. Buhari tells Tinubu in London. So now let's now find out just what the veracity of this is. President Bola Tinubu has assured his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, that he and his close aides will be spared in any anti-corruption war his government engages in, a correspondence report. Correspondents learned on Tuesday that this was discussed during the meeting between Tinubu and Buhari in London, United Kingdom, Monday night. The president's assurance to his predecessor comes amidst repeated and ongoing moves by the secret police, the Department of State Services, to place a lead on further investigation of politically exposed persons by the anti-corruption body, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Already, the DSS has carried out raids on EFCC offices in Lagos and Abuja, cutting away sensitive files, documents, and flash drives on investigation into alleged fraudulent activities of former governors, senators, and ministers. Correspondent report. Correspondents earlier reported that President Bola Tinubu returned to Nigeria on Tuesday ahead of the Eid celebration after spending a week in Europe. The president departed Nigeria on June the 20th to participate in the two-day New Global Financial Park Summit held in Paris, France. Tinubu was initially scheduled to be back in Abuja on Saturday, proceeded to London, United Kingdom for a short private visit. So a lot of people actually speculated as to why Tinubu, barely a month into his administration, is already taking private visits. But then, of course, the photographs come out to give us the nature, because you recall, actually, it was in the same London that they perfected how to make a Buhari president way back in 2014. So their secret meetings always held in London, and how they will now allow them to get away with the looting, that meeting, of course, still in London. On Monday night, Tinubu met with former President Buhari. However, sources told correspondents that part of what formed the subject of their discussion was an agreement that Buhari and his close aides would not be bothered by any probe or anti-corruption war during Tinubu's tenure. So I wonder what that means. Does that mean that they will give back money and they will call it off? Or does that mean that they get away with all of that they have looted and they get no repercussions? Tinubu met Buhari to reportedly Buhari to reportedly discuss that Buhari and his close aides will not be bothered by any corruption war, a source told correspondents. Correspondents earlier on Tuesday reported that the DSS told the anti-corruption body EFCC to steer clear of political cases for now. Sources told correspondents on Tuesday that the recent raid on EFCC offices, first in Ikoyi, Lagos, and later in Abuja, were all political than they were made to look. The DSS had told the FCC to concentrate on non-political cases for now, a source said. Correspondents also learned that during the raid, the DSS operatives carted away files and flash drives containing sensitive information about former governors, ministers, and senators under investigation. During the secret raid of EFCC offices in Abuja and Lagos, the DSS carted away files and flash disks of ex-governors, senators, and ministers under investigation, was so said. On Sunday, June 18, 2023, correspondents exclusively reported that the DSS raided the headquarters of its sister agency, EFCC, that night. So, let's say, so it then goes on. Okay, actually, let me give you the fullness of, it's a long essay, but actually, let me just give you the fullness of it. So we have a full backdrop to actually what's been discussed, but let me speak through it. Hold on, where did I stop? Yes, it was reported that the raid lasted until the early hours of Saturday morning. The action was undertaken by under the cover of the night to prevent the public from knowing about it. It was learned. EFCC personnel were instructed not to mention anything concerning the raid to members of the public. An insider told correspondents at the time that the DSS was working in the interest of someone very important to President Bola Tinubu. However, another source said it might be linked with the recent closure of the EFCC office in Ikoyi, Lagos by the DSS. So there it is. So steer clear is essentially what Tinubu, what Buhari tells Tinubu in that now meeting in London. So it looks as though that is where our fate is usually being decided, in London. So now this now constitutes nothing more than a stealth tax. And this image you see on your screen now will be a requirement shortly for vehicular movement in Lagos or even in Nigeria, I suspect. Federal government introduces proof of ownership fee for all categories of vehicle. So now let's see what this means. The federal government has introduced a policy that will see all vehicles in Nigeria obtain a proof of ownership certificate, POC. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transportation, Engineer Abdulaziz Atoriola, whilst unveiling the new policy in Alausa, Lagos, disclosed that the certificate, which will come into force in Lagos State in July 2023, so that's as early as next month, will be part of requirements to be renewed annually. So it's a stealth tax. As I said, it's a stealth tax. Prior to this new policy, Nigerians only obtained proof of ownership when they purchased a used vehicle or changed the engine of their vehicle. But the new policy, which Toriola explained, would affect all classes of vehicles, from motorcycles to tricycles, as well as mini vehicles, saloon cars, trucks, articulated vehicles, and others that convey people or products from one point to the other. The permanent secretary stated that the certificate will contain vital information, including the vehicle's registration details, such as license plate, model, and year of manufacture, in addition to the owner's name and address. He said all states of the Federation are expected to begin the implementation of the new policy, and each vehicle owner, so this is where it comes in, and each vehicle owner is expected to pay a minimum of 1,000 naira to procure the document. So it's essentially a cash grab. So if you multiply then the number of vehicles we have in Nigeria by 1,000 a pop, if you remove the administrative cost there, so that's a stealth tax right there. But what does this mean? So this is Tinubu essentially recruiting funds for his administration. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me just do this. Hold on right there. Talk amongst yourself. Let's do this, and let's do that, and let's do this, And then let's do this. So sorry, I'm doing things in the background. I'm not going crazy just yet, but I'm doing things in the background. Let me just let me grab that, and EB or me. Okay, let me grab that. All right. So essentially, it's stealth tax, as I said, a stealth tax. So let's go on to the next headline then. So this is something that we have discussed endlessly on this platform. What direction do you expect the Tinubu administration to pivot? That's the question. So on the one hand, there are political jobbers that are facilitated the coming into being of this administration, and they necessarily expect a payoff. But then, of course, if the administration is to have any meaningful impact, then they would need experts administering specialist positions. So that's the thing. Do you get technocrats or do you get politicians? So it looks as though Tinubu is leaning towards that technocrat storyline. Tinubu headhunts global experts for cabinet slots. As President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration continues to take shape, there are indications that is looking for internationally renowned technocrats to man strategic ministry in his government. Correspondents report that since he assumed office on May the 29th, 2023, President Tinubu has made political and security appointments featuring high caliber individuals whom Nigerians have described as square pegs in square holes. Not only that, he has also spread the appointments to reflect the country's federal character principle. It was gathered that at the sideline of his recent participation in the France Economic Summit is his intention. It was gathered that at the sideline of his recent participation in the France Economic Summit is his intention to attract professionals with international clout to work for his government towards achieving his campaign promises. One of such figures, as a source told correspondents, is a former Minister of State for Health in Nigeria, Mohammed Ali Patey. His appointment as Minister of State in July 2014-2011 followed his role as the Executive Director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency in Abuja. He later resigned, etc., etc. So, yes, yesterday, speculations that he could become the health minister in Tinubu's, you see, because Tinubu's administration is rested on certain campaign promises. So he promised that there will be electricity generation at an affordable price. He promised that. He promised that there will be marked improvements in the educational sector. He promised that. He promised that there will be marked improvement in the health sector. He promised that. So all of those key campaign promise spaces, he necessarily has to recruit experts into them. And this is what looks like it's taking shape. Yesterday, speculation that he could become the health minister in Tinubu's cabinet gained traction after he turned down a lucrative offer to become Gavi's new chief executive officer. Gavi had moved to appoint, so it goes on to tell us, so that's that party. So essentially, Tinubu looking to recruit technocrats into at least key positions within his administration. So we look at that. So we look at that, and then we go on to this one. Let me post the link into the. Let me post the link to the. Let me post the link into the room because we would need people to come in for the conversation to take place. So let me post the link into the room. Click on that if you want to join in the conversation. So click on that if you want to join in the conversation. Federal government will save 2 trillion naira from subsidy removal in 6 months. So this is the World Bank now responding to Tinubu's fuel subsidy is gone. The World Bank has predicted that the federal government will save 2 trillion naira in the remaining 6 months of 2023 with the removal of petrol subsidy and over 11 trillion naira by 2025. The World Bank made this projection in its June 2023 Nigeria Development Update released on Tuesday in Abuja. According to the NDU report, the removal of petrol subsidy and FX management reforms are vital steps towards rebuilding fiscal space and restoring macroeconomic stability. The report emphasized the need for further policy reform measures and acknowledges the critical reforms that the new administration has already initiated to address macroeconomic imbalances. It advised President Bola Tinubu to take advantage of the opportunity to have a transformative impact on millions of Nigerians and establish a solid foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth. Like I said, that fuel subsidy removal is a gift that we just keep on giving because at the one stroke, it shows Tinubu's or it shows his capacity to make big decisions. So and he has made quite a few big decisions already. Still within a month. Usually we audit after 100 days, but we're already auditing even just 3 weeks in. So that fuel subsidy removal, it shows Tinubu's capacity to make big decisions, one, and then the reforms in the exchange multiple rates shows that as well. So all of that shows that. And then, of course, the economic benefit of it already been acknowledged by the international space. The report emphasized the need for further policy reform measures and acknowledges the critical reforms that the new administration has already initiated to address macroeconomic imbalances. It advised President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to take advantage of the opportunity to have a transformative impact on millions of Nigerians and establish a solid foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth. The NDU recommended implementing a comprehensive reform package, including a new social compact to protect the poor and vulnerable towards maximizing the collective impact of growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Shuban Chaudhry, commended the Tinubu government's effort to implement long-awaited reforms. And hold on, let me just do something. Let's do this. Just bear with me 1 second. All right. So where were we? Yes. World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Shuban Chaudhry, commended the Tinubu government's efforts to implement long-awaited reforms and emphasized the need for compensatory actions to mitigate the short-term impact on the poor. So all of that, that's just financial speak. What the World Bank is essentially saying is that necessarily these are the moves that Tinubu must make, but there has to be insulating measures because the hardship on the people is just too extreme. Chaudhry also advocated for the implementation of a cash transfer program to provide relief to the most affected. So that cash transfer program was something that was introduced under the Buhari space, but it looks as I hope that doesn't continue for too long as a policy position. Chaudhry also advocated for the implementation of a cash transfer program to provide relief to those affected by higher petrol prices as part of a broader agreement to redirect fiscal resources towards development priorities. So I'm not quite sure if a cash transfer program is necessarily what is needed. I think somewhat of a public service transportation system is really what is needed. So what the government could do is to roll out public transport and subsidize that, as opposed to subsidizing, of course, the petrol. So now let's go on to this one now. So we're back with Peter Obi again. Nigerians don't deserve more hardship. Peter Obi cautions Lagos, Kano state governments over ongoing demolition. So we're back in Alaba market, and our Anambra man makes his commentaries. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, has called on the state governments of Kano and Lagos and others that have carried out demolition of properties belonging to Nigerians to pay them adequate compensation. So I'm not quite sure. So I'm not quite sure if compensation should be paid. I'm not quite sure. Because if those houses were not signed off by some local authority or the other, by some local government office, then what will be then they are essentially illegal structures. So if they're illegal structures, people should be penalized rather than compensated. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, has called on the state governments of Kano and Lagos and others that have carried out demolition of properties belonging to Nigerians to pay them adequate compensation. So he's speaking, of course, he's championing for his own people, the traders in Alaba market. I think we all know that. Obi, who made this appeal on Tuesday, in a statement he personally signed, said such compensations would ameliorate the unimaginable sufferings those Nigerians affected are going through at the moment. Correspondents had reported that both governors Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Abba Kabir Yusuf of Lagos and Kano State respectively had recently carried out massive demolition of properties allegedly built without government approval. In Lagos, the government demolished both residential and warehouses at the Alaba International Market in Ojo local government area. It claimed that those buildings were either distressed or built along waterways. So we've seen endless clips that those are verifiably true. They are distressed building, and we've seen them even being built in swamps. I mean, who even does that? While the demolition of the properties was going on in Lagos and Kano, Kano State are also demolishing residential buildings, etc. Reacting in a statement on Tuesday, the Labour Party presidential candidate said it lacked logic that Nigeria, which faces 70 million housing deficit and vast unmet housing needs nationwide, will be going around demolishing properties Nigerians built by self-help. I'm not quite sure. You see, this is the thing about Peter Obi. It's somewhat of a sly, it's just these little things that he does. So we've seen, and I will play you a clip again when I come back into the room. We've seen those houses being built in swamps. We've seen those houses looking distressed and caving over. But he doesn't address that. He's addressing the demolition. So this is what he does. It's just these dog whistles that he does. Reacting in a statement on Tuesday, the Labour Party presidential candidate said it lacked logic that Nigeria, which faces 70 billion housing deficit and vast unmet housing needs nationwide, will be going around demolishing properties Nigerians built by self-help. Obi said, recently, there have been reports of widespread government demolition of so-called illegal structures. So why is it so-called? It's mischief making, isn't it? It's just mischief making. So why is it not illegal? When you are building houses in canals, I'm sure there's no government approval for that. So why is that not then illegal? Obi said, recently there have been reports of widespread government demolition of so-called illegal structures erected by some innocent Nigerian citizens in error. So just look at that. It's unbelievable. We face a paradox. With a 70 million housing deficit, there we goes with the statistics again. We face a paradox. With a 70 million housing deficit and vast unmet housing needs nationwide, Some resort to self-help of building structures that serves as home businesses, SMEs, offices, and stores. Invariably, some of these structures were either not approved or were built with the tacit collusion or approval of local authorities. So we hold them to that. So invariably, some are not approved. While some of these ongoing demolitions may be excusable, they have nonetheless left many victims, mostly are ordinary people who erred innocently or were ill-informed or misguided. Necessary corrective measures to planning or zoning violations by government need not be punitive or unduly insensitive. There should always be room for compassion and humane correction in taking any remedial action. I respectfully appeal to various governmental authorities to marry the need to enforce compliance with extant regulatory regimes with consideration for human feelings and necessary compassion. In Nigeria, we live in a time of extreme difficulty for citizens because of our stagnated income, spiraling inflation, and then he goes into that bleeding heart piece. So that's Peter Obi, mischief making, as we know him for. So now this next piece, there's a video clip that goes with it. I'll give you the readout, and then once I'm done with the readouts, then we come into the room and then we play the video clip. Pastor David Ibiyomi does not, if Pastor David Ibiyomi does not apologize to white garment churches in 14 days, he will visit our God. Celestial Prophet issues warning to Salvation Ministry founder. I'm only really bringing you this storyline because David Ibiyomi is a known name. A Celestial Prophet has issued a warning to Salvation Ministries founder, Pastor David Ibiyomi, over his recent comment about white garment churches. Pastor Ibiyomi had disclosed that he hates white garment churches because they allegedly switch destinies and engage in fetish practices. So I think there's actually a clip of him saying it here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can grab this one as well. Hold on right there. Okay, I think I can grab this. Just stay right there. I'm just I'm trying to see if I can present you a clip of the pastor actually saying those words. So just stay right there. Stay right there. Because it always resonates better if you hear it from the horse's mouth. So let's see. Yes, David. All right. So where were we? Yes, a Celestial Prophet has issued a warning to Salvation Ministries founder, Pastor David Ibiyomi, over his recent comments about white garment churches. Pastor Ibiyomi has disclosed that he hates white garment churches because they allegedly switch destinies and engage in fetish practices. However, during a recent sermon, a Celestial Church prophet said that the Salvation Ministry founder made a terrible mistake and they expect him to apologize. He added that failure to do this will lead to Abayomi visiting their God. So I wonder if the God then of these characters, I wonder if the God of these characters is different from the God that the rest of us know. And that's another thing that freaks me out somewhat with some of these churches. They always reference God in the name of their leader, the God of XYZ. I thought there was only one God, but apparently not. Pastor Ibiyomi had disclosed that he hates white garment churches because they allegedly switch destinies and engage in fetish practices. However, during a recent sermon, a Celestial Church prophet said that the Salvation Ministry founder made a terrible mistake and they expect him to apologize. He added that failure to do this will lead to Abayomi visiting their God. The cleric said, I am saying that I want to speak to Mr. or Pastor David Ibiomi. I am a bona fide celestial prophet, but what he said to us, the celestials, he really made a terrible mistake. And as a man of God, we are expecting him within 14 days that Supreme Evangelist speak against him to apologize. If he does not, this is not words of threat. He will visit our God. So now, these are the sort of commentaries that people use to damn themselves. So now, if anything then happens to this Ibiomi guy in the course of, then of course this guy will be held to hostage. So we got Bishop joining us, Thomas to hold the other space, and then we've got World Peace. So that's the ensemble at the moment. So plenty of room if you want to come and join us. Let me kick it off with let me kick it off with you, Bishop. Bishop, are you ready? Bishop, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, one man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What about your World Peace? Who's there? All right, let me kick it off with you then, Thomas.
I'm here. I'm giving my son food.
All right. Okay, stay there. Let me play these two clips first. Let me play these two clips first, just to build up that David Ibiomi space.
Do you know why I hate white government churches? In quotes, people don't know why I hate them. If you know what they do, you will never like them. They can take your own child name, son name, and put inside a bottle of gin and make incantations. Make incantations. Say this boy, as this gin is, that's how the boy will be drinking. Ask them to do it. All these celeb prophets. They will take the name of somebody and put inside kakai, kakai, hot drink. And then they will read all those demonic psalms. Read them. Then the boy will just like this, as I give you a bottle of schnapp. Boy was not drinking before. At that I say, Satan, take your hands off. And I stand as your own pastor. Any child under you held down by the devil, I command them, loose in the name of Jesus. By the blood of the covenant, they'll be free right now. He said, wherefore? Look.
So there it is. So that's the pastor, that's the David Ibiomi speaking to that white garment space. So that's David Ibiomi speaking to that white garment space. And then here is now the celestial pastor responding.
I am saying that I want to speak to Mr. or Pastor David Ibiomi. I am a bona fide celestial prophet. But what he said to we, the celestials, he really made a very terrible mistake. And as it was, as a man of God, we are expecting him within that 14 days that superior evangelists keep against him to apologize. Even if no, this is not a word of threat. He will visit our God.
Yes.
So what are you making of that, Thomas? Good to see you as well, Ikene. Do you follow that space, either of you? This also like white garment versus non-white garment pastors. Thomas.
Yeah, I'm here, woman. How are you?
I'm good.
Yes, when I saw the video of the guy talking about Ibiomi, I think what is going on there. Yes, by the way, good evening, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think the pastor Ibiomi, that man, he talks too much. I saw many of his preaching. He's always gaffing every time. The man talk too much. Me, I don't regard them. They are just man of men, God of men. They are not man of God, because they should have how to talk to people. They know they have more followers, people listening to them. They should know how to speak sometimes, not to. How will you say you hate somebody?
But to
Even
the
as
sorry, Thomas, to the wider point that is making, that a lot of these white garment churches, that they are fetishist, they're somewhat do you agree with that? That all these white garment churches, they are fetishistic. Do you agree with that?
no, I don't agree with that. No.
So you think the same God that they are worshiping in Celestial Church is the same God that they are worshiping in Church of England? Is it the same God?
One man, we have one God. There is no two God. One man, this is my space, so I will
You
speak
know,
as a
no, no,
panelist
no, no,
today. Yeah.
no. Yeah, sorry, but you know why I'm asking that? When you listen to some of these white government churches, they will say Olorun, the God of, and then they'll mention the name of their founder, the God of prophet something or the other. So
Orimolade
yes,
Tualaṣe. Yeah.
okay. So they'll say, oh, the God of Orimolade, as opposed to the God Almighty. So it is the sort of language and their sort of practices, which is all lotions and potions and powders and whatever, and oil and all of these things. You get more padding in those spaces than you get with the Babalawo Center.
One man, what I want you to know today is there is fetish in every denomination in Christianity. If you see what some Pentecostal pastors are doing, one man, you will take to your heel. So, and you will never see any white garment church criticizing the Pentecostal. I know what they are doing. I know what they are up to. Pentecostal, one man, the new generation Pentecostal church today. If you know what they are doing in their own cocoon, one man, you will take to your heel. So it be on me saying, even one man, as a Christian, did Jesus Christ preach hate?
No, no,
Jesus
no,
Christ
no,
said,
no, no,
men,
no, no, no. Let's not go to the hate just yet. Let's go to the substance of what he said. Are you, by your own admission now, you have admitted then that the white garment churches are fetish?
yes, some are fetish.
Okay,
Yeah,
so why go
yeah.
to them? Why not just go directly to a babalawo then? Why go through a middleman to a babalawo? If there are middlemen for babalawos, then why not just go to babalawo directly?
But one man, there are some afars that are fetish. There are some Pentecostal pastors that are fetish.
Yeah, but
You can't.
two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make
I
a right.
know two wrongs don't make it right, but what I'm saying is, they could be fetish. What I think is, some people think they can work for God. God is not a magic. It's not Professor Pella that will that will say, "I want miracle now," and he will do it immediately. No, God. Mama, there is three questions when you ask God for something. There is time of no, I will not do it. There's answer of yes, I will do it, and there is answer of wait. So when you pray, they don't know where the category where God wants to put you. Maybe it's waiting period. Maybe it's no, I'm not going to do it. Maybe yes, I'm going to do it. So that's why I put much people to this fetishing that I can use Babalawo to, all these things. So, but one man, the main cocoa of this point is what David Yomi said.
Mm-hmm.
As a Christian, you are not supposed to preach hate, even coming out of his mind that he hates. What is Jesus preach about, one man? It's about love. Love your neighbor as your is everything about Jesus Christ It's love.
And the response from the white garment prophet telling him he will die in 14 days. So how
Those
Christian
ones
is
too
that?
are stupid. Those ones too, the two wrongs don't make a right, one man. I expected him to say, Baba, you don't need to say this. This is not good, and they should move on. Which threat is that? Can they kill? It's only God that can kill, one man. It's only God that can kill or take life. It's only God that our Father say that you are dying today, you are not dying today. One man, we've saw many people pass through many cancer stage of cancer, and they are still living today because God said their time is not yet. So the response from the white garment church, I don't think they should go that extreme. I don't think it's that is too much. It's just like I throw ball to you and you go and take a drum and throw back to me. So I think the man should retract his word. That is too heavy, one man. That you hate white garment. One man, let me tell you, most of us in Pentecostal today, most of us came from white garment church. I grew up in white garment church. One man. My mom is a prophetess in White Garment Church before he changed to Pentecostal. Check every lineage of Christianity in Yoruba land. I'm saying Yoruba land though. We most of us came from Aladura, the Cherubim and Seraphim. So we just all this new Pentecostal wherever that is going, that all of us just switch. Cherubim and Seraphim came from Africa. It doesn't came from Europe. The father and our mother that brought those Christianity, they bring it up from Africa. The likes of Orimolade Tualashe, I can go on and on and on and on mentioning. So two wrongs don't make a right. But what the comment Obiyomi said, Obiyomi has been he has been
You know what
one man go on. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you can hear.
Yes, maybe it's
I think one man,
system.
maybe one man. Yeah,
Yes.
maybe system of one man gypsy.
One man
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, system. Having a system
Okay.
problem.
Why
One
is
man,
Yeah,
we
that?
can't
continue.
hear you. Yeah, yeah. Bishop, the bishop wants to come in. Yeah,
I just want to cover the space why one man is still trying to solve himself out.
yeah,
My
come in.
position is simply it's it doesn't really make a serious topic of discussion. Uh, uh, very sincere. Who made Ideyomi a judge? Who made him a judge over others? Everybody is running a race, and the people that are running their own way, and that's one of the problems we have. We leave the log in our own eyes and be chasing the speck in other people's eyes. Is it so holy? Is people so if people chose a way they want to worship God, it is their business. You have chosen your own path, it is your business. Let everybody worship the way they feel comfortable to worship. If anybody puts stone down and say that is his God, that is his business. I don't know why it's somebody's business to be talking that other people are fetish. If they are fetish, it is their business. And you now come out and not only denigrate them, you ridicule them, you insult them, you disparage them, so whatever the response they are giving, you call for them. I mean, I think
Bishop, if
yes.
you know what some Pentecostal pastors are doing, my brother,
I'm not even judging.
don't even go there.
Who made Ibiyomi a judge over white garment churches? If not just that, we are calling for unnecessary, what do you call it? Controversy that is needless at a time like this. So you are sanctimonious, you believe you are so holy because your own secrets never come out in the open. You know what we have turned religion to, especially Christianity. It's really, I mean, I don't want to say any word that will make that will sound like I am disparaging. I'm doing probably exactly the same thing. We need to really be circumspect, irrespective of how other people choose to practice their religion. It is their business. Sorry, that's from me. That is just personal. So irrespective of whichever way or pattern or model or it is their way. If they want to be fetish, they know they did not blindfold anybody into it. They're doing it their own way. If somebody wants to worship stone, so be it. And that was how we began to disparage our traditional religion, and we made it look like, and helped by the westernization and the rest, and we destroyed every of our, and by so doing we were destroying our tradition. We make some things in our local language. Some people say what you are saying is fetish. That is incantation.
It's fetish, yeah.
My brother.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Look, actually, good evening, everybody. See, I actually came in because of this topic when Mama was saying celestial fetish. I'm a celestial person. I was in the Celestial Church of Christ.
That was not what I said, though. I didn't say celestial fetish.
No, you. It was
whatever anybody wants to. I don't.
Hold on, Bishop. He said one man said, not you said. Sorry,
you understand?
Yeah.
Clarification. I was just covering the gap before you come back.
Go ahead. Now. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny. Yeah, let's hear from Kenny. Over to you, one man. Yeah.
Bishop, I'm not attacking you, and I'm not insulting anyone. I'm not saying. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity. Okay. See, Celestial Church of Christ, we are true worship of Christ. We worship Jesus Christ. The Celestial Church of Christ is not different from CAC, from Christ Apostolic Church or Baptist. It's only one God. We worship only one God.
Let me ask you a question, Kenny. Why is it that in that denomination, there's a lot of oil, there's a lot of funny-looking soaps, there's a lot of candles, a lot of night bathing in the open, a lot of all of these accoutrements, which you can equally get same like for like with the Babalawo. How come some of the practices are Babalawo-like in that denomination? Yeah,
it's not. See, if you for example, in my parish, I worship at Genesis Global Parish. Yeah, if you see any Celestial Church of Christ that they have all those images, or most of those images you mentioned, most of them, some of them, they are not true Celestial Church of Christ. You understand? So if you go to real Celestial Church of Christ, you won't find all those things. In my church, we don't go to stream. We don't do all those.
No, my brother. You are going out of hand now, my brother.
No.
Genesis. Genesis is just, my brother. This is my territory, my brother. Genesis is just modernizing Celestia.
Yep.
What Genesis is just modernizing Celestia.
Yes,
don't disparage the old Celestia, my brother. Forget about Genesis.
No, I'm not saying,
Do you know what Genesis is armor to?
I said
Oladele's strength. My brother, don't go there, my brother.
Okay. What I'm saying is, if you understand what I'm saying is, I said some of the Celestial Church of Christ, you find those images. Yeah, they are not worshiping. They are not following the doctrine of Apostle. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't put all Celestial Church in one basket.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Good. And I want to play the devil's advocate here. And because one man just said something that they are looking like Babalawo, I want to play the devil's advocate and play that I am Babalawo. What is wrong in it? That they are looking like Babalawo. What is wrong in Babalawo? What is wrong in us worshiping in our old traditional way? Because the way you said looking like Babalawo sounds a little bit disparate. Like we cannot. I'm identifying with Babalawo today, and how do you say so too? What is wrong in worshiping my forefather traditional way that has been handed over to me because some foreigners brought thought of religion? What is wrong with me worshiping in Babalawo way?
There is nothing wrong with that. Like you said, they call it Ishembali. It's our tradition, so there's nothing wrong with that. So that's a practice by itself. So if you are doing that, then do that. So, but the Christian faith is totally at odds with that. So you don't then come under. It's almost like cheating, isn't it? It's a sleight of hand that you are saying. You are via Christian prayers are manifesting, but then you are using native practices. So if you are using native practices, then use it directly.
Okay, let me quickly come in. You remember the story of the ark? Do you know the content of the ark? What was practiced in that ark? The shipwreck, the whatever that was put in it. That is our own way of Ebo. It is Ebo did then in that old traditional way. When Jesus passed into the mud and made a part of it, put in the plank, call it. When Jesus, the prophet asked a man to go and bathe 7 times in the river, in one river like this, what was he saying? So technically, a lot of these things that these people do, I'm not condemning them. Their roots are in the scripture. It just depends on the pattern or the method that individual wants to concentrate on. I am not supporting or against any of them. I'm just saying we should have, Ibiyome should have avoided this controversy if he had just preached the gospel of Christ, of love, of the message of salvation, rather than delving into unnecessary.
You don't think the practices of the white garment churches should be called out? You don't think that?
What are you calling out about it?
That is too fascistic.
Oh man,
can I say something?
People that
coming again.
If you just let me land. People that chose that method or way of worshiping, it is their free will, their decision. If somebody carved something and said, "This is what I want to worship in my house," it is his choice. If you preach to the man and he listens and he joins you in your own way, glory be to God. If the man say, "That is the way I want to continue," and that's where we keep having these Islam Christianity clashes. Even among Christians we'll be having, even among Muslims we'll be having. Some will say Sunni, some will say this. We can do away with all these unnecessary controversies. That is my position. If you preach to them and they don't listen to you, go and preach to other people. That is their own chosen way of worship. It's not for me.
No, you are breaking up. You are breaking up, Bishop. But let Ikene come in. And Ade, your device is not connecting, so make sure your mic is switched on. So that's Ade. Ade, either go out and come back in, or make sure your mic is switched on. Ikene, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, Oman, thank you very much. Thank you everyone on the platform. So what I will say is this: me, I'm a Christian. So first thing I will say is that God is not author of confusion. So, and whenever you see such a thing coming out in the Christendom, confusion and all that, then you know that God is not involved in building confusion. God is involved in building unity, love, and good cohesion among the body of Christ. So whenever there is disunity, then there is no God in that activity. God is not author of confusion. So, but I would say, as a Christian, the pastor being mentioned is the man I respect so much. Maybe sometimes we misuse our words as Christians. And for me, using the word hate, I think if Christ were to be in the world today, he will not use such word to refer to maybe other denomination. What Christ used to conquer the world was love. Just as Amos said, love is what Christ preached to us as Christians. So, and we must wear that love wherever we find ourselves, whether we like what other people are doing or we don't like it. You must use your love, your pattern of life to win them over. So it's not the choice of language is what I don't like.
But what about the substance of what is said, that they are too fetish, they are too diabolical in the white garment churches? Is that your sentiment as well?
Well, I know that, and I know most of them, but coming out to use word hate in that manner is what I don't like. But what you will understand is this: most of the things being practiced in either Celestial Church or the Pentecostal Church are all found in the Bible, because it depends on how you understand and how you want to follow. Because if you go to the book of Leviticus, you will know that many of our white garment church today are embedded in that doctrine and are following it wholeheartedly. Do you understand? So everything you see in most of our white garment church today, if you go to the book of Leviticus, you will see them there. But in terms of
all the lotions and potions are all in the white. The lotions and potions.
You will see the sacrifice using pigeon, using goats, using for the sacrifice for atonement of sin, and all that and all that. You will see them. But there is one thing that Christ did, which the Pentecostal churches are following, because Christ didn't come entirely to abolish that law. He came to put an amendment to it. So that is why we as a Pentecostal, we believe that Christ has paid the final sacrifice on the cross of Calvary. And so for that reason, we don't need to go back to either sacrifice this or sacrifice that to an atonement of sin, or to be pure, or to be more qualified to stand as a Christian. So we don't need to go in that direction. Like what we are being taught in the Pentecostal church is just believe in God, confess your sin, and pray to Him. He's ready to forgive you, because we are now in the dispensation of grace. More than those things are more of a law that you must fulfill before you become a member of the body of Christ. So that is how it goes. So, but my own take is that as a Christian, the word hate, you cannot use it to win what you want to win. You will use love to win what you want to win. And that is how Christ taught us. Because if you must follow Christ, you must follow all His pattern. Christ is all about Christ-like Christianity. That means whatever Christ do, you must be willing to do it. So Christ wouldn't have used such language to refer to other denomination. Instead, He would have used love to preach to them, or to say whatever message He wants to pass. So that is it. So anybody that wants to believe, we believe. If that person don't want to believe, you move on. So then the final day, we know how the judgment goes. That's how it is. Thank you, one man.
All right. Does anyone else want to come in on that space, or before we move on to the
Can I come in? I haven't finished. I haven't finished my.
All right. Hold your thoughts. Thomas. Can you hold on? Hold your thoughts, Thomas. Let Ade come in, and then I think Prince wants to have a word on that space as well, and then you close it off, Thomas. Ade, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you. It's been a while, although I've been listening most of the time at the background. You guys are really doing a wonderful job. Yeah, with regards to this topic, I mean, it could be controversial if you're not careful. So I think it's something we just have to, as much as possible, move out of it quickly. But what I want to say is that we can accuse Pastor Biyomi of generalizing things, overgeneralization, whereby you can't condemn the whole of the white garment churches. I think somebody did make a reference to that, because the truth is that in all churches, there are this kind of fetish, people whereby people seek help outside God. I mean, the way Christianity portrays God, I know Bishop was trying to take another direction, but the way we Christians believe in God, sometimes people do seek self-help, and they tend to go into all these demonic practices. So it happens in all denominations. So I think what Pastor Biyomi is saying, is somebody that is very emotional. Of a truth, we have a lot of white garment churches that are fetish. My mom is white garment. I wouldn't say she's fetish, but when I was younger, we used to go to Kerubu and Seraphim, and I know some of the things they did. So, but that doesn't mean it's all of them. It's not all of them. And we also have the same in Pentecostal churches. And so, also talking about when you ask the question that when people call the name of their pastors, God of this, God of that, there is really nothing wrong in that. I think it's just our way, our cultural way of respecting. Don't forget that also, that in the Bible, when they want to pray, you can say the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. That is more of Jewish way of, showing respect. So they make reference to that. So if somebody says, for example, God of Adeboye, God of this, it's not as if those men of God are saying you have to do that. If a man of God is saying you have to do that, then you might accuse them of pride, or maybe people, putting themselves in the position of God. But if it's something that is more out of respect, maybe embedded in culture, and it's just with all sincerity, in the same way you can say God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, in the same way you can also link this man. But let me just say that can easily be abused, and most people have abused it. So it's even better for people not to use names. I will agree with that. Then the word hate that has been used, there is nothing really wrong in using that word hate, because Jesus Christ, when he was around, he condemned the Pharisees. He condemned the religious leaders at that time, because he actually used more severe word. He said, woe unto them. That was a curse. So don't ever let us think that, for one moment, think that Jesus Christ, indulged people that were leading other people astray. He accused them, the Pharisees, of...
What about the allegations, accusations of destiny stealing? What is that? You stand accused, not you personally, but your space, stand accused of destiny stealing.
Yeah, some churches do that. Yeah, I have to be honest with you. And it's all...
Hold on. What does that mean? Talk us. Yes. What does that mean? Yeah. Talk.
My understanding of that will be that, it's just like, because all these things are embedded in fetish things, whereby the favor that is supposed to be due to others, I don't know the Yoruba word they use for it. You are now bring it to yourself, sort of. So I think that would be my understanding of that. Yeah, something like, but it's completely fetish. And I'm a Pentecostal and I'm a pastor also, but I know that white garment, they do that a lot. Some Pentecostals do that. Even in Anglican in Nigeria, you used to have something like a sort of syncretism when in those days, these are back in those days, a lot of Anglicans, they are very evangelical nowadays, but they used to have all this amok and all those other things. So there is a lot of that, especially in the 70s and 80s, but things that have improved a lot. And a lot of white garment churches, for example, they've actually, there is a lot of revival going on there. And just to talk finally about the Leviticus that my brother talked about just now.
Don't get too scriptural, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. When I say Leviticus, that is in the Old Testament. You see, the way God dealt with the Bible is divided into two testaments. You have the Old Testament and the New Testament, or the Old Covenant and the New Covenant. God called Abraham, and Jesus Christ came from that line. But when he called Abraham, it was out of idolatry, and he chose him so that he could, God could begin to deal. It's like bringing a new religion, whereby Abraham became his chosen one. So Abraham was the founder of Israel through his son, who was called Jacob, who came to Israel. So, and God gave them laws through Moses. And if you read Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, and all those other things, it talks about ways by which they could approach God. And all those things that Celestia, Cherubim, all those things they use, they can actually be found there. All those oil, soaps, all those other things, they're actually there. So, but when you get to the New Testament, all these old ways of approaching God became obsolete. So my view is that the most of the, or let me say most, so that I don't accuse me of being hyperbolic or something. But some of them, they are still acting in ignorance. I use that word ignorance because if you're a good Bible student, you will discover that all things have passed away by the coming of Jesus Christ. He became,
all
you
right.
understand what I'm saying?
Let's not take it too preachy or too scriptural.
Okay.
Sorry, Ade, but let's hear from Prince. And then
Okay.
it was only meant to be a little lighthearted something. I didn't even know people would be interested. But Prince.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, woman. Hello, everyone here.
Yes, I didn't know this was your space. I thought you were more highbrow than all of this.
Me?
Yes.
That's interesting. I mean, being a Christian, of course, is quite interesting. Everything that Ekene said, and the last caller, I do agree, especially Ekene. I mean, the underpinning of what he said was love, and that's totally agree with that. The person we're talking about is Bayami, maybe speaking from experience about for him to use the word hate, but it's a really strong word, and rather than attacking people's church or the God they serve, you can specifically talk about a bad behavior or an experience that he disagrees with or the way they do things. You can talk about that, but not condemn the entire group or church or denomination. That's what I would say. But in regards to destiny exchange, that is true and that is real. It's spiritual in that regards, and it's in the book of Ecclesiastes. Really, I could give you the Bible verse, but no, we can do that later if time permits.
Are you that much of a Christian? It's not in your tone of voice. You don't sound especially. You don't sound like a Bible basher.
Well, Bible basher. Well, I'm not one, but it's it's good for all Christians to, as much as possible, to learn about the Bible and know in depth about it. So I can't have any pastor showing up or somebody saying I'm a man of God and start spewing stuff that's not true or try to fool me. So it doesn't make me special to anyone. It's incumbent upon all Christians to really know the Bible and get a real interpretation. There are people with PhD in theology and they have no clue about the interpretation of the Bible. They can just tell you the Bible according to what it says on black and white. But in terms of deep understanding, the spiritual interpretations, a lot of people don't have that, and it's a gift from God. But anyways, the bottom line is love. That's really, just like Kenneth said, love is the bottom line as a Christian to deal with everyone.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, this is
can I say something before Thomas?
Yes, I think people are deviating from the central theme that Pastor Abayomi was probing out. He's accusing the white garment church of being too fetish, and he doesn't stand alone in that accusation. A lot of people find some of their practices somewhat deviation from non-Christian practices, and some of their mannerisms, even the uniform that they wear and all of that, it is at odds with non-Christian practices. And all these black soaps and funny smelling oils and all of these things so that's where Pastor Abayomi, that's where he's pointing out. Are you with him that they beat fetish with the white garment churches?
I'm not with him. It's a Pentecostal, right?
Yes.
This is what they know to do best. They like to condemn other denominations in the Christendom. They always like to act holier than other. They always like to act as if, yes, when they created Christianity, it was them that they handed it over to. They condemn every other. They condemn Catholics. Sometimes they will criticize Catholics. They will say, you see that Mary image that you always see at the gate point of every Catholic church, where people will go and bow their head. They call it. They argue that it's not in line with.
It's idolatry. Idolatry.
Yeah, they said it's idolatry. So they condemn. They even said that the Pope is like a head of cult. You see that traditional way of ushering in a new pope after the demise of the current one. The way they gather together the top echelon of what do you call them? Catholic Church at Rome. The way they will lock them inside one room, and then they will come out later, and then they make that pronouncement that, oh, this is the name of the new pope being adopted. They condemn it too. They say it's just a way of cultism. Where is that denomination that they never condemn? This Pentecostal. They always claim that their own is the best. So I think in that country, I think we have reached a point where people should push back or let them know that they cannot claim to be the ownership of Christianity, or as if they practice that religion better than others. So it's just they are not. He did not act in conformity with the scripture, because even the scripture says that if you go to preach the word of God to some people and they don't want to accept you there, you just leave. And that means that is can be interpreted that, look, practice your religion with respect to other religion or other people that does not believe in your religion. Practice your religious with respect to them. So if the white garment church doesn't practice that Christianity the way you Pentecostal practices it, leave them alone. You don't need to condemn. And you see, some of these people in Pentecostal, majority of them came out from what do you call it? This Aladura Church and all the rest.
Ajale Gogo, I grew up in Kerubu and Seraphim. Almost all of us.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, majority of them came out from this Aladura, or Aladura churches. If they are not from Celestial or Kerubu and Seraphim or Ijo Apostolic, they came out from them. But they will, how do I say it? They become so fanatics in such a way that they will now turn around against where they are coming from. I mean, people can move from one church to one denomination to the other, but you don't have to condemn. You don't have to condemn them. You don't have to call them, all sort of describe them as if they practices evil or something like that, or devil rather. So it just shows that it's not a man of God himself, because a man of God must preach peace, he must preach love, and he must preach harmony all the time. You can never hear Baba Adeboye speak in this manner. No. Maybe he has done so before, but I have never seen any video of him condemning any other religion. I've never seen it. He had never even condemned the traditional religion. Abadebo doesn't condemn them. But I don't know why some of these fanatics that are leading some Pentecostal churches want to act irresponsible sometimes. I think that's one side, and those other people too get too much. They display too much anger.
It declared a fatwa on him, so effectively.
Yeah, they declare too much anger in their response against him that they gave him 14 days to apologize, and if not so, something will happen to him. That is not good. Those people should tell them that is not the way they should have responded. They should have responded in a clear term that, look, we leave you with God. If you think that our religion is not the religion of God, or the way we practice it is not the way God has prescribed us to practice it, then do your own. We are doing our own. So they should just, they shouldn't have threatened him that he will die after 14 days if he did not respond to them. That is just the fanaticism again. Those ones demonstrated fanaticism as well. So what is wrong with them this people practicing Christianity? What is wrong with them? Why are they too fanatic, attacking each other in this manner? You cannot see the traditional religion people attacking themselves in this manner. But they that claim that their God is holy, they claim that Jesus Christ is everything, the creator of heaven and earth, and through him you can see God and all. But look at the way they are attacking each other. It just shows that the people are just people practices religion. They don't even conform well with what the holy book they carry, that they preach as the word of God, They don't even act in the direction that the holy book prescribes. So it's just unfortunate that both sides I expressed fanaticism in the way they attack each other. So it's just nonsensical on one man. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Bring it home, Thomas, and then we get back to politics.
Yes, one man, thank you. One man, I think you don't really want to speak about this topic. This is a big topic, one man.
No.
I know.
I want to save it for later when you take over, because
Later, yes.
I think it's more your topic than mine, really.
That is my territory. One man, let me just round it off. Jesus Christ is about love. Any pastor of today that doesn't preach love is not a pastor. This same pastor is this your BYOME pastor was the one causing that the priest that the priest is talking against his daddy Oyedepos and the Adeboyes. This same pastor that said he will kill that the priest. This same pastor, Pastor BYOME. So one man, let's leave it for later. In my section, we'll talk more about it. But Pastor David is not preaching love at all. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Have the final word, Ekene, and then we'll move on.
Okay, my final word is as a Christian body and the people that believe in Christ, for me, there is no church in heaven. So it will be a surprise the way we are taking it. Most of the Christian, even some pastors and everybody in the Christendom today, thinking that promoting church will give you the front seat in heaven. That's a fallacy. It's your personal love, your relationship, the way you make your life impact other people, that will give you that certificate to be in heaven. So church or no church, what matters is your personal relationship with God. So promoting church, whether you promote it, or whether you promote your own church, whether you promote the other church, that's a fallacy. So if you don't know the God you are serving, which is the God we have in heaven, you will still not make it. No matter you are GO, no matter the church you attend, you attend the highest church in this world. If you don't have that right relationship, you are going nowhere. So no church in heaven. That's my final point. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's move it on and let's take it to this topic now. So, as though there wasn't enough squeeze on the average Nigerian, you know, we love that phrase, the average Nigerian. So, another squeeze again. So, this is, if you've ever heard the word stealth tax, this is a stealth tax right here. Federal government introduces proof of ownership fee for all categories of vehicles. So this is another squeeze on the average Nigerian person. Let me just reacquaint. The federal government has introduced a policy that will see all vehicles in Nigeria obtain a proof of ownership certificate. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transportation, Engineer Abdulaziz Toriola, whilst unveiling the new policy in Alausa, Lagos, disclosed that the certificate, which will come into force in Lagos in July 2023, will be part of requirement to be renewed annually. Prior to this new policy, Nigerians only obtained proof of ownership when they purchased a used vehicle or changed the engine of their vehicle. But the new policy, which Toriola explained, would affect all classes of vehicles, from motorcycles to tricycles, as well as mini vehicles, saloon cars, trucks, articulated vehicles, and others that convey people or products from one point to the other. The Permanent Secretary stated that the certificates will contain vital information, including the vehicle's registration details, such as license number plate, model, and year of manufacture, in addition to the owner's name and address. He said all states of the Federation are expected to begin the implementation of the new policy. Now, this is where it gets interesting. And each vehicle owner is expected to pay a minimum of 1,000 naira to procure the document. So this essentially is some form of taxation, and renewed annually, by the way, a minimum of, not set the bar at. So what are you making of that? Let's kick that off with our Prince. What are you making of that? That by any other name, another form of tax, just as the tariff on electricity is going up, petrol, etc. What are you making of that? Another weight for the average Nigerian to carry, Prince.
Yeah, well, man, briefly, yeah, listen to to you read the articles. Like, it's just another way to to generate revenue for the state. Is that bad? I don't know. I don't know the current requirement for.
Praise, this is not for state. This is federal. It's not.
Yeah, for the Nigerian states. That's what I meant.
Okay, while I don't want to cut you in, I actually want to interrogate that space. Which of the motor vehicle, because there's so much, there's going to be, I've not read it, I've not seen that report, but I had one man read out. Number one, the name you mentioned is a Lagos State, civil servant. He does not speak for the federal government. That's number one. Number two, there is no vehicle that is being, vehicle particular, that is being controlled by the federal government as we speak, because vehicle registration and authorization is an exclusive right of the states. So how is federal government going to be introducing, because are they going to be putting it in the central purse? It's not all the states that have the same.
Sorry, Bishop, if you have a screen, the image of it is on the screen. It says Federal Republic of Nigeria Uniform Licensing Scheme, proof of ownership certificate, and this one, the sample that they're using is from Enugu. And the person that said, he says all states of the federation are expected to begin the implementation of the new policy, and each vehicle owner is expected to pay a minimum of 1,000 naira. So it's a federal policy.
Well, I mean, I still want to hold that with a pinch of the salt. Even though this document has been there for like probably 10 or 15 years, proof of ownership, and they make people to buy it. They've always been paying for it. But I want to really...
No, hold on. The proof of ownership that you used to have is when the vehicle is originally purchased or you buy a new engine.
It's everybody that buys it, one man. Forget that thing. It's everybody that buys it. Proof of ownership, roadworthiness, you name it. It's everybody that buys it. Don't forget this one or say if you're buying engine or something. Other people can testify to it. Policemen used to harass people for it. So people just pay for it and get it alongside their vehicle every time they are doing their registration. But I just want to interrogate that space. The federal government is now intruding into vehicle registration. That's questionable. Under the law, it does not fall under.
I don't know what you are saying under the law. But we have a Ministry of Transportation, so it falls within their purview.
It doesn't. Vehicle registration does not fall under Ministry of Registration. Federal Ministry of Transportation.
All right. Let Prince carry on with his thoughts. Yeah, Prince, back to you.
Yeah. So I think this is one of the many ways to be implemented or introduced into the Nigerian system to collect tax one way or another. I'm not sure it's a bad thing. I've thought about it. Perhaps you should be expecting a minimum tax from everybody. We should be expecting to start paying fuel tax at the pump. They're going to ask all the fuel stations to retrofit the machines, the pump machines, to start collecting taxes right there at the pump for every liter of gas that is dispensed. They need to collect money from the Nigerian state. I think overall, we don't pay enough taxes generally, and not because I'm happy to pay taxes, but also that there's a lot of from fuel subsidy that just ended to education and so many other ways that the Nigerian state is being subsidized. So now it's time to collect money. We're going to see a lot of creative ways as they do in the West. You'll be surprised what you pay taxes for in the West.
Do you think that Nigerians are undertaxed?
See, well, it's unequally taxed in a lot of ways, and I think perhaps undertaxed because if you want to, we talk about this Western nation, especially where I think Remy is, maybe in Sweden, somewhere around there. I think they charge up to 50% in taxes. We don't pay enough taxes because why? We have poor mechanism for collecting taxes in the first place. So I know they do have the VAT and going after the market people and all these things, but there has to be ways to collect taxes. And and it shows actually people that have vehicles are registered. That's an easy way to go after people in the system. So it's a good way. I see $1,000 a year. Let's say that's the minimum. That's pretty good. That's not a lot, but it's good. It's good to collect money. It's not a lot overall compared to the cost of vehicles or other things. So that's very $1.50 something. It's good. But again, my point here is that we should be expecting.
Prince, I disagree with you that Nigeria are not paying enough tax. The only thing is we don't have a good system of collecting those tax. Those tax are going in the pocket of some individuals. But
that's what I
said. Are you paying tax? Are you paying tax?
I just mentioned to you what is going out of my bank account at the end of every month. If that money is going to the federal government, do you know what it will be?
So, well, these are being
made available to some bank CEOs and others. They use it to enrich themselves. So Nigeria is already paying that. You just for the federal government to modify it and put it in a proper perspective that it will be used for the good of the people. That's my take. So I'm there for So Nigeria is paying tax. If you go to the street of Lagos, all those women, if they tell you the amount they spend every day before they will be able to sell. But those
Well,
things that are just there, it's not properly arranged. That's my take.
yes, I agree with you, and I mentioned that earlier. The mechanism for collecting taxes is poor. Yeah, I said the market, the people on the street, I mean, yeah, they pay taxes, but how much taxes do they pay relative to the cost they incur for the state or wherever they live? I don't overall. We need a better tax collection system and better representation. Yes, relatively, I can guarantee you the people, the
Prince,
people that
Prince,
make
one
money.
man. Prince, sorry, I'm sorry for cutting you. Sorry, I'm sorry. One man, please, just give me 1 minute. Do you know for paying tax, there should be a formula? You pay tax how you make your profit. Do you agree with me?
How do
Yeah,
you
that's how
mean?
it should be.
I mean, yes, it's how much you make. That is what
It's
will
usually
determine your tax.
it's usually a percentage, isn't it? So it's usually a
Yes,
percentage.
a percentage. So if they cannot say Nigerians are paying tax, all those Mama Lalubosa, all those hawkers roaming about, the local government collecting tax from them, how do they calculate their percentage of tax? Nigerians are underpaid. Nigerians don't pay tax enough. We are not paying, in my opinion. Thank you. Go on,
I think
please. Point.
I mean,
No,
so
no, I
Mama,
disagree. They
can I
are
speak to
paying.
that?
Those women
No.
are paying enough money that if you can properly arrange it, you will see that they're paying what they're supposed to pay as a task. And that is my take. Because I know what they pass through. Just think of an Okada man, a keke driver, what he spends every day on the road. He will come back and tell you that I spent thousands of naira just for today alone. But where is that money going to? Just for some individuals. Is that not enough to arrange it for the proper use of the nation? That is my own take. So Nigeria are paying enough
Can
tax.
I give us a Okada man in Lagos? How much taxes is he paying a month? What do you think?
I will not use Lagos as an example, but I know in Anambra State, before you come out as an Okada man to start your business, just for a start, you must collect a ticket of 450 naira. It's a huge amount of money. And it's not that's not the only ticket you pay for that day. Just for you to start your work, you must first of all go and they collect a ticket of 450 naira. It's not a big money. And that is not the amount you will spend. At the end of the day, you might end up spending like 2,000 something. Because there are other things you will spend. You will buy this ticket, buy this one, buy this one.
Well, yeah, well, 2000 relative to I'm not sure how much a kind person makes in the number, but anyway, overarchingly, I would say this is one of the ways that the Tinubu government is going to use to try to, I'm not going to say squeeze Nigerians, but to try to be creative in collecting taxes. I think this is one of the many ways. I see a minimum tax coming for everyone. I see Nigerians paying fuel tax at the pump per liter. There are going to be some other ways because there's so many leakages and poor collection tax system that we have. We should expect that. Well, maybe some people are unequal as a matter of percentage wise.
Do you think it's taking the alpha beta model? Do you think it's taking it nationwide? Because this almost seems to mirror what it did in Lagos State,
Yeah.
taxing all taxables.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If it worked, remember, I think that was a system it used to drastically increase in Lagos State IGR by multiples. So why not? If it worked there, why not implement it nationally? At least, I mean, isn't that what they created Tinubu for what it did in Lagos? And if it worked, why not replicate it across the nation? So we should be expecting it. I don't want the poor or the people at the bottom be overtaxed because usually, just like in the West, right, the people that make a lot of money, as a matter of percentage of their income, they don't pay enough taxes. And so you can see Mama Lalubosa, just like Thomas said, paying as a percentage of her income more than a wealthy person that deals in oil and gas, for example. So we have to be careful not to overtax them and go after. I don't like to use taxes to punish people because it dampens creativity and innovation in the state, in the country. So tax should not be used as a form of punishment. I don't agree to that. But people should pay fair taxes, enough taxes, and not be overtaxed.
Yes, you see.
Okay, Thomas, one man, I want to say this.
Yeah, hold on, Ekene. Hold on. That Mama Lablu Bossa example and the Okada driver example as well. You see, that is where the concern is. Because Ekene just gave us the example of the ticketing system in Anambra State, that off the bat, as soon as you spark up your bike in the morning, before you set about trade, you are already invoiced 400 and something ticket. So you have to earn that first. And it's the same with Mama Lablu Bossa. As soon as she comes out to trade, they invoice her a ticket, which she has to earn first before she starts to consider profit. So is that uniformity in, just a standard flat rate of taxation, irrespective of your trade point?
Yeah.
And I want to still put this. I want to still put this. If you drive a trailer loads of goods from here, once you get to Head Bridge, before you enter Onitsha, you are paying as much as 30,000 naira. It's a fact. So it's not Nigeria are paying, and Nigeria, people saying that Nigeria are not paying tax.
$30,000 what is the cost of the goods being transported? See, I know 30,000 sounds like a lot of money, but what
I mean, 30,000 naira. I didn't say 3,000. I said 30,000 naira.
I heard you. I said, what is that in percentage to the cost of the trailer of goods being transported?
Millions produce in that thing that you pay 30,000.
Yes.
How much is 30,000 relative to millions of goods?
How many trailer goes towards that direction that day?
Well, no, but
the only thing I know is that those things are very big amount of money. Those things are very big amount of money that the government, I don't know where those money are going. I don't know what they're using those money for. And is it only Nigeria? Okay, there is an increase of 40% electricity. There is a 40% electricity increase. Nobody is objecting it, but to give us the service, that is the issue.
If you don't,
there's waste. There's a waste, and there's usually waste in the. There's always waste in the system.
Just like before the previous administration, before they handed over, they were accusing them of where is the money for the VAT and all that. The account has not been given up to today. Some individual pocket. It's just to modify it. It's not that Nigeria not paying tax. Nigeria paying tax. But what I'm saying is modify it. Give us accurate numbers. Do it in a proper way, not just for some people cornering the money and using it for their own selfish interest.
Say in the West, for example, the people that evade taxes the most are the wealthy people. Trust me. But to your point, say until we start from the schools, being educated, and let the Nigerian citizen know the value of tax. Say, in America or in other parts, they're like, it's, every time you talk to an American, for example, like, I pay my taxes. That's the first thing to say. You can't be telling me, BS. I pay my taxes because they feel that they contribute to the society, and nobody can just, tell them whatever. So as in Nigeria, if we begin to take ownership, I pay my taxes. Here's my receipt for my tax for the last year, this and that people will begin to feel comfortable paying taxes and talking about the taxes that they pay. So I don't think we're there yet. We're there in terms of the way we see taxes and the way we see the state or the government use taxes for the benefit of the citizens. Yes, we collect taxes, but there's a lot of waste and leakages in the tax system. Even most of these taxes, perhaps they're not accounted for because
Prince, do you think automation is the solution to this hemorrhaging that Ikene is describing so bitterly? So rather than, because these are Iyaladu Bossa and the Okada drivers, what you have is one of these road transport workers, or they go around with a booklet of tickets and a wad of money, collecting money and giving change. So with that system, knowing the sort of country that we run, that already tells you that there's going to be heavy hemorrhaging, if not all of that money gone. So
Oh
should they
yeah.
should they automate it so that you go to a portal, you pay
Yes.
into some sort of account, or there is some sort of a phone system? Should it be automated in
Of
order to
course. I mean,
protect the integrity of it?
yeah, automation will make it better. I mean, even there are a lot of us women doesn't have to have a phone or whatever. But if they have some an account number of some sort, they can punch into the tax collector's phone or machine that puts up the information, and right there they transact and they get credit. So at the end of the year, we know how much this person has paid. So everybody has an account. In Nigeria, I don't think it's compulsory that each person file taxes at the end of the year. In the West, you have to. We know how much you pay in taxes, how much you don't pay in taxes, and sometimes that can be also a way to credit people that don't make a lot of money in the year or in the previous year. So it's going to be a benefit overall, but a collection system that's automatic. Automated system would, of course, would best serve everybody. That we can't say, well, I lost my receipt. No, everything is documented. The money was withdrawn from your bank account. At the end of the year, the state sends you, the federal government sends you an itemization of your taxes paid throughout the year. Yeah, that would make people more comfortable that, hey, I know where my money is going. I pay my taxes, and you can demand of the states what to do or what they're not doing.
Let me tell you this. You see, when you guys say this all the time, a lot of Nigerians doesn't pay taxes. I don't know where you guys are coming from. If you want to look at the if you want to look at people, majority of people that have job in that country today, they are government workers across the country, including the federal workers.
Also, what is the percentage of the people?
Hold on. People government job at both the state, local government, federal government, across the countries, all those workers pay their taxes, and they constitute a very large portion.
What is large? Give us a number. 10%, 20%.
Hold on. They represent a very large portion of our working force in that country.
No, they don't.
Hold on. Then if you want to go to private businesses, you want to go to banks, insurance, and those in manufacturing sector, those that work at the airport and all the rest, all of them pay their taxes accurately and adequately, because it's payee form of taxes. They take it right from the source.
Yes.
So,
one second. Just like everywhere else, you have to answer this question though. What's the question? The question is, what percentage of all those workforce that you just mentioned constitute the percentage for Nigerian workers?
At least they will constitute like 70% or 80%.
It's not true.
Oh, okay.
Are you telling me the Nigerian state? Oh no, are you telling the Nigerian state the entire 200 million people, 70% of that depend on the state for their income? I don't think so.
Okay, let me even bring it down. Let me say, okay, majority of the state in the federation, majority of the state in that country are civil servant state, and all those civil servants, they pay their taxes.
See, I don't have the exact number, but I will submit to you that 80% of Nigeria's economy is a non-federal
Don't let me even say 80%. Let us bring it
exactly.
Let's bring it down to 60%. The
No,
military, hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
10.9% of Nigerians that are paying taxes. So Nigeria has a tax to GDP ratio of about 11%, 10 to 11%, and the global standard is 15%. US make as much as 28% tax to GDP ratio. Tax to GDP ratio 28.6, 26, 27, 28.
Hold on. Darate, repeat what you just said. I think we lost the data now. Give us that again.
I said naturally for the global standard is 15%. Tax to your GDP ratio should be at least 15% in order for you to be able to put back at unemployment to reduce poverty. But as we speak, we are doing at least around 10.9 to 11% tax to GDP. So we have not even gotten to that 15, which is the benchmark. Not to talk of competing with the likes of US and some other countries.
So what you are saying is Nigerians are undertaxed.
We are really undertaxed, and there's no way we will not be like that because we do not have an organized system. Like if you look at Sweden and all these Scandinavian countries, they collect up to about.
Nigeria is not under task.
What
we have is
you don't need to bring in sentiment into this. I understand. The poor, what they do. Let me give an example. In Sweden, all these Scandinavian countries, do you know that they pay more tax? In Sweden, they pay as much as almost 59 to 60, between 59 and 50, something like that. So what they do is they collect those taxes and they have
hold on. Sorry, Darate, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. You know that 15% that you said is the global standard. Who said that standard? Where's that coming from?
I think it's more of a World Bank thing.
World Bank. All right. So that's the tax to GDP should be 15%. That's what the global standard is.
Well, can I say something quickly? I'm probably now.
Collins. I was going to come to you anyway, Collins. Good to see you, Collins.
Yeah, I'm listening to all these my fellow Nigerians living abroad talking about tax in Nigeria, and I'm almost getting vexed. Nigerians are overtaxed, especially the poor ones. The poor people are constantly being taxed every day in everything they do, and they have no result. When you do this comparison to the West that has everything that they should have, and it doesn't really. I don't know why we like to compare. I get the sentiment, but it doesn't. Okay, let me use UK since we're using West for example. Before they tax you here, you will make like £1,200. Anything below £1,200, government is not taxing you anything on it. That's your living wage. That's what government believe that you should be able to live on. I think it's actually £1,250. It's anything above that they start taxing you on. So there is no living wage in Nigeria. Poor people, Ekene gave example about Okada getting taxed 400 naira before he starts work, and his bike might end up breaking down for the rest of the day, and he already paid his 450. And we can say that there's no proper mechanism to collect tax that it goes to the right channels. But now to say that Nigerians are not paying tax with everything these people are going through, providing the electricity.
Sorry, how do you generate the funds to get them out of the things that they are going through? How do you generate the funds?
But that's the thing. The ones that are governing them, have they changed their lifestyle? Have they done anything to show that they are trying to understand?
Okay. So let me ask you this: the roads are bad, Collins. So how do you generate the money to fix the roads if you don't tax the people?
Woman, you know me. I'm not a jellycoco. I'm free economy any day, anytime. But when you now say that they are not paying this tax, that's what I'm debating. I'm just saying that
sufficient enough of it is what the data is telling us.
No, one man. We're saying, Collins. collectively as a nation, not those people hawking on the street and the market women. They, based on their revenue, they probably overtax, perhaps. But as a nation, we're talking about, because if we truly be collecting enough taxes, then we should have enough revenue to take care of a lot of stuff. Would you agree on that?
I agree.
I know that the rich people are not paying tax. That's all I know. I know that the poor ones and the working class, civil servants, I know that these people are paying tax and they have they're not getting any results for it. So they are overtaxed. The ones that they should be taxing, they are not taxing them because there's no proper mechanism for them to collect the appropriate tax from those people. Whereas the ones the ones that are, because whenever you enter a public transport, you are paying tax in Nigeria, because when they collect that money from that driver is going to add that cost, transfer that cost to every passenger that is sitting in that bus. So one way or the other, they are paying. But the big ones, the big men in their cars, they are not being harassed by the same people harassing this public this commercial vehicle.
But the big men pay road tax.
Okay, at least maybe that's the one that government collects. But the poor ones that are sitting in this vehicle every day, each time they take that trip, they are paying tax in almost every trip that they take.
But the bus is a commercial enterprise. So are you saying they should not pay? What are you saying exactly?
No, there should be a proper mechanism where they know exactly what these people collect, and it goes to the appropriate person. You were saying it before. It goes to the appropriate channel. Tax is a must. Everybody must pay tax. I agree. But I'm saying that the poor people in Nigeria are overtaxed because people are trying to say
not according to the global benchmark, not according to the global benchmark.
Because it's not going to the proper channel. So they are being taxed and people are collecting the money and doing whatever they want with it. So the global benchmark is not capturing a lot of this. Okay, can I say something about a truck getting to Onitsha and paying 30,000? But before that truck gets from Lagos to Onitsha, that person probably paid already 90,000 before getting to Onitsha, paying additional 30,000 or thereabout. And people are like, how much goods is he carrying? And that was after that goods have already been cleared and tax and everything have been collected on it.
So we have to separate sometimes the actual taxation and extortion. These people, at the end of the day, they may be paying a whole lot of money that they should not be paying in the first place, but that they're overpaying in taxes is another thing.
Exactly. What we have more in Nigeria is extortion. Look at what happened in Oyo State. They had to many of these money they go into the hands of private pockets. Instead of it to go
hold on, that's a separate matter. That's a matter of criminality. That's a matter of criminality, isn't it? But the matter of tax,
sometimes it stays sanctioned sometimes in some of the states.
But the money that is coming from that criminality is even more than what we are expecting. Because if that money is properly arranged, the money we are looking for will come out. That is it. So that is what I'm saying. Nigeria are paying it, but they don't have the right people that are collecting it. It's not going towards the right direction. Whether you call it extortion or whatever, the money that is coming from that extortion is a very big amount of money that can do a lot of work in this country.
So your objection, Ekene, is not to the tax, but after the tax is paid, how we then ends up in the government coffers or ends up in private hands. So
that's my point. That's my point. Because what my point? That's my point exactly. That people are already dishing out this money on the road. Whether they dash it to the thief, whether they give it to private people, I don't care. But they are already giving it, and they are used to it. So what government should do is to properly arrange those things so that those money will begin to come into the hands of the government the right way. Channel it in the right way. Then you begin to count it as a federal government money or state government money. They use it to work for the people. That is my point, because people are used to it. But saying that Nigeria don't pay tax is what I disagree, because Nigeria is used to paying tax. The additional money every day on the road and other things.
Okay,
Bank
let me
charges and all that.
let me add this. Container from Japan to Nigeria, the official clearing rate on receipt is about 900,000 naira to a million naira. But at the end of the day, we paid 3.2 million naira in total in that container before it gets out. But the official money that is going to the government account is 900,000. So the about 2.1 million naira goes to
That is it.
custom, agent, minister, MP
Settlement and all that.
director, all that. Where the goods will follow their payment. So it's 200,000, so it's 150, so it's 100,000. Even to the gate, first gate clearing, inspection.
Yeah, but that's a matter of criminality still now. And if you remove the human factor from it, in Ghana, I think it was actually, yes, in Ghana, you don't even have human contact when you are clearing. You simply pay. Your goods are already inspected. You simply pay. You get some sort of thing. You punch it through something, and then you get your goods. So it's a matter of automation, isn't it, rather than anything else?
Yeah, that's true. But that criminality, if they remove it, it will help Nigeria economy. Like Kene is saying, but I'm not really in full support of the Kene, what he's saying. That yes, Nigeria is paying tax, but we are overtaxed by what we are paying right now. If we can remove those criminality, the economy will fall back and balance himself. I cannot be paying almost 3.2 million naira in a 40-feet container, and about 2.1 is going to different people's pocket. If the government can stop that, and the government actually get that 900,000 naira, then everything will be good. Prices will come down. A common market access goods. We have to stop all these things and control the tax too.
All right, Collins. When did you turn socialist? I never had you down as
I'm far from it. It's just the way we're analyzing it. I just think that because we live in the West, we all pay tax and we understand the importance
Don't
of
worry,
tax.
one man is coming home. He's coming home to us.
We know his instinct.
Gradually coming home now, so no problem.
We understand the importance of tax, so we are trying to apply the same thing. So the tax, let's go back to the tax that Tinubu government is introducing. That one is a different kind of tax because I kind of believe that at least it will be probably collected by the right people and it will go into the federal government and they can actually do something with it. The only issue that I may have with it, as little as some people think it is the timing of it. Because it's just like everything is coming at them at the same time. But take away the timing, 1,000 a year, and if they go into tax based on how big your car is, that kind of tax I actually agree with because it's more like a rich man kind of tax, so because they will know how they probably grade it to tax people. So that kind of fits into the right things that we're saying. But why they are collecting or planning to collect this money to which I believe they will use for the good of the people, are they also doing something to block all these other excessive ways that people are being extorted? Like we have now established that there is extortion and there is taxation. Are they blocking that way so that these people will have this money to now pay to the right channels? That's just what I'm not against people paying tax. Tinubu, he inherited empty treasury. What is he going to do? Is he going to? He said that he doesn't want to complain. That he begged and he danced and he pleaded for to get this job. So he's going to do something, and he needs money to do it.
But what he is trying to introduce with regard to this tax, I think is going to end up being double taxation, because already the state collect this ownership tax from every car owner in the country. So
is that renewable annually? Or is that at the point of purchase, the ownership?
Even if at the state of point of purchase, or they want to renew it, I'm not sure of renewable every year. I'm not sure of that, but I know that when they are registering a new vehicle, you ownership certificate, they issue that ownership certificate and they pay.
Ajali, this one is renewable. It's every year.
Yeah, what I'm saying, it is even wrong. Why must we be renewed? Why must it be federal government?
Renewable.
Why must it be federal government that want to be taking the responsibility of the state? This is a state responsibility. This is not. Why must federal government be in charge of everything? Why would federal government know? I mean, collect tax on me, on my vehicle ownership in my state? I think the state should fight against this. This is not the responsibility of federal government. Federal government should look for any other way they want to collect tax, not.
You know what my objection is, Ajanle Koko. Is the fact that it is renewable every year. So there is no justification for that. What's been renewed? You own the car. You own the car. Yeah. So what?
Somebody own the car forever.
One man, can I seek your indulgence,
and the state
please?
will do the registration every year. The state registration is done every year. And why do you want to collect the ownership tax from somebody every year? It is just, there should be pushback from the state.
I think this is where Femi Falana comes in, isn't it? Because I don't think this can hold him.
One man, can I please seek your indulgence for 1 minute?
Hold on. Bishop, there's always a lot of background noise. That's why I mute you often. But let Thomas go first, and then you come in.
Yes. That is what Bishop was saying earlier on. Federal government don't have any right to tax any car moving. In everyone, you guys are here now, you are in diaspora. The state take care of anything of your vehicle. Is a state something. That is why Bishop was saying earlier on that if we take this news as a pinch of salt, that we have to verify it. There's nothing. One man, this state I'm here, this country I'm here. If you come from if you come from Sydney, if you are living in Victoria, as soon as your vehicle, if you move house, as soon as your vehicle registration expired from Sydney, you have to register your car in Victoria. You can't be paying your vehicle registration or anything to Sydney when you are living in Victoria. Is about state something. That's what I just want to buttress what Bishop was saying earlier on. Thank you.
All right. Well, certainly the fairness of it. So there it is. Yeah.
Woman, please. Somebody was saying that the government should suspend tax for the next 4 years. Somebody was saying that in the comment section. I think somebody passed it or something. How reasonable is that? We need to. I don't understand.
Who said that?
I think Pansat or something. Pansat was saying
that. No, Pansat is on a special diet. As we all know. But back to you, Prince. All right. I don't think I think Prince may be indisposed. But are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I thought I was still talking about the tax issues there, but go ahead.
All right. Let me move you on from the tax issue to this is something that we've spoken on the platform quite a few times. Tinubu headhunts global experts for cabinet slots. So we've had this, and they're even now putting names to portfolios now. So we've discussed this endlessly, the direction of travel in terms of appointments, especially ministerial. Is it going to be jobs for the boys or jobs for experts? But they said in the course of his trip to France, Tinubu was canvassing very heavily for Nigerian experts in different fields. So that now space, should he reward political acolytes with ministerial positions, or should he get experts globally for those spaces?
Yeah, Omar, we talked about it previously. It has to be. I think Bishop may have suggested it also. There has to be balance. We can't just drag a bunch of experts or technocrats to the space and leave the politician aside. Because at the end of the day, these technocrats or these experts, they're not going to be out there the next 4 years, campaigning for him and trying to win him votes from different constituents. So that's the dilemma, and that's the a space he has to straddle uh, um, appropriately. So in other words, it has to, and I agree. You should go out there and hunt for the best that you can find in different, especially in the critical areas. Be it energy, education. Those ministries, yeah, should be held by technocrats and people that know what they're doing with proven records. That's great. But the minister of I don't know, states or Abuja, they should go to politicians, obviously, and some other ministers out there. But it has to find a balance, and I think it's probably out there looking for people to form this group of experts on how to revive Nigeria's economy. That has to be his main goal. Is the economy. Who are the people out there, Nigerians, that can bring back, that can help the country attain its best possible potential to improve the economy? It's the economy 1, 2, and 3. So, but I think it's smart enough not to go overboard.
Prince, which portfolios are you especially looking at to see who fails? So, if we were to say these 5 portfolios, I'm really interested to see who fails them. Which portfolios will those be and why?
Yeah, education is important, but any portfolio that has to do with economy, um, well, well, what are the ministers out there that deals with the economy? Um, the Fasciola's portfolio, for example, at one point in time, he had housing. Housing is important. Power and the infrastructure is important. So that is fine. But the portfolio actually deals with who's going to be I don't know if you have a final person for the central bank position. We need that. A right person at the helm of the central bank. Okay, somebody far away from Emefiele. Um, yeah, the central bank is important. Um, Help me out here. Do we have a minister for economy in
Yes, I think we do.
Okay. I mean, the monetary policy is key. We all saw how Emefiele fumbled the whole thing. I mean, the amount of money out there in the country is very important. Managing the M0 to M4 money is critical, especially M0 to M3 is very critical. We need enough money out there, to make sure we don't run into inflation or a deflation. There has to be a balance. The Minister of Economy and Central Bank, they have to work in tandem to understand the Nigerian economy. I mean, we not immediately bashing, but that guy just did whatever it takes to destroy the economy. I don't think there's been any point in time that we had a balance in the economy about everything. Everything they did was just horrible. So I mean, it's like Tinubu's already doing it himself, anyways. The need to unify the economy, unify the currency. Then it's important, to have one currency instead of this arbitrage of criminality that they had there for just a handful of people to embezzle the country. So this thing, something they may sound simple, but it's not about. It's about doing the right things and having the right people in place, um, to balance the economy. And we and I think Tinubu knows that. I mean, I think that's one of the things he also fought Obasanjo about, the need for independence for the states. Okay, is trying to do that with power right now. But the states, they have to be independent, okay, to be able to fend for themselves. Abuja should not be the place that everybody runs to go collect their funds and go back and do nothing. So the states have to be independent. The central bank important. The Minister of Economy too, critical. So I mean, to round it up, what Tinubu is doing is going out, but it has to look for the right people. But there has to be balance between the technocrats or the experts and the politicians, because 4 years is not going to do it. You need a solid 8 years continuously working hard.
Please, I have a question for you, please. Do you think federal government should stop allocation or reduce allocation so that it can prompt the states to work? I don't. I know they will stop it, but just to reduce it, so that the state can work. The states are not working. They are just sitting down waiting for the federal government at the end of the month to collect allocation and just share it. Thank you.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, the way the system is set up right now, unlike in the beginning in the original government, it's like it's a welfare state. It's a welfare state for a lot of the states. See, some states can afford to go to Abuja and collect the allocation and go back.
That is impossible, by the way, because sorry, Prince, apologies, but a lot of the resources that the federal space has is vested within those states. So if you are saying that they should stop their allocation, then you have to release their resources to them.
Well, yeah. See, because
you cannot be harvesting the oil and then tell them that you will keep your oil, but you go and feed yourself. You give them back their oil, and then they will go and feed themselves.
Yeah, well, that can stop because the federal government gets its funding from there also. But we all know the contribution to the pot is not equal. Some states are not doing anything. Do you know some states? We don't have to mention names, but there are some states that contribute very little to the national purse, but the percentage in which they get back from Abuja is much larger. So I mean, and there are some states like creative state like Lagos, and of course the oil rich states like the south states. They contribute a lot to the national purse. So it's not equal. That's the thing. It's making a lot of these other states lazy. And Nigeria is endowed. I think all the states, perhaps, with some kind of natural resource. If no natural resources, we talk too much about natural resources, but we do have a lot of human capital that we have. It's just a matter of finding ways, to make the best out of the people in these states. I mean, in this age, quite frankly, in this age of technology and everything, based on technology, we cannot be too much focused on natural resources. It's just a big plus, natural resources. But the human capital development is key, and we have it. And it's just about being creative and bringing about industries into this country, into the states, really. And many of the states they're not going to do it because it was going to take them time to think about it, to actually use the money they get from Abuja to do stuff for their states, and they don't want to do that. They're just taking the money, putting it in their pocket, and doing these menial projects and getting people excited, and that's what they're doing.
All right, brilliant. Prince, let's take a moment to catch up with Collins, who has not been with us for a moment. So Collins, Collins, what have you been up to? Is the fight over? Are we friends again?
It's not between me and you. It was more between me and your panelists. The conversation. The conversation sometimes was just I just had to tune off, to be honest. It was
you know what I'm trying to do is to win back and win as in WEAN back the excesses to a more neutral space. Now that the politics has come and gone, just really to pull the space back together. But But still with the politics, so what have you been looking at with the politics so far? So Tinubu, he promised to hit the ground running, and I suspect that in all fairness, some people will probably suggest that he has done that. Maybe that was for good or for bad, but certainly he has been impactful since he took over, and he's now been on this trip to France as well. Mixed reviews. But what have you made of it so far? Just I don't think we've caught up in all that while. So bring us up to speed to where you are politically, Clyde.
We have the thing about it is that I said it from the beginning when he took up the subsidy. I was one of the very first people that felt it was the right thing to do. I just know that he was dealt a really bad hand. Really, I don't know any other way that he could have done. I don't know any other thing he could have done if not what he's doing. Really, I just think that he's doing the right thing, and I think he has the the strength. He's probably one of the are very few among them, even though they all say the same thing, that has that strength to go at this pace that he's going. Because like I argued with you actually, one man and Angelica, of course, then that if he was to wait for a month to set out a palliative, the cabals and everything would build up. I think he was anticipating it. Not that I think he knew this. I mean, it's Tinubu, right? So knowing what the Nigerian state is like, because he doesn't want people to get hold of labor and everything, during that 1 month that he will be like, I'm planning this so that they will shut down the nation. He just had to do it there and then. And that was the only way he could have done it. Take that away, this will not be done. So, based on that, I think he's done the right thing. But the palliatives, he really has to quicken it up now, transportation or something, not giving people 5,000 naira, or that Buhari used to do, or that rubbish.
The World Bank is actually suggesting that he should do some cash transfers as an insulation to the biting economic policies that he's rolling out. I don't think that's a good idea, by the way, because that's just like a band aid, isn't it?
World Bank, they're really messing with us, and how are they going to be would they suggest that to any of their Western nations? That's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is that even if, okay, let's just say from the 800 million that he has, if he decides to give each of the states, I don't know, each local government, I don't know, five buses, similar to what Lagos has or something, and the state government actuates, and maybe some industrialist in that particular state actuate. Some state might end up maybe with 50 new buses, some that don't even have any already. So there will be a kind of balancing or something. I just think that they really have to think out of the box. That 5,000 is a lazy economist, because we don't even know the people that get this money, and they just create avenue for people to steal money, and that's just what it's going to be. I hope that he doesn't do that. I hope that he takes more lasting, that he looks into it more critically.
I'm with you on that actually, because if they set up some sort of like a government transportation sort of thing, which is subsidized, that will even force the commercial spaces to make some necessary adjustments. But yes, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, be something long lasting, something that can actually, if you tell state that if you can produce this amount of buses as transport, I will match it with this, or something like that. So there will be massive, before you know it, there will be massive wherever, mass transportation all over the nation. It will just be, people will get used to that. it will cushion the effect, and it will be long lasting. So that's one. So far, I think he's doing the right thing. The unification of the exchange rate, obviously. I mean, the scam there, from what we are hearing, is even worse than what's going on with NMPC and stuff like that. So he's done everything that he could possibly do. So far, I like what he's doing, and he's working.
Do you think that it is more the case that it is circumstances that has forced him to take these measures rather than either brevity or boldness on his part? Do you think the country was and is in a position that there was no other thing to do but to do this?
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think the circumstances is playing a part. I also think how the election and I just think that he needed to create something new, because for 8 years at least, okay, let me add Jonathan years, for 12 years, Nigeria really haven't experienced any kind of leadership, if to be honest. It just been we just been on autopilot basically. We just keep getting this money. We don't know where it's going, but money is sure coming. It just going and everybody just surviving. I just think that he needed to do something out of the box, because regardless of whatever happens, and like the question you asked, Prince, I think I think he should actually look for experts to head most of the critical ministerial roles. And my reason is this: I really want that politician that think less of politics but concentrate in governing, and hoping that if he governs well, it will not be a problem for him to win the next election, because Nigeria would vote for him, because he would have done well or done something different that will force Nigerians to go out and cast their vote for him. I really want a politician now that is not thinking politics in every decision that they're making. I really want a politician that wants to save the nation. I don't know if I don't know if that would be him. I don't know if like Garba Shehu said yesterday that Buhari couldn't take off the subsidy because they were thinking about politics. So they put politics ahead of the nation, and they just messed us around for longer than we should have been. That we should have been confused, looking for what to do. So I really want Tinubu to get experts to think about the people. What am I going to do to restore hope to Nigerians? Even though, regardless of how good Tinubu is, I don't think any Nigerians, I mean the suffering Nigerians, will experience anything tangible, at least for the next 3 years. But at least if they can hold on to that hope that he's working up to something. And I think that hope, he kind of giving people that hope now, because they've taken off
Do,
subsidy
do,
and
do, 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 do you think he has to do something big now? Because yeah, he's removed the subsidy. People are okay with that because they
people are
they they,
okay,
they,
yeah.
they they necessarily agree. And then he's removed the arbitrage in the exchange rate. People are okay with that. But then all of those things are impacting on people's wallets. So does he have to now do something big that waits in the direction of the people, just to point the direction of all of this pain that is making them undergo? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't know what he could do though. That's just a tough one. I don't know if you have any suggestion, because I really don't know anything that he can do like that, just to for people to feel like for people to feel like I think it's just the like if he would leave politics and just focus on who. I'm not saying that every expert will be able to work. He might bring expert people that are doing well outside of Nigeria or something like that, and they will come and they will not perform. But he will have that that strength to remove people, change people, not be like Buhari, and also decentralize the government, remove because we all feels like we have always thought, especially those in the southwest, have always believed that a Yoruba president will be able to decentralize Nigerian government where states have more power. Maybe the states can actually do something because Prince was saying something about what the states can do, but there is really nothing they can do. There are a lot that they can do, but the way everything is structured now, they don't really have to do anything. But if he would empower them, like take off all these things that the federal government is handling, and federal government start collecting that. So if he goes into that field now, I don't even think that he will get any pushback because the North are surprisingly quiet, on that maybe because of what their brother did for 8 years. They really don't know what to say. They're surprisingly quiet now. I just feel like Tinubu can do anything right now that he wants to do. And I think empowering the states to stand and start working and paying loyalty or paying tax or whatever to federal government will be the next best thing that he can do because federal government really can do everything. The government has to go down to the grassroots. It has to go back to the state, to the local government for people to start feeling any kind of impact. But the way it is now, everyone feeling like, oh, we can help ourselves. There's nothing we can do. Because imagine if Lagos State, for instance, now handle their police. That already, because we know that they have the money to pay for the police. The amount of money or job that will create in Lagos alone, and they will be paid properly, and if they are well policed and stuff like that, so those kind of things, we should just have some safe states. Every state will not work at equal pace. There will be states that will work better, but when people are moving, they know exactly what they're moving for. And state like mine, people like Southeastern, they will no longer be like, oh, federal government refused to develop our region or wherever. It will now be your governors have refused to develop your region. So I really hope that he looks into that area of governance, really.
Tinubu was it was in the restructuring narrative once upon a time, but he kept quiet about it under the Buhari administration. But a lot of people feel that he's a closet restructurist. So I suspect that maybe not wholesale, but you will see some critical. The next space that a lot of people are looking for is state police. So if he has the bravity to take that on, then we can see that would be an example of what I meant, by the way. But if he has the bravity to take that on, then that gives us some sort of sense of direction into normalcy.
Yeah, I criticize him a lot for keeping quiet during Buhari days, to be
But can
honest.
you see why now, though?
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
see
but
why now?
yeah, but looking
Ajale Koko was always flogging him here all the time, but you can
yeah,
see why now.
but looking back, I say that was all calculated moves. Because if he had been that vocal that somebody like me wanted him to be, he would never get to where he is now. So he needed to be that silent to get to where he is now. But now that he's here, he's been governor. Unlike Jonathan, he was a senator elected. He was governor elected. He's now president. So I really don't think that there's been a politician in Nigeria that met all that criteria prior to him getting there now. So as a governor, he knows all the fight that he had with the president. He knows all the things that he would have loved to do as governor that he wasn't able to do. So I really, really hope that he bring all that to bear and the restructuring starts a little by little. He doesn't have to, because saying it makes the North uncomfortable, but maybe them seeing it out and them seeing there is actually it might actually be better, especially after the disastrous 8 years that their brother have have had, So because there's nothing I can say that the Northerners benefited more than any other person in Nigeria. I just feel like we were all left to ourselves, really. Whether you're from the north or from the south, it doesn't matter where you're from. Buhari was just a colossal failure on all level. So I just feel like Tinubu would start restructuring without saying it. Like he says, start with the police, and do other things. Start with the resources, give people
Yeah,
back their.
because there's only really two big ticket items left in that restructuring: state policing and resource control. So the lower hanging fruit is state police, which I think the country is ready for. But I'm not sure that they're ready for resource control yet, because of course, like you said, a lot of them poverty stricken.
But is poverty stricken by all our making? To be honest, is poverty stricken because it was comfortable just getting politicians, because it will make people
Yeah,
listen.
but a
Yeah,
lot of states are not as resource endowed if it does resource control, and also if they are going to do resource control, if they are going to divest resources back to the states, are they going to have to ring fence certain resources like petrol, for instance? Because petrol is the mainstay of the economy. If they divest that to the south, do the South even have do they have the wherewithal to handle petrol? The people like Asari Dokuba and all of those elements they have over there.
Um, I, I'm sure there are ways to. I'm sure there are ways this whole thing can be done. I'm definitely sure that there are ways that it can be done. If they want to, if he wants to go there, I just like you said, I don't think any president want to be a president who doesn't have a lot of cash to work with, even though they're borrowing a lot at the same time. But he still want to be able to control the purse as well. But there are ways to work around these things. Maybe little by piece, maybe by piece. Maybe start by increasing what they're getting for a start, and they will be handing off. Federal government will be handing off bit by bit, because Tinubu loves Lagos. I want to believe that he loves Lagos, because that will also mean automatically handing off. At most, Tinubu will only be president for 8 years, right? At most, he will never be president more than 8 years. And so I just believe that there are certain things that he would do. By the end of the day, the states that he loves will end up benefiting a lot more. Will end up benefiting for the wrong run, really. And I feel like if he really loves Lagos like that, it's just the best that he sacrificed some things to want to achieve certain freedom for a state like Lagos that can thrive. And when Lagos start thriving, maybe it will force other states to start electing people that are ready to work, not just politicians going to look for money to steal, because there will not be a lot of money to steal. It will actually be people. Like from what I heard during the old Nigerian whatever, when the Southwest was doing very well, the governor of the southeastern state, I forgot what his name was, he came in and he started working. And before you know it, the Southeast started catching up as well. So it's all about who is willing to work. Because once somebody is willing to work and they come in there, they will find something. There are farmlands in the north. There are farmlands even in the south. So you don't have the resources, go to the farm. I don't know any oil or gold that is bigger than the farm with the population of 200 and something million people. I really don't know. Because
What
when
of
people
the
say they
good?
don't
What
have
of the good
resources,
and all those stuff in the north?
huh?
The good and all those stuff, all those
Yeah, the gold, but let's even talk about the food. 200 and something million people that needs feeding, with all that land and every other thing. So I really don't think there are any state in Nigeria will be like, oh, there is nothing for them to sustain themselves with. Obviously, there will be a lot of wide gap or margin between states, and they might even end up forcing some states to almost like merge together, not like merge like that, but they could be doing some things together to be able to sustain themselves. But let them figure out a way, creative ways to survive. What we are doing in that country, we are playing. But until Tinubu does that, I don't know any other thing that he would do as president aside from getting ministers and monitoring them. I don't see any other thing that he would do now as president. I think he's done the big things that that everybody expected him to do. It's just that restructuring thing. Yeah, once it's done, every other thing is just down to the people to now figure out a way to survive.
Collins, what did you make of the little contractor that Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala versus the Obedience and the Batified on Twitter? Did you follow that space?
I did.
And how did it get to where it got to?
I didn't, but I caught up with it quite late. I caught up with it quite late. When I caught up with it, there was already a picture that was, and I also saw her post about trying to tell people calm down kind of thing. It just like she said, it just a sad moment that we're living in, to be honest. That I've listened to other people's analysis. I really don't even listen to people that I agree with most times. That's why, I don't listen to certain channels, not because I don't like them. I like to listen to other people to get a balanced view. So I've listened to people who had a different view that maybe next time she should hold on to certain pictures, even if the one of our president hasn't got to her, that she should hold on until that got to her and she will post it first and before other ones will start coming. I've seen people make such comment.
Do you agree with that comment? Because we've also expressed that comment on this platform that that it is somewhat disrespectful because she published quite a swathe of functionaries, other presidents, any and everybody, and it was only then when she was called out that she rather published this sort of. It wasn't even especially an impressive photograph. It was more like a meeting in passing rather than a deliberate seeking out sort of do you think do you think there was an error in judgment on her part there?
A woman of her caliber that got to the level that she got to, the level that she is, I wouldn't think that. But I would. She's a human being, but I wouldn't. I would think that she will understand certain things. I think what she probably didn't understand is how divided Nigerians are right now. They will pick on everything, and I just think, for me as a human being, because she probably wasn't really thinking about it, to be honest. I just think that the pictures were probably coming in, or maybe she didn't like the picture or whatever, I don't know. So she probably might not be thinking that people will read the kind of meanings that they read into it. But I heard what people said. Like I said, I tend to listen to people that speaks from that angle. I listen to their tone. I know if it's coming from a hateful place, because of who she is, or they're saying it
You said it
because
comes from a hateful place, or what did they just say?
I say I listen to people speaking, then I listen to the tone to see if the tone is coming from a hateful place because of who she is, or if it's coming from a place of she made an error. And what I heard from those people speaking is that she made an error, or even if that was her judgment that it was a bad call. So I tend to go with that view that she made a bad call.
All right. So, having now experienced Tinubu for at least 3 weeks now, would you substitute him for Yemi Oshibanjo?
That's a hard one. That really is a hard one because it's a hard one because we don't know. For Yemi, it will always be you don't know, So you don't know. I don't know what he could have done better because given everything that Tinubu is doing right now, let's also be clear. Everything that Tinubu is doing right now is not extraordinary, but it takes a lot of courage to do them regardless. It takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing. Would Yemi Osimanjo have done those things and even do it better, maybe by communicating to the people a bit more? And it's coming from a place where they feel like we are in this together kind of thing. That is also possible. And in that case, would I say that Yemi Osibanjo would not manage people's feeling better than Tinubu? I kind of think that Yemi Osibanjo would. So I don't know how to answer that, to be honest, because Tinubu, he just started. We haven't really experienced him. So I will reserve my comment for some time to see how every other thing is coming along. But so far he's doing well. So far he's doing well.
All right. Actually, I've not read out the story, so maybe I shouldn't bring you this one. EU observers present final report on Nigeria's general election. Highlight key priorities. So I think that space is somewhat played out. Can you see circumstances that removes Tinubu from the presidency? Still the ongoing court cases, but can you see circumstances that will reverse him from that seat?
Well, there's no circumstances that will make anybody president right now. So worry will end up being it. That will be a rerun, and I would feel sorry for any person that will go and do a rerun with Tinubu right now because he's going to win. Unfortunately for that person, I think Tinubu so far have garnered more more love, affection from people today than he had few months ago. So far, because all of us that thought that he was gonna die, he didn't die. So he's moving around and carrying on with his duties and everything. So that is almost like play down using your word now. So you can no longer say shake it daddy or whatever stuff like that. So yeah, I just think that the most that will happen would be let there be a real run, and if he's going to do a real run with anybody right now, he's going to win. So I don't know who exactly will want to do that real run with him. So yeah, tough because he's just doing the right thing right now. So he's converting a lot more people. There are people that are more like, okay, let's see what he's. I mean, this man took off subsidy. People are buying fuel for over 500. People are not having lights and you're not hearing people wailing like they normally would. So people are getting on and every other thing. So people are accepting. They're beginning to like, okay, let's see what this man presidency will be like. And if you take him out tomorrow and he go for a rerun, he will win and he will get more votes. So you that did the rerun will end up losing the capital that you're going into the rerun with. So which means that the next election you won't even be you won't even be what is it? A candidate. You wouldn't even be a serious candidate then because he will feel like he will beat you anytime, any day. So I don't think he has anything to worry about. That's why I said that he should focus on getting experts to get Nigerians working. Because Nigerians, regardless of whatever we say, all this tribal rubbish and everything that goes on, what every Nigerian wants is still a country that works. As long as you're Nigerian, you still want a country that works. And if it looks like this man is getting it done, if he's already showing you sign that he will get it done, are you willing to gamble him with another person that you don't know, that you feel like he might get it done, but you don't know?
Hold on, brace yourself, Collins. I think Pansat wants to interject. Pansat.
Just for a minute. Hello, everybody, the panelists and those in the chat. Collins, I hope you do recall your commentary on the election, your prognostications, what you said was going to happen, where Tinubu was going to win and where he was not going to win. I hope you remember those, and that your performance was woeful. It was pleasant to hear for those who want a peaceful country, unification, the ideal. But it had nothing to do with reality, just like what you're doing right now. It's pleasing to hear. But now, if the election is rerun right now, would Tinubu win Abia State?
No, he said they will win the election. So Abia State is not the election. Yeah.
We're not winning. We're not winning.
A series of questions for. We have to pass it out.
No, we're not winning.
Taking wholesale.
I will come back to the to what you said, that because I would actually like you to refresh my mind what I said prior to the election. But would not winning Abia State make him less a president?
No, if that was the only question I had for you, then we can debate that. But what I wanted to do is to take him state by state, since you said.
Okay, remind me exactly what I said before the election, before you take me to this, to where you want to take me to.
Okay, first of all, let's take Lagos State, for example. You were asked,
there are 36 states, so we're not going to do all 36 states.
No, we're not. We're not going to do that. But once we get the idea in the other one. But in the last question you just posed to me, let's take Lagos, for example, what you said on Lagos. On many occasions, there were those who were advocating that Obi would even get 25% in Lagos, and you were adamant about that. He was not. You
don't know me. You're mistaking me with another.
No. I'm not. I'm willing to bet. I'm a betting man.
No, you're mistaking me with. I have always said. Listen.
Let's not be argumentative so that it doesn't invoke the.
No, it's not argumentative. But when you say something that, when it comes to Lagos State, I remember clearly, I said that it would be a miracle for B to win, but it's not impossible. Okay. Because the 25% rent, the 25 and the percent and the 30%, I discarded it from what I was like, B was definitely going to get at least above 40%. Well, so when you're saying 25%, I just know
I will, because I've listened to you. You're a very sincere person. You're very honest, and if you have a better recollection than I do in this case, I will look at it at the light most favorable to you. You said it would be a miracle if he won it, or I think you said if he got 40%. Okay, but it wasn't a miracle because he won it. So you were very wrong in that case. Even when I look at it in the light. Now, what do we do to people who come on a platform and they prognosticate and they're wrong? Do we just go piling on and give them another one to take a bite out of it, and then they keep being wrong and we just keep giving them another opportunity? I want to ask one man, what do we do to those people, such as Mr. Collins here, who make statements inadvertently that are deceitful, that are not true?
Yeah, what do you mean? That's a bit. You were doing so well, but the one deceitful. What's deceitful about that?
Honestly, one like guarantee your fine squad.
We must do something to Collins. We must do something to Collins.
No. What I'm saying, it doesn't have to be severe. It doesn't have to be
Maybe
severe.
you'll be the first person to break Collins's mild manner.
No,
Maybe we'll hear raised voices.
not at all. I said that Collins is a mild-mannered person, right? But you know that with that comes with a lot of responsibility. If we look at somebody who talks very nicely. Hold on,
listen,
let me land.
No,
Let me land, please.
Pastor, you know, you will not talk over me.
I'm not trying to. But I want to land though. Can I land?
Hold on,
no. During
the
election, if we have to go back to the election, everybody here knows that I'm obedient. I've never hidden that fact. So if because everything you're saying now is almost gearing towards to a place that I don't even recognize. Woman, I don't know if you recollect.
No. Let me tell you where Pansat is leading you to. Pansat is leading you to that. Your prognosis during the election it is not anything that recommends now your projection to the future. That you got it so spectacularly wrong that we shouldn't listen to you.
Listen, and woman, and if you remember when you guys were doing a lot of those prognosis, I always you cannot really be sure of what will happen on election day. I'm not one of those very few. It was when I think it was this no, it wasn't Ekene. There was one guy that came new then that was like Obi was not going to win Anambra, any state in Anambra.
That was Emeka.
Emeka and everything. I even took it. So what he's saying is almost like he's talking to somebody that I don't even.
No, that is. Hold on.
Maybe you will send me one of those things. Let me listen to. The only problem is that the recordings are usually too long, so it will probably take me a while to listen to it. But I was not big. I was not big on that prognosis when it was happening.
Hold on. It's prognostication. That's what all of us did it. We were actually forced to do it. One man had a series of that, and it started way before the election. But that's not actually my issue with you. And we can do a lot of these by.
Yeah, let's go go to your issue, because you're taking me back to a place that I'm just going to be arguing with you because
you're not. Yeah. You it takes two to argue. I'm not going to argue with you. What I'm saying is that when somebody such as yourself, the way you're looked at is that you're from the Southeast. Therefore, you carry, it's like you're from the inside pissing out. You're a reasonable voice from the Southeast. And you are. But then, when you overdo it and start doing damage to the country, you say that Tinubu is doing very well. In the same statement.
Sorry, do you disagree with that, by the way?
Of course I do. Because he also contradicts himself. In the same sentence, he says he hasn't been there that long to do anything. Right? Now, I was driving out, so I had to turn around to come log in. To be able to say to him, look, if you're going to be a reasonable voice, at least proffer stuff, show proof. You cannot say that Tinubu is doing very well, that because he's done so well, that you feel sorry for it. Why do you just relax? Hold on. It's your time.
You ask me a question.
I'm gonna.
Like you're talking to me.
No, it's a
long
question.
You ask a question, then I will answer.
I'm quoting you. I'm saying. I'm trying to say what you said. That Tinubu is doing well.
I did tell you to brace yourself.
It's all right. It's all right.
He says.
I would just like him to ask me questions.
I am going to ask you a question. You say that Tinubu is doing so well that you feel sorry. This is a quote unquote. You feel sorry for anybody who's going to run against him right now due to how well he's doing. That's a maddening statement to make.
Okay.
We have a country that right now they've had a subsidy removed without any kind of landing for them to say, okay, look, we're going to take this away because we're giving you this. We have this tax proposal We have insecurity doubling since Tinubu, Buhari was gone. We have
where's the data? Where's the data for that?
It's right there. I'll pull it out and show you because it's so common. It's common that you could tell by looking at it, by observation, right? So then you have a country where there's inflation. The dollar is 800, sometimes going to 1,000. That is not the youth unemployment and underemployment is in the 60 percentile. There's no hope. He doesn't talk to anybody. He made a statement on his inauguration day here and there. Since then, he's been gone. I mean, what are you saying by saying that somebody's doing good? What are you using to measure that? Please tell me. What are you measuring to say that he has done so well that you feel sorry for anybody who's in it?
Okay, let me answer.
Hold on, Pansat. You have to give him the time.
Yeah, let me answer.
To respond.
Let me respond to you. First off, subsidy. We all know that subsidy has to go. And I just feel like, I think I've repeated this like over and over. And I just feel like if Tinubu hadn't done that on the day that he did it, it would be nearly impossible for him to take off subsidy. And subsidy has to go. It doesn't matter how hard it is, personally. And if people in Nigeria are still carrying on without protesting, without doing anything, that is them also recognizing that they know that this should go. So they are adapting.
No, could you hold on that point? On that point, right there, hold on, please. Is it possible that they're just so beat down that they voted, their votes don't count, that protesting doesn't mean anything? They can't believe it. They're stunned. Have you ever seen something that's stunned? It can't do anything. It can't move.
No, you are taking it to. Hold on. Let Collins respond. You are taking into some wild speculative. Carry on, Collins.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's in the realm of speculation. But like I said, Obi knows that the subsidy has to go. Atiku knows that it has to go. Tinubu knows that it has to go. Now I'm saying that if Tinubu hadn't done that on the day like he did, it would be nearly impossible for him to do it. So based on that, he's done it and people are carrying on. The country hasn't shut down. And I talk to people like I know you do. I believe you're Nigerian as well. I talk to people in Nigeria who also understood why subsidy has to go. You might ask, what class of people are they? That's a different thing. But we are not going to be discussing that. But I talk to people as well. Things are hard, no doubt. But the kind of economy that we've been running or we've run for 12 years is not sustainable anymore anyways.
Are things hard or harder?
Things are hard.
Right. Since he came in, things are harder. We've always had it hard, but since he came in, it's harder. So how is he doing good if things are harder?
Listen, Pansat, it's just like having a toothache that you know that has to go. When you go to a dentist to take it off, you're going to feel more pain than you were feeling before you went to the dentist to take it off. But you know that it has to go.
That's
true.
Hold on, please. I agree with that.
Don't badger. Don't badger him.
I'm not.
You are badgering. Don't badger.
I will try not to.
Let it be back. If he doesn't give you the answer that you would like, then he's giving you an honest answer. So let him.
Very well.
You can't ask the question and pick the answer.
Very well. I'll take that. But look, with that analogy you just gave right now, you go to the dentist and they start pulling out your teeth like Tinubu is doing, or if somebody is going to put in some kind of what do you call this, anesthetics, right? Try to soothe it before you pull out your teeth. There's a difference, right? It's not subtle. It's not a subtle. In essence, in the analogy you're giving, I think he's badgering me. He's the
No,
one
no, no.
badgering
You're
me.
really
No,
not
you
asking me a
asked him a
question.
question,
No,
and
you're really not.
you are not giving him the room to respond.
Because
Yeah.
the thing is that I don't think you're listening to me. I say
It
going by
doesn't.
our history, we know that if he wants to do any of that before taking off that subsidy, it's not going to be possible because he would have given the cabals, whoever they are, the marketers, time to be able to group or regroup or know who to talk to or the people to hold on to make sure that it never happens. Somebody like me knows that it has to happen. And a lot of Nigerians are now coming to that same place that this has to go. So if Tinubu was able to do it on the day that he came in, what I then went on to say prior to maybe what I said that you heard that made you turn back, what I now went on to say is that he now has to put on a palliative that will now start to like cushion the effects that people are feeling and let it not be the
Like
normal
what?
cash transfer.
Like what?
You know,
Like what?
transports, mass transports.
Let me ask Colin a question. Pansa, 1 minute. Let me
Please
ask
do.
Colin
Yeah,
a
go
question.
ahead.
So what you are saying now is you are telling us that Tinubu's strategy to take off that thing or to make that announcement that this petrol subsidy is gone from day one is more reasonable and more a better strategy than what Obi was telling us that he was going to do, because Obi, after Tinubu removed this petroleum subsidy, Obi said he wouldn't have done it like that. He would have, tried to come up with a palliative first that will cushion the effect after taking off the strategy. So you are telling us that Tinubu's strategy and the removal from the one is better than what Obi was telling us that he was going to do if we are to be him. That president.
Okay, let me answer you. I really don't like those comparisons because I feel like we are running the election. But here is my take on that. Obi would have got there after putting the palliative in place and meet a stiff opposition that he probably wouldn't know that will exist. Because just as you're putting on the palliatives, the other people are also building up their army or whatever they are going to use to fight you to make sure that you don't get that done. I kind of think, this is my thinking, because I don't want it to be like I'm speaking from that I have any whatever inside knowledge or something. I
No,
kind of
you're
think that,
just pulling it out of your ass. That's where you're getting them from.
oh wow,
You're pulling it out of your ass because you
but
know there was no budget. There was no budget.
Settle down with the language.
No. It's just what do you call it? Listen to this. There was no budget for Tinubu did not remove that. It was not budgeted for. It had till 6 months, I guess, which would have been this month. It would have been over. But the thing is that the way he announced it was shocking to the Nigerians, not the system, to Nigerians. He just announced it like, I'm taking it off, but he wasn't taking it off. It's not in the budget, right? So when you I have the tape. I have one. There are a lot of. I have one tape of you and what you were saying was going to happen in the election, and because you speak gently, and I'm usually rushed, so I'm talking fast before one man disrespects me here and take the mic from me. But what I'm saying is that you have all day to talk. And boy, did you use it during that election, right? Every time you were on, you were very conservative when it comes to P2B. Very conservative. When it comes to Tinubu, you were very liberal. You gave him practically everything. And I have your tape now of the Lagos. If you don't want to live up to what you said,
No, play it, Pansat. Play it.
One man, you have the permission, right?
Please play it.
No, it's not me. It's one man. I'm trying to get permission, but you first have to deny.
Yeah. No. Carry on. Yeah.
So are you saying before we play it, we want to catch you, right? We just don't want to play it. So that's what I said. Did you say that Peter Obi has no chance whatsoever in Lagos? None.
I never said that. Play it.
Right? You never said that.
No, I never said that. Play it.
Okay. If you did say it, now because this is where I have a problem with Nigerians, right? What are the consequences?
Listen,
what should happen to you if you did say that?
Who am I talking with?
One man, what is going on here? One man, what is going on here?
Are you intentionally trying to provoke me or something?
I have not done anything wrong. I have not done anything wrong.
One man, what is going on here? Can we just?
If you don't want to play, it's not interrogation already.
Hold on. If you're not able to play it, then you're going to lose face. So play.
I am going to lose face. That's why I'm saying, if I do play it, I want to gain face. What should happen to him? Because you yourself
then he would lose face. Then he will lose face.
Oh man!
So you're on the spot now. So play.
I am gonna you're gonna I'm gonna send it to you. Then you're gonna play it, right? Or you're gonna give me permission to play it?
Just play it there.
Bro, play my voice.
It doesn't have it. It doesn't have it. That's
I do have it. Go to the next person that I want to play it. Next time I talk, I'll be playing it. Go ahead.
Next time? No.
Right now. But don't wait for me until I set it up. I have to set it up. I have to tee it up. But talk to somebody else. I generally could go ahead and talk. I'm gonna play it now.
No, all right. So you see, when I told you to brace yourself, you see that what I said.
I will just stay awake for that to be played before I go to bed.
No, it'll be in the next few minutes.
Okay.
You sleep, we're gonna wake you up.
Don't worry. Pansat is a man of his word. He will
Thank
play.
you very much.
Look, so Collins, Obi's strategy, according to what you just said now, might not have worked.
Given the level of criminals we have,
Tinubu strategy.
Given the level of criminals we have in Nigeria, the level of criminals we have in Nigeria, it's possible that he would have got there and find the opposition that he didn't anticipate. I just feel like the best way, if he's going to go in a month's time, if he goes a month before, take it out, because it was his first speech, right? And he said that it wasn't actually him doing it, even though he's gone on now to admit that he said it on purpose on that day or something like that. But it's his first speech, so he can actually be like, I wasn't the one that done it. Because if he's able to sustain it, people will be like, there is money to keep paying for this subsidy, so it cannot be taken out.
Okay.
You know, I would be amazed if Pansat is able. It would be something else. I don't even remember when Colin was there. I don't keep. I'll be amazed.
Bro, I will be amazed, but I will amaze myself.
No, I won't be amazed if you said it or not. But that he's actually able to. That means he's keeping records of. I'll believe it. I thought it would go up another stratosphere in the weirdness space that I've already placed in.
One man, I have $200 to play around with. He will not bring anything. If you are ready, take me.
Yeah, he will be the one taking you on.
Collins, what you just said now, we are noting it down. Pansat is noting it down. It's going to be used against you in the future. When you turn around again, you have said it clearly that Tinubu strategy, by taking out this remover from day one, is the best.
Bro, before the election, I told you
what Obi will have done. This is what you said tonight.
Listen. Before the election, I said it here when Buhari reversed that Buhari has done Tinubu dirty for not sticking to that removal. Didn't I say that? I have always believed that thing has to go. And I believe that dragging it on is not helping anything. So if it's going to go, let it go. So I'm waiting for Pansat to play my voice. When
do you think that will happen?
Where I'm very
before
liberal.
Kingdom.
Where I'm very liberal. Listen, I'm respect. I don't even respect Tinubu like that during the. Come on, I don't even respect it. The whole thing is
that
even
is what
amazing.
Pansat is pointing out to you, that you never respect Tinubu. You never believe he could.
No, but that's not what he's saying.
Better than Obi. You never, and he's pointing it out to you now.
No.
Why are you turning? Why are you turning three?
No, that's not what he's saying.
Around.
That is not what he's saying. Are we on? One man, am I wrong? Did I understand it differently from Angelica?
I tune out when Pansat comes on.
No,
so
Angelica, what Pansat is saying is that I'm liberal with Tinubu, which means that I'm very.
What Pansat is saying to you? Should I tell you what Pansat is saying to you?
Yeah.
What Pansat is saying to you is that when you turn up here, you go native because of the abundance of Yoruba people here, and you are not punching your weight enough as a Southeasterner. That's what Pansat is saying to you.
No, he's making it look like the thing that brought me to the platform before. Man, I've been the what I blew up here once when somebody was saying something about. Bro, I even turned off because of the whole ethnic thing that was going on. So when he says that, listen, Obi or Tinubu, by the end of the day, I want a Nigeria that works, not president of my extraction. That's not what I don't care about Obi more than I care for a Nigerian that works for everyone. If Tinubu will get the job done, let him do it. I don't give a monkey. I mean, it would have been good if somebody of Southeastern got there, but it also has to be someone that could do the job. I believe that Obi could do it. That was why I supported him. But Tinubu has the job now, and I think he's doing the right thing so far. So like when you put me in a spot asking me between him and Osibajo, I was like, I don't know, because it's new. But I just think that Osibajo is probably a bit more humane than Tinubu. So I don't know. I don't know. And I say it again, if that election is to be rerun tomorrow, based on the clout that Tinubu has right now, Tinubu will win that election.
Just to buttress what you just said. Yesterday we were looking at data coming out of Google Trend, and the guy's popularity continues to surge right across, especially in the north. It's the most searched, it's the most researched. I think if the elections, because a lot of the concerns that people had about him has been quickly dispelled. His capacity to take action, his decision making, and the quality of that decision, his presentation as a person, the communication with the Nigerian people, opening up Aso Rock to the cameras, all of this, all within.
Let me say this again, since people are now taking note, because I want this to be noted down as well. I have always said that I didn't like Tinubu because he belongs to the APC. I've always made that clear. I've always said that I probably might not even vote for Osibanjo because I can still not disassociate him with APC. But Tinubu is already doing something that it's almost like he's even, I don't know, if I'm going by what is happening and the way he's changing Buhari men and every other thing, you even feel like he's not an APC person. So now everything is beginning to look like, to me, that he had the strategy all along to be mute, not to say anything, so that he could get to the position that he wanted. So am I going to be hating him for the hating sake just because he's not from Southeast? I mean, that's his
okay. Look, I didn't know you actually going to not be precise about what you said. What's going to happen in the election? It's going to take me a while to tee this up, right? I will, however, respond to a couple of things that one man is posing to you, right? He just said that Tinubu's social media ticked up a little bit. It's not about when somebody's president of a country, he's the first primus, right? He's the first citizen. Everything leads to that office from the country. Now, in his case, he's notorious. They're talking about his certificates. They're talking about all kinds of negative things about him that ticks up in the social media. Now, a smart guy like you would have pointed it out to him, to one man, because he's asking for that. He's a moderator, and sometimes he teases these things up. He knows the answer.
But he wasn't teasing it. I was saying it, and he just went on and called.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying anybody, all of us who are listening to what's going on. Okay, we have bigger fishes to fry than that. But in that case, now, when you're being reluctant about saying that Osinbajo is better. Please, let me land this point. I'm not doing personal attacks here. I'm saying that you listen to him talk, and that's a virtue in somebody speaking mildly like he does. I would like to talk like that. I don't talk like that. But then you cross the line when you're having a difficulty choosing Osinbajo over Buhari or Tinubu. I have no respect for anybody who does that. I'm sorry.
Over Buhari.
No,
over Buhari,
don't
over
make
Tinubu.
personal comment. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is
that. Sorry, Collins, allow a moment. Pansat, what journey are you embarked upon? Because I'm not clear. Not with Collins, but just in general.
In general,
sorry. Let me line it up for you. Okay. Are you in a space that is this going to be the next 4 years for you? That when Tinubu sips a cup of tea, you bellyache that is not coffee. Is this because it's going to be a grueling 4 years? If this is where does this stop?
Let me answer you this way, right? One man, I am the kind of the way my position is this. It's very clear. I'm like a man who has daughters, right? Let's say a daughter comes to me and say, I'm putting it on Nigeria. Nigerians are like my daughters now. If they want Tinubu to be the president, that's what's going to happen. We're going to go through this process. It's part of the election, is that tribunal and the Supreme Court. Okay, nothing is done until that come in. If you believe in the law, in the Constitution, as shambolic as it is, you have to understand that those people are not wasting their time. They're going, admitting evidence, discarding the ones they don't need, and they have a decision to make. Now, anybody who has any heart for our country or respect for rule of law knows that what INEC did after we spent $400 billion and the elect, nobody's happy. Tinubu, Obi, Showore,
it's very rare that losers are happy. I've never yet met a happy loser.
That is true if you lose fairly, right? If you lose fairly. Now, one man, I have to let you know that it's important that we begin to build our country. The jokes apart, the gentleman apart. You just can't be admiring gentle people. We have to, at some point, give respect to the truth, and whoever's carrying it. It could be a bomb. We are at the crossroads right now where there's a tribunal. You have to respect that tribunal. If they come in and say Tinubu won the election, well, we'll take that off for him.
Sorry. Apologies, Pansat, that you were not here when Ogbeni took time off his busy schedule to come and talk us through that tribunal. So that's, if you are pinning your hope on the tribunal, then that hope is going to be dashed very quickly. The tribunal has nothing to, because Peter Obi presented nothing, you see, just a bunch of silliness was the totality of everything. It was here for nearly, and it's a senior lawyer, by the way. It was, so It's just so forget the tribunal.
Well,
Let me just say this. You know, your destiny as a Nigerian is already booked and locked in for the next 16 years. For the next 16 years. So your destiny as a Nigerian is booked and locked in for the next 16 years.
Let me hold
on. Let me land it. Tinubu is going to be your president for the next 4 years. There's no equivocation on that. And then the probability, or almost certainty, is that he's going to be your president for the next 8 years. So after that 8 years, power will transit to the north. And then your president is either going to be Kwakwanso, Kashim Shettima, or El Rufai. So if you add 8 plus 8, that gives you 16. So you can do whatever it is that you guys do.
Let me tell you.
But that's your destiny locked in for 16 years.
Let me answer you this way. First of all, before I answer you, I want you to know that I would prefer that. Right? We have to change that country. So if those things you're talking about happen, it goes my way. It favors me. But let's remain in the realm of the present, right? What Tinubu is enjoying right there is nothing but Buhari's wickedness. That's all. Tinubu could not win that election or rig it or do any other things he's doing. His cabal. It's not really Tinubu. He couldn't do it without Rufai and northern governors and their trick, right? So it's not Tinubu. It's not. Remember that. It's Buhari. That's who did it. He played Nigerians and he's done that all his life. He hasn't done one good thing for that country. Even though he benefited from an election where an incumbent president handed over to him. That wasn't enough for him to start to put the country together so we have an electoral process that's transparent and credible. So he put Buhari there by rigging it with this Mahmoud, right? It has nothing to do with any genius. Tinubu did not win a single state. In some states in the Southwest, he got 25%. He didn't win a single state. Hold on. I did it mathematically here. I said for people like Collins. Hold on, please let me land. I'm just about to land. Hold on. I did it mathematically here. If you said to Collins in January, February, what state would you say for sure Tinubu is going to win? He would have said Lagos, right? So we assign that as his 10. So when you have X, it's less than 10.
No,
right? Hold on, let me land.
I'm not gonna let you land. I won't let you land because you're still not able to play the record, and you're still. I'm gonna
play it, but hold on.
Listen, Pastor. No, you can't be throwing words out there like that. No, that's not that.
Okay,
I mean,
well, go ahead. What are you?
It's gone from speculation now to you. Would you want me to say that you're lying against my name?
If you think I am, if I asked you in January, what state do you think Tinubu is going to win? What would you say? What would you say? Tell me now. Tell me now.
Stop doing that, Pastor. If you are going to play the recording, play it so we could hear. If you're not going to play the recording, can we bin this? Because I already get a picture of who you are when you start saying that in some states in Southwest that Tinubu did get 25%. I mean, let's be serious here.
You're not conservative when it comes to Tinubu. What would you assign him?
What do you mean? I don't like
state?
Tinubu.
What state? Okay, tell me.
Listen.
What state would you say?
I don't know. I
think sorry. Let's not. Sorry, Collins. Let's not re-legislate that space. As we are all speaking now, the president of Nigeria is Bola Tinubu. And that's just the reality of it. So whether you say Buhari did XYZ and Tinubu did ABC, the president of Nigeria is Bola Tinubu, and that's the reality of it.
But it's not really one man. We have a tribunal.
The president. Who is the president of Nigeria today, as we are speaking now?
Right now, tentatively, it's Tinubu, right? But there's a tribunal going on.
It is right.
It's not settled.
the president of Nigeria is Bola Tinubu.
Yes,
That's the reality.
That's exactly the reality.
So,
in the sense that
whether
if
Buhari
you,
did XYZ
it
or
has some
ABC.
caveats to it, right? The caveat is this: there's a tribunal looking at it to see if he's even qualified to run, right?
All right.
He may not be qualified to run.
He may not even be a Nigerian.
He may not be a Nigerian. Right?
It may not even be from the planet. Did you hear the speculation that it's a Martian?
No, he might
Mars?
not. He might not be a Nigerian. That's not a joke, right? Plus, I know for a fact myself. I know that he did not win the election. I know that he did not win a single state.
All right.
I was going to do it mathematically because that's how I normally settle this thing.
No, you don't. No, it's a conversation we had already. Now we are just going to cycle.
Okay, no problem.
Please, are you going to continue to subject us to this torture? We're making sacrifices.
Bazard brings entertainment value.
The truth tortures the soul. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth. Collins, I'm surprised at you because you came on here for over half a dozen times that I know. And you were questioned by one man when he was very curious about everybody's everybody's stake on the election.
We have moved away from this, but let me tell you
what
I said
hold on,
before.
please.
No. Stop saying hold on. You keep talking a lot.
Second time, I'm gonna yield to you. Go ahead.
No. You keep saying hold on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You won't just stop. You won't just stop.
Hold on. Let Prince come in for a moment. Prince.
Sorry, let me say this. What I said before the election, just so we're clear, is that I do not see Obi getting 25. What is it called? The states. How is it called? 24 states.
Yes, 25 in 24.
25 in 24 states. I did say that. Because
that panned out.
You said he's gonna win Lagos.
Listen.
You said he's gonna win Lagos. Answer that,
bro. Yes, I said it.
That he was gonna win Lagos.
I said it. Yeah.
Okay.
Go and
play. You said he was not going to win. No. He misheard what you said.
Yeah. Ask him, please.
No,
I need him to answer.
No. He wants to focus on this Lagos, and because of this, I really want him to go pull it whenever he will pull it and play.
We can actually solve this thing by consensus right now. One man, what did you remember him saying about Lagos? Did he say
I said he will
Obi is gonna win? Excuse me.
No. He said Obi was going to score 25%. That he was going to make that. I'm not quite sure what percentage he said he was going to score. But when it was pushed, that because I think I was the one saying that Obi would not even get double-digit percentage in Lagos, and he said no, he's going to score over 25%. He didn't give a percentage, but I cannot recall.
Right,
he did not say Obi was going to win Lagos, though. Nobody said that.
But now he's trying to claim that he said that.
No,
right in front of us right now, he did that.
Listen, Passat, I want you to play this.
He heard me right. You know what I mean? So that's two counts.
Okay, one man. See, quickly, I was gonna say, Passat has found a loophole on your show. It gets controversial so it can dominate the show. I mean, he's always done that. Every time he comes on board, I realize that he gets the most minutes allocated because it goes around in circles and it dominates the show just to be controversial and people can respond to him. See, Bishop is trying to come in, I guess, and other people.
I don't stay long. You're wrong about that. I don't stay long when I come.
And it doesn't leave us any better than it met us. So it doesn't add anything.
That's not true. That's not true. Tell the truth.
Well, every time you come on board, like 90% or 80% of the time is allocated to you because you want to prove the unprovable many times, and because people want to dispute or challenge your position, then it keeps going and going.
No, you're not in this discussion because
you see, I heard about 30 minutes ago. Hold on, I heard about 30 minutes ago that Yeah, I heard about 30 minutes ago that you were going to show a video, and I've been waiting myself. I've been waiting to listen to the video.
I'll be showing him. One man has a lot of shoes. I'm trying to.
Okay, until you show the video, I think we should go ahead and move on to somebody else. I think that's fair. That's what I think.
It's a good suggestion on that point. But before you move on, one man.
No.
Let me say to.
It was something controversial again.
If it's not controversial, I like to listen. Right? I'm somebody who likes to learn. You do see me when there is a problem. I don't come in here so I could yam it up, right? I come in here for somebody that we respect, like Collins is a gentleman. You have a few of them here who are from the southeast, right? But in order for them not to be like me,
Ekene is another one, a gentleman.
Ekene is a gentleman,
in fact,
right?
most of our
regular,
they're gentlemen. As soon as we polish you off, then all of them will be gentlemen.
There are two types of gentlemen. Okay,
no,
you have the Kene gentleman and then the Collins gentleman, right?
No, Pansat, you have an assumption that is unhealthy. To be honest with you, okay. The last time that I listened to one man was the last time that when the Lagos thing law came out. I saw how they were badgering Ekene. When Ekene said that, oh, okay, Igbos will go to Port Harcourt, I saw one of the guy make it say something wherever. That was actually the last time I listened to one man. Because I just felt like I have actually, what's the name of the Sita, the Igbo woman that I've had a go with her because of how she was talking down on Igbo people. So I really don't get when it comes to
okay, all right, okay. I'll rest it. By the way, Collins, let me apologize to you. If I've come in a way to actually put you in a light that is not positive. I'm not saying you're not positive. So let me end it right there. You said a lot of things here that is good for our country, and it's good to have Southeasterners like you, who could be the nexus to the Southwesterners, right? That's good. I have never challenged you, but it becomes kind of disturbing. See, I'm concerned when you have a difficulty saying to people that Peter Obi is the right candidate at the moment. It doesn't even come close. Or when you're talking about Osibanjo and Tinubu or Buhari, I mean, it's just moral clarity. You have to have that
conversation I had prior to the election. I said that Peter Obi was my candidate, and I said that if it was between Peter Obi and Osibanjo, that my only problem choosing Osibanjo will be how do I disassociate him from APC. That aside from that I will choose Osibanjo. But that was before the election. Listen, the election is done now.
You shouldn't have a problem picking between Osibanjo and
election is done now.
You should not have any problem between those two, right?
One man, did you just hear that sacrilegious out there? Osibanjo cannot tie his shoe.
No, that's Vansat now. Yeah, you're not new to him anymore, so you know what the expectations are.
Listening to these things.
Sorry, repeat that.
No, I said that's what I'm saying. I'm pointing it out that I am tired of listening to these things.
All right. So there it is. Moderate the language, Pansat. So moderate the language, Pansat.
What did I say that I should moderate? What did I say? What's wrong with what I said? I contrasted two people, and I say that Peter Obi is in a totally different league because we had a chance now to see Osibanjo in office, right? And he was quite docile in that position. Now, you can't say, what can a vice president do? A vice president could do a lot. Could protest. He could resign. So, in his case, it's not that he's not smart, right? It's not that he's not smart.
Who is smarter, Osibanjo or your man?
Osibanjo or Peter Obi?
Yes.
You can't compare those two.
I
don't have a man, but I'm talking about Peter Obi against Osibanjo. No Nigerian should have any problem making that choice, because if you do, you have a deeper problem. Either you have a tribal problem or you're just plain stupid, right? Because we see a vice president in office where he's a lawyer, he's a smart guy, because we know he had the office for a couple of weeks and he was able to act in executive position, and he was doing quite well. But for some reason, he sat there where you have genocides by his administration. You have 60%.
No, answer the question. Who is smarter? Yeah, your man or Shibanjo?
I don't have a man. If you mean P2B will wipe the floor with him. They're not even in the
all
same
right.
league. You can't compare the two.
With the third class of where they go, or not, they carry
No, look, Bishop, yesterday I enumerated how you rate things, right? It's like it's called a rubric. Hold on. You go through you set up the rubric of grading somebody you want to choose to be president. Okay, how he talks, his intelligence, his mannerisms, his past, right, and then his education. All that play a role, but there's not one thing that carries it and say he had a first-class education. That's not the way you do it.
There you go again. Wrong as usual. It was not me. It couldn't have been me.
No. So, I spoke on this platform, right? I spoke on the platform. I didn't say that you and I were having a debate about it. I spoke.
Just say what I said now. Yesterday I said what?
All right. So it's made the adjustments to that comment. So let's just otherwise that could flare up. But
do I get to conclude then? Do I land?
Okay, conclude and then.
Since it's Pansak, can you enumerate how P2B is so superior than Oshibanjo, so we know at least some of us don't know.
Before you do that, let me enumerate why and how he's not. Bishop already highlighted that I didn't know he had a third. I thought he had a pass. So from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, where he spent an inordinate amount of years to get that third class.
Philosophy. Emphasize philosophy.
Yes. So where he spent an inordinate amount of years to get that third class, and then he went on, not anything spectacular, but really you have to always admire hard work, container economy, import and export, and that was the pathway to his fortune. So import and export, he made a volume of money, and then he bought his way into a bank where he got a title for himself. And then he went on from there to maneuver under the banners of the popularity of Ojukwu to land himself in Anambra State as the governor under dubious and controversial circumstances, when he then went on to make a spectacular failure of 8 years in that space. And of course, not an orator, not everyone is, but even in your oration, whether you're good or not, the content of your word gives an indication to how your mind works. So we've listened to Peter Obi endless times and always to regret, because there's never any sense that comes out of the man. If you contrast that with Oshibanjo, erudite, excellent, presentable contemporaneous, first-class education to the pinnacle of what education can offer. He then head-hunted into politics, by the way, an unwitting and unwilling politician. By virtue of strength of his intellect, he was head-hunted to be the Attorney General of Lagos State, where he then excellently fought off the Obasanjo administration as the Attorney General of Lagos State. He fought to Obasanjo to such an impressive level that Obasanjo tried to actually purloin him from Tinubu at that time. So he didn't succeed, of course, because Oshibanjo went to report back that they are trying to make me federal. But then he did become federal eventually, and it was just one step to the pinnacle of the Nigerian state. So that's the difference between the two men. So I'm not quite sure then what Peter Obi has to offer anything. Pansat.
Okay, thank you very much, one man.
So,
And
before you go, George, 1 second, 1 second.
Let Pansar go. Sorry, yeah, Pansar.
Thank you.
Second now.
No, you cut the. Okay, go on.
Second, 1 second.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
Okay, go on.
A professor at 33. Simple.
All right. Okay. Yeah, to your Pansar.
Is that why you're killing yourself to get in a word? Of course, I give all those to.
What
have
do you
all
mean?
those by
Killing yourself to do what?
No, don't go for that one. Sorry, yeah, just take that one on the chain. Yeah, Pansar.
Right. No problem. You get all those by stipulation from me, even the ones elucidated by one man. All that, I give to Prof. But there's a lot more required of a leader, especially president, right? Not even a vice president. Now we know he's woeful as a president. That's a vice president. There's nobody here who would argue otherwise. But there are things such as integrity. In the entire Africa, nobody's got more integrity than Peter Obi. Nobody. It's not even close.
Africa or the world?
Africa. Let's go with Africa for now.
Okay.
All right. So, at least because I don't even want something a foolish person would argue with me about. Obi's got integrity.
You told us once upon a time that he's superior to Obama.
He is. Now, in delegation, communication. Hold on, please. Communication. Communication. Obi's got cleans the prof's clock. Communication. Obi communicates very well. Now, remember, communication is not speaking big grammar. I know how Nigerians look at communication. They think it's somebody who comes and talks like, what is the guy from the Edo State that talks a lot of big grammar? That's not communication. Communication is talking so your people, your audience can understand you and go where you want to take them to. Self-awareness, gratitude, learning agility, influence, empathy, courage, and respect. Very good leadership qualities. Not even Osibajo would argue those things. Obi is a humble man. He's been a chief executive of a state, and he ran that state exemplary, the way, or if other states do the same, that we're talking about taking his state from number 26 or 27 to number 1 in education. One of the things that we need in the country, in the continent, in the world. He knows how to do that.
But not that to acquire one for himself, but carry on.
No, I know that you
one man. People are sleeping in the comment section. People are sleeping. Can we just move on, please?
It's our job here to keep them awake, because the one that I'm not doing a good job here. My job here is not to keep people awake in the comment section, right? I'm here to discuss the issues we have burning in the country. And I was given a good question, so allow me to answer it. I'm not knocking Osibajo. I have respect for Professor Osibajo. He's an educated man, smart. When he talks, you don't even know he's from the Southwest. Doesn't have the accent or the mannerism. He could easily be an Igbo man or Hausa man or from Edo State or whatever. He's not somebody that you're going to be using to divide the country. So now, we saw Obi's leadership qualities in Anambra State. He actually came out and he makes the statement that is probably unheard of. He says to his opponents, look, Anambra has not bought me a bottle of water since I left the office. I did not waste their money. You find one, and I've stopped campaigning. Now, nobody has sued any of these characters that run against him for electoral malpractice, campaign malpractice. I had a chance to speak to one I forgot his name now, the youngster from Southwest that ran. Prince, his name Prince Adewale or something like that. So I was asking him, hey, you did your opposition research on Obi. Why? What's wrong? Why shouldn't we vote for Obi? You must have found something out, because he says, if you find where I mismanaged the money or do anything wrong, I'll quit. Nobody's come up with anything as vicious as Tinubu is.
And what did the prince say when you asked him that?
He said that he did his own research. I guess he was trying to be funny. He says that he found out that he was better than Obi. That's why he's running. He didn't find anything.
Did you know that the prince was on this platform, spent close to 8 hours with us?
I did.
Right.
A week before that.
And
a week before that.
He spoke on Obi.
Yes, a week before that.
And all he did was to slam him. A total fraud. Was
it's politics. I went toe to toe with him, and I tried to educate him on a lot of things.
You tried to educate him
on the things he was doing wrong, because he could make it, but he has to play the smart politics. You can't go from not even being a dog catcher to being president. All these guys should have worked with Peter Obi, including Showore and the prince that I'm talking about, right? So hopefully he stays in the arena and internalize the advice that I gave him. He and I went on it for almost half an hour, and I tried to point out where he's got it wrong, right? So, but I have respect for him. He's smart. He's gonna be in our future. Hopefully, do the right thing for the country. So now, but coming back to what I'm talking about, most of this is gonna be a rehash of what you already know. Peter Obi is the man for the continent for now. If he was Nigeria's president, all these presidents from South Africa and Kenya and other places who are trying to be Pan-Africanists, trying to look out for the continent, he would have been there to lead them do it. Just imagine somebody like Macron of France taking a raw deal.
It's a good thing you cannot see the comments coming from Facebook. You're not popular there, but carry on.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't go into a popularity contest. We have a problem in our country now. I don't have the leisure to be liked. Like is good. Don't get me wrong. I want to be liked. I even want to be loved, right? But it doesn't mean anything to me. That is not the currency that I operate with. I go with truth, because anybody who is from Nigeria and is being liked right now is stupid. We should be making trouble. We should not be liked. The West should be fighting us in a war right now. But unfortunately, we don't have that, whatever you call it. So let me just say, don't like me, but let's deal with the truth. Let's do the right thing. That's it. So I don't want to dominate the stand and give Bishop a heart attack, but Bishop, I hope that answers your question. And of course, you, one man, and Prince, who asked me. So I want you to know there is no comparison between those two, because they've both been in office. Or Sibai just never held a position, an executive position. And the closest he came to it is this vice presidency, and he didn't do very well. And you know that he didn't do very well. As a lawyer, he never advised his principal to be legal, obey the courts. And then if they didn't take his advice, he should resign. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, gentlemen, I have an early start, early appointment tomorrow. So I'm going to hand over to Thomas now, a bit earlier than I traditionally do. But just to acknowledge the super chat, Kulata, you can already see on the screen, luxuriating in the somewhat psychedelic opinions of Pansat. Prince Daddy comes in with a super sticker, as of course, traditionally, as Ayo always does, and he rattles off a couple, kicking it off with a super chat. So thank you for all of those. So Thomas, to you. So gentlemen, I bail out early. I have an early appointment in the morning. See you tomorrow.
One man, I'm going with you. But before you go, let me just say that I criticize you for a lot of things, especially during the election, about being a Tinubu's mouthpiece. But your passion, I have to commend you for that, man. I just feel like I couldn't do what you're doing.
Pansat is a good example. He's been round the internet and back, and only this space can moderate him. Because you have to give him a long rope. That's what people don't know. Just give him a long rope.
One man, before you go, I wanted to tell you there is an
You-
artist in the southeast that is called One Man, and he plays things like Osadebe and Warrior and all that. I want you to check it out so you could play it on your.
But you promised to play us a theme song, and you never delivered on that.
I know, but this would even be better. I will still deliver that one, including the Collins tape. I'll work on that tonight and bring it out tomorrow. Collins, show up here tomorrow so I could we could conclude this thing here, right? But One Man, look up that One Man. One Man Osadebe.
If I'm not here,
if it's not copyright protected, I don't because I've been struck too many times for these copyright people.
Yeah, just check it out on your own, so for your own delights, right? I think you will like it.
You see, I luxuriate in Igbo culture and Igbo music, and you guys go around calling me anti this and anti that. It's just so anyway. You are a big god. I don't know what more. Just because I say Peter Obi is just it's a dumbass.
Hello, woman. Hello, woman.
Yes, the prime.
It's quite amazing how Pansat is trying to launder the image of Obi that Nigerians have rejected in massive numbers. I don't even really understand from which planet he's talking of, as on which Obi trying to show education has been number one. That position has been going around any state that decides to do the right thing. So using that as one of his major achievements, it's a bit worrisome, like how much you can descend.
Obi does not have a CV.
Obi does not have a CV. It's not comparable to even a local government chairman in Lagos. It's not comparable to a Papa local government chairman. And it's quite funny, like Obi, I don't really understand from which point he's trying to launder Obi. Nigerians
so, Collins, what do you say? Collins, what do you say there? Collins.
No.
Collins is not Pansat now. At least
is Collins here? Collins, are you here?
One man, I thought you were going.
Yes. All right. Good night. But to you, Thomas, General Thomas, over to you.
Who called my name? Who said my name? I'm going anywhere.
I called your name, Pansat.
Thomas, I like.
Yeah, I wanted you to respond to him. He was talking. He said it will be.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Yes, the one man seller has gone. Yes, there's no dilly dally now. Let's go to the point and let's talk.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, there's new sheriff in town.
Was
Please,
that one man dilly dallying around?
No, there's no dilly dallying. There's no dilly dallying around. Yeah, let's go to the main topic and let's talk some facts. Yeah, some facts. Yeah, thank you so much, Pastor.
You coming to me for that? For facts?
No, not you. You've been spoken all the way. So let's hear from another people, another new voice coming.
You see,
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, the prime. How are you? You just came in, but give your assertion there. We go to the people that have been waiting. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Actually, yeah. I was really taken aback when he was trying to launder Obi. That was really why I came in. Like, hey, bro, stop calling the day night for us. We're not idiots yet. We all saw what Obi did in his state, and it's not what anybody desire for the country. So, in terms, because there's this mistake people do, character and competency, they are two different things. You might have the character, but you don't have the competence. So, and results doesn't, you can't forge those things. The result on ground doesn't speak to the fact that Obi is that brilliant. It's simple as ABC. Please.
The prince, yesterday I make a comment, and I'm still going to make that comment now. I said we have people on this platform that think they have more IQ more than Peter Obi, that are brilliant more than Peter Obi. And I see owning that to today. That's what I'm still repeating it now.
Yeah. Now,
Oh no, Passat, please, Passat,
can I ask you a
please.
question? I want to ask you
No,
a
no,
question.
no, no, no. Please, please. You've been talking all through. Let other people speak. You will speak later, please. I beg your pardon, please. Please. Let other people speak, please. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Let me
the
finish my
direction.
comment. Yeah. Yeah. I said it doesn't cut to me as I don't listen to him, the prime. I don't listen to him because when he's talking, I can't even see any sense. I still holding it. It's just our people. We want our people to be president. I want my people. I want my guy to be there. That is what I think about him. That is my opinion. Anyway, yes, yeah. Finish
Sorry,
your thought.
it's a bit difficult for someone that doesn't have the ingenuity to increase the revenue of a state that did at best 15%, and you want me to leave someone that did over 500% and go for that. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So when people try to like say, Obi, this, if he's a gentle person, if he's an humble person, it does not translate into efficiency.
All right.
It's
So,
as simple as that. Please,
Thomas,
can you counter me
yeah, well,
on
that's why
those
I'm trying to
facts?
get permission from your co-host.
Bansai, I don't want to do this, but yeah, just go on. Yeah, go
All right,
on.
thank you very much. First of all, the
I'll
question
make
I
it
have,
short.
I
Make it
will.
short, please.
Let me ask
Yeah.
you first of all, you yourself, what does IQ? IQ is it's an acronym. What does that stand for? IQ. What does it stand for?
Don't ask me
Are you
that question.
asking me?
I'm
I know
asking
what.
Thomas. I'm
Are you
asking Thomas.
asking me?
Are you
No,
talking
no,
of
no. I'm not going
intelligent
to answer that.
quotient?
Okay, no,
Are
I'm
you
talking
talking
No,
of
about.
no, no,
intelligent quotient, or
no.
what are you
The
saying?
prime,
Okay.
the
All right.
prime,
So the
the
prime.
prime.
Here's
Hold on, Passat. The prime. Why are you answering him? We are not illiterate here. Everybody know what his IQ means.
okay.
That
Okay.
question, I'm not going to answer it on my part.
Okay.
No.
Fine. Let me answer the prime. I'll be leaving very shortly anyway. So if there's any questions, you gotta throw it out all at me. Like you said, I've been speaking for a long time. Now, the prime. It doesn't mean that if somebody is humble, has good manners, a true son of Africa, loves the continent, love the people, love the country, then they cannot do other things. They could chew gum and walk at the same time. When we are praising Obi for some of the things that you're talking about in that light, those subjective stuff, he's also performed. If you follow his career,
Okay, let's look at his scorecard,
hold
please.
on, I'm coming. That's why I have to give you some of them. I can't give you all of it. I'm not saying Obi is a saint and all that kind of stuff. No, I'm saying if you look at the things that can be measured, right? He went to school. You know where he went to school. His name is his name when he went to that school. He graduated. He went to further his education beyond even tertiary institutions, right? And then he was in business. And people, even when he was in school, he was in business. He was able to do very well for himself, up to the status of a millionaire, billionaire, whatever, right? And then he was the chairman of banks. There's no question of integrity. Maybe you missed when I was giving some of the other things because you're picking just an issue, right?
Okay,
His
okay,
integrity,
please.
his
Sorry,
communication.
you know what? It's gonna be a discussion,
Yeah.
so I will be interjecting at regular interval. You see, after the 8 years of Buhari, there is no politician before the last 8 years that Nigerians believed in integrity, that has more integrity than Buhari. And at the end of the day, it wasn't what we thought it was. So trying to sell Obi from that angle of integrity, please, bro, we're not buying it. It's the
So
wrong time for you to
let me say,
market from that point.
I understand that. By the way, the comment you make, it's acceptable, right? But the mistake you're making is that not everybody did it. Not everybody bought that. People in the Southeast always knew who Buhari is. He's been running for office for a long time. He's never gotten more votes than he got the last time. We know
But
who he is. let me
But
land.
please, you know, sorry,
We
you
didn't
know,
hold on. We didn't say Buhari has integrity. In the Southeast, we know he doesn't have that, right? But a lot of Nigerians believe that. And that's fine. That's not, it depends on what side are you looking from, right? But don't generalize it when the Northerners say it's Magaskia or whatever the hell they call that. We already knew that Buhari is implicated in the death of Fela Kuti and his family, put him in jail. He made a decree number 2.
hold on. You know what? No, hold on. Pansat, sorry.
I have to give a complete answer
Thomas,
to this thing.
Thomas,
Let me
please.
give you a complete answer.
Thomas, no, Thomas, please. Thomas, please.
Yes.
I wish you could pass in the next 60 seconds. If you are going to, then maybe you are just asking some of us to leave.
No.
No. You are not going to leave. No, you are not going to leave. Yeah. Yes.
You know, you see,
has been here.
60 seconds. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we, like I was saying, we already know that he's a thug. He committed a coup d'etat. He removed the first democratically elected government we had, the first one, right? He done a lot of harm. He made a law retroactive to execute people he considered to be drug dealers, our fellow citizens. So,
and what is wrong with that? Excuse me. Let me hold on, please.
No, I only have 60 seconds.
Hold on,
60
hold
seconds.
on, please.
Next time.
You interjected me.
Are you going
I made
to
it a
extend
discussion.
my time, Thomas? You're going to extend my time?
No, I think we had a discussion. I was the one talking.
The prime.
I really want.
The prime.
Yeah.
The prime. No, I have an advice for you. You can't take Passat in a discussion. Forget it. Let's just move on. Yeah.
Okay,
Passat,
please.
end it in 1 minute. At 60 seconds. Yeah.
As a difference to Bishop.
I don't want to hold on, please. I don't want to be about you guys, both of you. No.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have many people on this.
Let me go ahead.
Thank you.
Out of deference to Bishop, I'll end it now. I won't even take the minute because he's right.
Thank you very much. God bless you. I really appreciate it for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bishop, I know you haven't spoken, isn't it? Or you have?
I have not really.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I really want to go back to the Ibiomi's story. I think you know the background. So, what is your take? Because I remember you just interjected the other time, and I think one man think this is my space. So you just want to leave it for me. Yes. So because that is a big story for somebody in that. That is my whole. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's have your take about.
okay, thank you very much. Let me just say, for the records, good evening, fellow Nigerians and compatriots alike. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please do the needful. Click on the like button, subscribe, and do share. Yeah, I'm putting it anyhow. On the Ibiomie space, honestly speaking, I would not want us to belabor that space. I am a little bit. I want to be very considerate. I'm very mild with my choice of words. Religious people, in quote, have failed us, and many people might not like what I'm about to say. Religion has failed us, humanity generally, and they keep getting us on that same space. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say leading us by the nose, but they keep enslaving us on what they present to us that the religion is. I don't care. I'm not in Sokoto that somebody will want to come and stone me. And that was what I said pretty much yesterday about religion. I think I did say something many years ago, 2 things, and I'm going to repeat them here. I said, and I have evidence to this, and what I'm going to say here, I think the first time I said it was over 30 years ago, that if we cannot be religiously tolerant, let us be religiously blind. That's one. And I have records to say I said it over 30 years ago. And the second one I said was that more people have been enslaved using the instrumentality of religion than the port of the gun. People are doing unthinkable things, and because some people have just went to some Bible school, learned some something, and people believe them, and they are just voluntarily subjecting themselves to another form of slavery in the name of religion. And it's very painful, especially if you can think outside the ordinary. I don't agree with what Ibiyomi said. And my simple reason is this: there is no religion. And I want you to quote me. And I'm saying this without any reservation. I've been there. I've been a Muslim. That's the religion of my fathers. And I've been a Christian. There is no religion that is superior than any other religion. If humanity does not triumph whatever religion some people are teaching us, then that means we have not even started. So if somebody could sit somewhere and condemn other people because of the religion, and I said something to one man when we started this conversation, I wanted to play the devil's advocate. What is wrong in being a Babalawo or traditional religion? What exactly it is?
There is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. That is what it is. Yeah. It
is wrong basically because the white man came and told us that it is wrong. But the one man did not see anything in taking our children away from their parents, in taking fathers. Taking fathers away from their children, in taking husbands away from their wife. I'm sending them into a journey of no return, a slavery. They don't see anything wrong in that. But here they want to tell us the method and the means and the ways of which we were worshiping the God that we have grown up to know. It's wrong. But I don't want to enter into the religious place. What I just said was that, look, I think it was right for Ibiyomi to condemn other people who made him a judge.
Yeah, Bishop, before you go on, one day I asked my pastor that before the whites or the Middle West brought this religion to us, what we know that we are traditional people. We worship Ogun, Hoya, Obatala, and all those stuff. That if truly, I believe there is heaven, I believe in Jesus, I'm a Christian, but how are those people before they brought Christianity to Africa? How are those people is going to be judged? My pastor roll around it. He couldn't give me a cogent answer because it's a big thing to ask. Because if they said if you don't accept Jesus Christ, you're not going to make heaven. Before they brought religion to Africa, we are idol worshippers. So how are those people are going to be judged? I just wanted to just buttress it with your point.
Okay, I'll digress a little bit. In my service year, of course, I did say I never went to the university, but I managed to be a youth corper many years ago. So, yeah.
How do you become a youth corper if you don't go to the university?
If you go to NCE, even I never went to the NCE, you can be a youth corper. And yeah, that's a story for another day. I had a fellow corper that we sat together. I don't know where he is. I can't even remember. But I remember he was really deeply pained because he became a believer. He was a Muslim. He became a Christian. And he was always very agonizing about his mom. That, the grandmother. Because I think the mom died when he was given birth to. So it was the grandmother that raised her. So this gentleman loved his grandmother so much. And the grandmother passed on and he became a Christian. And he's always very agonizing that, because what he was told was that you cannot make heaven if you are not a Christian. And they believed it. So I encountered him and I had a conversation with him. And I told him, look, before the advent of Christianity, some people have lived that people will be judged by the law, by the content of their hearts. What did they do? It's a very simple thing: good and evil. Your conscience will always tell you. So if your mother lived good, or your grandmother, as it were, then lived well, and she was, she was kind, she feared God, she did not do evil, forget the religion she practiced. She will make heaven. And after my conversation with this guy, you will see physically he was greatly relieved, because all he has been told and taught was that the mother will not go to heaven because she was not a Christian. Listen, this might sound very strange, but I don't believe that. People lived before the advent before Jesus Christ. People lived and they were ruled and will be judged by the content of what they did, good or bad.
Please,
sorry.
Can
I don't want to go. Go ahead.
When you're talking of those people that lived earlier, what about the 1.4 billion people in China? There were over 1 billion people in India.
Okay.
What's going to happen to them? That doesn't practice Christianity nor Islam.
Is that
No,
it's the prime.
Now, this is me talking now. I remember Apostle Paul did say that, he made it, when the spirit or the scripture. Now, this is me talking. I don't think, and listen very carefully, and I'm very, very dead serious here. I don't think we have a God that we claim is a God of love, that will subject 1.3 billion people that are practicing Hinduism in India and 1.whatever billion people in China to hell, because they are. Do you know, and I want to say this very emphatically, and I want to be quoted, do you know there are races in this world today, being the 27th, right? Is it 27 or 28? 27th day of June 2023.
It's 28. It's 28 years. You guys are failing.
28. Do you know there are people like that? There are people that are living in this world today that have never had the name Jesus for once in their entire life.
You are right. 100%.
There are people. So are we saying? So for me, but that's a very subjective argument for another day.
And no, Bishop, not subjective. Yeah, you are right. And even I think the Bible said if nobody speaks to you about Jesus, you can't be condemned because you don't know. So I think that is why the end time, our pastor always tells us that the end time is still extending, because if you never heard about Jesus, you can't be judged. You understand what I mean? Nobody can judge you because you don't know. So Jesus evangelism has to go. Everybody must hear it, so that you won't say at the judgment day that I never heard about Jesus. So how can you accept somebody that you didn't even hear about? So I think
so that I won't take too much time, my conclusion on that was, and it still is, it is not right for Ibiyomi to condemn people for the method, for their mode of worship, the method they choose in worshiping, and their practice. He cannot condemn them.
What about the word 8? What about the word 8 that is used?
I mean, that's been exhausted. I mean, you've spoken exhaustively on that one. Everybody condemned that, so I don't want to belabor myself and take much time. I'm just trying to summarize. I will not join, and I don't think Ibiyomi is right. The church, the Pentecostal church in Nigeria, has failed. Let me say that again for emphasis. The Pentecostal church has failed. They are not better than the Orthodox churches, whether it is the Catholic, or it is the Baptist, or it is the Anglican, or it is the Methodist, or it is the what do you call this church now?
Olumba, Guru Maharaji.
Nobody is better than anybody, and nobody has any right to talk down on the other or to condemn. In fact, they are not better. They have no right to condemn even the Ashembaye, our traditional Ifa worshippers. That's my submission. Nobody, everybody do your own and take a gamble on it. If you are comfortable and you live and your conscience is very free, because I want to prove, there's a prognosis I believe that look, the laws of your conscience will judge you more even before you are brought before God. So if there is a heaven in the aftermath, what you have done, you yourself, you will stand. And it's not because I'm a dicky or I'm a pastor or I'm a general overseer. Many general overseer are worse and worse than ordinary people that works on the street. Because when you open their deeds, you'll be appalled. So for me, it misstepped, it misspoke. I'm not going to judge the response of the celestial people that said that it's going to be one God or another God somewhere. But my point is that if he actually said what he said, which I really I saw, then I mean, I don't think there's anything to add to it.
Earlier on, I was referencing the same guy fighting for Oyedepo, fighting Daddy Freeze. That Daddy Freeze was lambasting Oyedepo. He said in his words, he said, how can you talk against Oyedepo? It's just like they are just idolizing these people.
You are even going too far. Was it not the same individual that took what's this lady's name? This former governor's daughter in your state. What's her name now? Oh my God!
Kemi Olunloyo.
I'm locked down her for how many weeks? How many months?
How many weeks? Yeah, I'm in Port Harcourt jail. I think in Port Harcourt. Yeah.
And what are we talking about? With Christ, I mean, there's a book I read many years ago where my wife was, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus have done that? And because of
jail. Who is in jail in Port Harcourt?
No, not now. They released that.
They released that, but they put her under detention.
When did that happen?
Many months
years ago now. Many years ago.
Okay. She published something against Ibiyomi. I don't know what it was. And she was arrested and taken to Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
And she was jailed for months.
Yeah, for weeks. Yeah.
Jailed, really. She was in detention. She was given prison uniform. For months, she was in Port Harcourt prison. Months. I'm not talking about 1 week or 2 weeks. So for me, let's just end that by saying that my submission is that it is immoral, it is unjust, it is not acceptable for Ibiyomi to condemn other churches. We are supposed to be one in Christ. So why is somebody claiming they are more superior? They are the Pentecostals more superior than other churches? My answer is no. Can we move on?
Oh, thank you, Bishop. Yeah. Let's take you to the next topic. Tinubu embarking on global head hunt for cabinet. So what do you think? I think is going for technocrats or anyone that is just out there, like Okonjo Iweala or and the rest.
I'm very fast in that because we did address this. I think we overhyped technocrats. I'm not against technocrats. I'm saying there must be a balance. If Tinubu wants to continue and wants to work well and wants to be relevant politically, he has to integrate technocrats with politicians. And who says there are no technocrats among our politicians? And that's what I find very funny, because people are in politics just want to rubbish them. Who says there are no technocrats? In fact, there are technocrats in the military. I used to know a man. Let me mention his name. We used to call him Baba Shitu. He had PhD in electrical electronics. He was a warrant officer in the Nigerian Army Signals. He served in the Maiduguri between 1982 and 1985. No, 1986. I know him very well. He had PhD. While he was there as a warrant officer, several universities were calling him because he knew, past tester, he knew his onions. So will you say because he was a warrant officer, not even a commissioned officer, not the one we used to call NCO. Anybody that is here will know what we call NCO, non-commissioned officer. He had PhD in electrical electronics, and he was just a warrant officer, WO2, if you know what they call WO2. Are you saying because he did not and he had PhD, it's not
Bishop, are you from a military background or force background?
I told a woman that let's skip that topic for now, maybe on the future.
Because I know you have all this time I've never heard in my life about the military. Yeah,
I was in Maiduguri. I told what's his name? I was living in Giwa Barracks, so I know practically everything. Just shortly after Metasini, we had a Metasini menace in Maiduguri, and I know. Well, so that's are you going to say because the man was in the military, he was not? He's not. Not a technocrat. So we have technocrats even in politics. It depends on the angle or when you came into politics. So if Tinubu is going to make well for himself, he should have a blend. Go and get the best brains from outside. Blend them with some that are good. The only thing we want is that just bring out the best for us. And that is what we need. Pache, the man that just resigned from Gavi. Gavi is the global whatever on vaccine. I want to remember what the acronym means. And the guy is good. He's been here before, and we know. But the problem is this. Let me tell you, every technocrat you want to bring, any decision that is going to move Nigeria forward will come with some degree of pace. And that is what we don't want. We don't want to experience any pain at all. And that is where no matter the best of the best, look, we were just discussing a few minutes ago. We need to up our what do you call it? Our revenue base.
Our revenue, yeah.
Whether it or not, our revenue is not matching up yet, especially where we are now. Our revenue is not matching up. If you want to match, somebody said the other time that the global standard is 15%. That's not correct. It's 25%. Nigeria, we used to be about 6.something%. It was under this FIRS man that we moved to 10.49, 10.45, 10.45%. We have not even gotten to 11%. But because of the backlog that we have, we need to, why the government have said that we are not going to increase the tax, whatever, but let us expand the tax net because many people are not paying. And I agree with Ekene to some extent. Not everything is said. Many people are just paying into private individual hands. He is from Onitsha. I am from Onitsha. One of the worst taxed places in the whole of Nigeria is Onitsha. Because somebody will hold you 200 meters away and show you some tickets and the rest. And before you go, after Onitsha, then you go to Obiakpo in Rivers State. And because that's where I live, I'm not saying I live for 1 year or 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. I lived there for 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So nobody will come and tell me stories about Port Harcourt. I know Wike more than many people that talks about Wike now. Far more. As far back as when he was a local government chairman in Obiakpo local government. So the truth of the matter is that we need income. Yes. We need to. Whether the ones they are paying into private, but we need to, work on it so that people will pay.
Bishop, sorry for cutting you.
Right.
When I entered this country, when I started working, then they were removing my tax like I was so crazy. But when I started enjoying the basic amenities of the country, I'm not comparing us to the West now. I'm just citing example of here. The roads, the road I'm looking at is good. Before overnight, they will remove everything, put the new ones. The parks are there. You go there, you do your birthday there. The barbecue machine is there. You on gas, you drink water. There is no point in this Australia that you can't drink water. Everywhere
Unfortunately, that is not in America. More than 80% of the tap water in America are not drinkable. Bottled water industry in America is a multi-billion. I'm not saying billion. I mean multi-billion, multi-billion dollar industry for drinking water. That's one. if you know the amount of money the city police rigged in, let me give you one instance. If you have a program in America, maybe you are doing a road construction or you are doing a church program and your traffic, and they will tell you that look, your traffic, the traffic that comes out at your after your closing service is a lot, that it disrupts the flow of traffic. So you need a policeman that will be stationed here and here, and then you will pay them. Do you know the average amount that you pay to rent a policeman in Georgia or some states in America? It ranges between $750 to $1,000 per day. That is, you are just renting a policeman to come and stay at your junction and put on his light, whether you are doing construction or you are having, and you do that. So police in state make a lot of money.
Revenue. Revenues. That's where money come from.
And there are so many, there are quite a number of things that you will get a ticket for. Sometimes you want to fight it. Maybe 2 out of 10 times if you decide to fight it. But at the end of the day, they give you a ticket of $110. Just for argument's sake. Anybody can dispute me. And you are going to get a lawyer that is going to make an appearance for you for
$2,000.
Just say, why don't I just go pay the amount? Okay, go to the court. The only thing you want to avoid is that, look, judge, don't put a point on my something. And because all they are interested in is making their money, especially if you are not threatening to other people. So they are making so much. Yes, please.
During the conversation earlier, I was listening from YouTube. I wasn't able to comment. And I had Babajale Koko talking about double taxation. I'm like, but that is what is normal in the West.
Is it in Nigeria? Double taxation in Nigeria or
yeah, he was talking of double taxation in Nigeria. I'm like, almost everywhere in the West, you are being multi-taxed to almost 50% of your income.
Yes, correct.
When you get in your salary, most places it's about 20% they deduct from source.
In America, it's more than 10%. It's more than 30%.
Every item you buy, there is a value-added tax on it.
VAT.
Which happens to be, most times we don't check those things until when people start checking it, you will not discover that, okay, the real value of what I bought that I paid $50 for, the real value is about $40. So, meaning you are paying almost
the prime. I called a plumber last week to come and fix up some water that's leaking in my house. At the end of the day, he charged me $200 VAT. On top is $200.
He rendered. So
he rendered.
It is
really?
normal. So it's quite funny when people in the West, we that are opportune to be here, we're saying these things, trying to incite people at home not to see what its reality. There is no government in the West that is funded on natural resources. They tax themselves. So until Nigerians decide to tax themselves, they are not going anywhere. They always come up with the excuse that the government will spend the money. I'm like, no. If you don't do this, look at a country like South Korea. Around 1998, the citizens of that country contributed their ornaments, their goods, to save the country when IMF decided to turn them down. And they are better for it today. So I'm trying to buttress what our bishop was saying, like, even if you bring the best technocrats, those people have studied abroad. They're going to come with the economies of the West, which is not going to suit Nigerians, and they will continue to protest until there is a mass orientation. Like, we're going nowhere if we don't do this.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Absolutely.
I know that is coming. Ajale Koko, we have.
Vajale Koko. Yeah, I wanted to talk because of you. I tried to come in. So, Vajale Koko, please, let's discuss this issue.
Yeah, we are in the West. Are you that you are double taxed?
You are more than double taxed, my brother.
No, I'm asking you. Where in the West are
I
you?
live in the Scandinavia here,
Scandinavia.
Sweden,
Yeah.
No, no.
Finland. Yeah.
When you talk of Scandinavia, you just say, the way you guys tax, you tax to hell over there. You can't compare it to United States.
And we
United
have one
States.
of the best. And we have one of the best. Let me tell you something. A friend of mine did heart surgery and he got 600 euros. A friend of mine, I was sick around 6 months ago. I got 20 euros medical bill. A friend in the state had the same sickness. He was asked to pay $27,000.
Okay, that is fine. Well, you pay your tax, and the responsible government use your tax to give you benefit. So you are getting health benefit. So those market women in Nigeria that are levied every day before they said anything, or the Okada man, do they get the same medical treatment in Nigeria? They don't.
Babajani Koko.
So,
Babajani
but
Koko.
but but
Hold on, please.
but
Hold on,
but let
please.
me tell you this. Let
I
me
mean,
tell you this. We know the way the tax system work in this country. That when you buy and you pay tax, it is normal. Everybody knows that. So when you are buying and you are paying is a kind of sales tax. I don't know. That is what you call value added tax. But in the United States, yeah, they pay. They call it sales tax. And
Yeah, we call it
the
we call it
tax,
VAT. We call it VAT here.
yeah.
VAT.
And from state to state in America, the percentage is very is the percentage is differs. Like in my own state, we pay 9.25%
It's
state
variable.
tax.
Variable.
Yeah, 25% on state tax. It's fixed. But we have another state that they have 3.5%. So, and
Babajani
we
Koko.
also have
Our
some states where you are not going to pay any sales tax on grocery, food. If you buy food, you're not paying any tax. So it differs, But to want to use that because we pay our taxes here have been designed for us to pay, which um, the authority use well to give us benefit that we deserve on education, on healthcare, build good road, and some other things, you know, to give us safety and security. Now compared to people that pay that doesn't got anything, and then you want them to be taxed to death. Even
Babajani Koko.
there are some income you make here that you will not even pay anything at all.
Babajani
So
Koko. Let's say this
yes,
thing. Let's
okay.
bring this thing down. We want to have a party. We want to contribute money to make the food. And someone said because the last party we did, somebody added too much salt to the food. So we should be looking at how to add salt. Don't you think we need to contribute and have the money until Nigerians understand that taxes is what is used to run countries? They're going nowhere. It takes a lot of money to get those resources. So if we discourage, maybe because before I left Nigeria, I was working with a multinational and paying taxes was huge. I was paying almost 500,000 tax then. So it got into my system. So when I came here, it wasn't something new. It was almost like, okay, this is how I do it. So I think we should encourage our people to understand that you need to pay taxes. Then it is now your responsibility. Maybe when they pay taxes, 25% of registered voters will not be what we have. Then maybe they would take their election process more seriously and vet people that are coming into power. Because one thing I've said, one thing to a friend, like if you really look at our weather, it gives us this lackadaisical attitude to governance because you can always survive without government interference in your life. Maybe if people are encouraged to pay taxes, maybe they would take leadership of their country more seriously because it directly affects their pockets and they will choose wisely. But discouraging them.
Bishop, please give me 1 minute. Let me respond. I will yield to you. I know you have the floor. Please, Bishop.
Okay, yeah.
Look. Let me tell you, my friend. Those ones that are paying taxes, how has the government responded in terms of, managing those taxes well?
Baba Janle Goko, in America that you live, your taxes is used to go and blow Ukraine and create industrial complex. You are not killing them because of that. They are blowing the whole world. America spent over 78 billion on the war. Those are taxpayers' money too.
Forget about America. Let us
No. What I'm trying to say is, it is almost the responsibility of
Nigeria.
citizens
Don't let us go to America.
pay first. Then
what
it is
I'm
now
trying
their
to say.
second responsibility.
Hold on. The prime.
Okay.
Hold on. Let Ajale Koko land, please.
What I'm trying to say is that those people that are paying their taxes as at when due, how has government shown discipline and responsible to manage those taxes well to the advantage? What are they giving back in terms of infrastructure, security, good education for their children and everything, pipe-borne water? They fail. Then let me say this. Then if the government has shown responsibility in giving back to the people, that might attract other people. And if they put in place a system that can collect those taxes, if they expand the tax base and put in a system that can collect that taxes and they put it into meaningful use to the advantage of the people. Nigerians are not stupid. Nigerians are very easy people to govern.
Okay,
Nigerians are very, very easy people to govern. They are not like America. Americans are very, very challenging people. You can't govern them easily.
Okay, sir. What I'm saying is,
question. Then
sir, what I'm
another
saying
thing. Let me land. I will yield to you. Let me land. Look, I said it here the other day that in the Second Republic, 4 years that we had our Second Republic between 79 and 83, we were poorly paying tax. It's like we are not paying nothing. But we saw what people that govern us, what they did. We saw it within 4 years. Across the West, in the North, in the East, what the politicians we had back then, what they did to their people. I can talk of Yoruba land alone. When absolute majority of people were not paying taxes, except those that are, payee workers and so. Most of the businesses, they are not captured in taxes. And the government was able to deliver free education. They are able to deliver free healthcare. When I'm talking of free healthcare, it is free. You don't pay. So free healthcare, and they are able to build good roads across even that Lagos state we are talking about. We are able to have transportation system that works well, and we are able to build Lagos State University free. We are able to have Lagos State Polytechnic. We are able to create Lagos State University, Lagos State Polytechnic, College of Education, all those ones for free because they were not in existence then. They founded those higher institutions and make it free for the people. And even the secondary school back then was not free. We used to pay for secondary school. And we used to have, 2 sessions in school. That's when they brought it to 1 session. And that was what was responsible to Jakonde School that he built back then. And he made it free. He started from the West, from Yoruba land. free education from secondary school. It wasn't free before they came in. And it was successful. And they did it all the state. Oyo State, Ogun State, everywhere. It was when other places saw it that they are doing free education secondary school in the West. What can we do? So it was later the federal government jumped into it and then make it free for the entire country. So what I'm trying to tell you is that look, it is not until when everybody pay their taxes that government can function. But when you have irresponsible people and corrupt people, even if you are double tax 100 times, they won't still deliver for the people's advantage. So that is just my point. I'm not saying that people should not pay their taxes, but you
Okay,
have
sir.
irresponsible people as the head, as the leadership of that country.
Okay.
They are the one that are not building the country for the people to enjoy. That's it.
Okay, sir. Can I respond, or Bishop wants to come in?
Yeah, well, it depends. If you want to give a short response, I would like to respond to Ajali Koko, if you don't mind. But if you're going to be very short, go ahead.
I will be very short. The countries of the West that we try to emulate, they are wasting trillions of their citizens' money on pointless war all around the world. But that doesn't bring their citizens to question or to start having that belief of not paying taxes. I will be very short with that. But also, the agricultural board of those years were making the money for the government. That was why they were able to do those things. And the population was relatively small compared to the population explosion. Bishop, you can have the floor.
Good. I mean, you just touched, your last point touched on something very critical. I want to take Ajali Koko back to 1979. Luckily, I don't know how many, I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect. I don't know how many of us were there, but I was there in 1979 when that election happened. And I know very well, UPM campaigned on the free education, and they were able to implement free education, especially in the Southwest states, including Kwara. And 1983, Colonel Adebayo won, including Bendel State by, what's his name now? Professor Ambrose Ali, and Colonel Adebayo joined. But what was the population of Nigeria then? As a question. What?
No. You see, when you guys are bringing in population, it's as if population has to be stagnant. It is not.
Coco, hold on. Let me finish, please. You just note my
issue. Are we not making more money than what we are making back then?
Ironically, we were not. We are not. And I will give you the facts. Just note my point so that you will respond to me. Our population, one of the disadvantages of the Southwest was at the advent of that free education, which I saw and I witnessed, there was a huge migration from both the Southeast and the North to the Southwest. A huge migration. There was a serious explosion in the enrollment of students, both in primary school and secondary school. And you saw people coming from as far as they were already in secondary school in the Southeast and in the North, and they came back to go back to primary 5 in the Southwest. So there was a huge, and I'm being very deliberate here, huge explosion in that. Now, I don't have any problem with that. That people came to where things seems to be working, good, it's beautiful. But the problem is, how were we able to sustain it? The population explosion, both in the Southwest in particular and in Nigeria in general, while we were not growing anyway in our revenue, corruption became very endemic. It's a fact. We became very wasteful. And there was this global, if I ask you, we attempted to do a census in 1991 We did one in when was the last time we did one? There was a census, 1973 census. If I ask Atali Koko, she'll be able to tell us what was the 1973 census, what the 1973 census was. So there was, I said something earlier here. In 1953, Nigeria, Britain, France, Germany, and I think Italy or which other country was that? And then one other country from one of the micro Asia countries. We were around the same, between 50 and 55 million people. A few years ago, the same Nigeria, we are talking of 200 million. The Great Britain, that we were almost about the same population in 1963, are still less than 70 million. That means we have grown 3 times the size of. So if you have grown 3 times the size of United Kingdom, and our revenue and our economy has not grown in commensurate compared to what United Kingdom or France or Germany or Italy or one of the, I don't know which of the micro Asia country we were around the same. I don't know whether it's Singapore or Malaysia or Indonesia. I don't know, but I know there was one of them, the one they call the Asian tigers. How can we sustain? I'll give you a very typical example. A man was living in a room and another man was living in a room, and one man married and they were earning around the same salary or the same income, and one man, not our own one man, no, one of the 2 men went and married 2 additional wives, and within 5 years he has raised his family from just being one man that was living in 1-bedroom flat, very comfortable with 100,000 naira salary, and he married 3 wives within 3 years, and he has raised 10 children within 3 years. How do you want to compare him with the other man that was earning the same 100,000, living with 1-bedroom house, and he has gone ahead to marry 1 wife and has just 2 children in the same 10 years? That the other man had married 3 children, 3 wives, and maybe 16, 17, or 18 children. How can you compare them? Definitely one will be richer and one will be poorer. We made choices that were wrong. Is it time to begin to correct those choices? Yes. Are those choices going to bring about some level of pains? Yes. Can we say because we don't want those pains, we want to continue in the way we have been working before? It is to our own detriment. If you want to continue in that way, well, let us continue. But the choice is there for us to make. Do we want to go and say, look, we have made a mistake. We have to begin to correct that mistake now. There is socialism is very good, but it is only good in the papers. None. Either it is communism or socialism. Isaac Lenin that's practicing there. If you wake him up now and tell him, say, oh, come and start it again, he will tell you it was a mistake because it doesn't work. Some people cannot be folding their arms and believe that, oh, when other people go and suffer and bring, all of us will now share it evenly. It doesn't work. At the end of the day, what we will have is that nobody will be ready to go and be productive. Nobody will do anything. We are in a dire situation. We need to face the facts and make very tough but necessary decision. How do we want to navigate ourselves out of this problem? If you want to go the old way we have been going, we can as well continue and explode our population to be 400 million in another 20 years and see how we will be. But if you want to streamline and say, look, what are we doing? I have somebody, and I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility, that has a property near one of the places I bought property in Ibadan. He's a young man, much younger than me. He has 2 wives with 11 children. He rides Okada. How do you want him to make life meaningful for his children? With 11 children driving Okada, and the wives are not really doing anything. One is even the same. I'm sorry to use the word. The same idiot was insisting that he wants to put his wife under Kinamak Bele and Luyibo. I don't know what they call it. Puda.
Yeah.
The same idiot. What are we talking about? So it's our choice.
Can you just take this? We have average of 7 to 9 million new babies yearly. Our death rate Our death rate is about 10, and our birth rate is about 37%.
Imagine.
Which government can cope with that? Meaning, for every 5 years, we are adding close to 50 million people.
Can you imagine? We're talking. Look, we have to bite the bullet. We have to face the facts. We cannot continue in the way we have been living. We have been very wasteful. We have been very irresponsible in our conduct. Yeah, government has their own share, but the way we want to make it look
who are those people that are wasteful and irresponsible?
Everybody.
Who are those people?
Everybody.
This is why I don't want to engage in this kind of fight. You say everybody. How can you say everybody? We don't have.
Adale Koko.
How can you say Nigerian people are so irresponsible?
I want to mention his name.
How are Nigerian people so irresponsible and so wasteful?
The man that.
Let me ask my friend. Let me ask my friend from Scandinavia. If that your country in Scandinavia happen to be in Nigeria, would it not be better off than? Would it not be wealthier and richer than they are in Scandinavia today? That country in Scandinavia where you are speaking from. Would it not be considering the enormous resources and everything that God bless that country? And even with the population, if they have been the other way around, that is the Scandinavian, that country, those people from that own Nigeria, that in Nigeria, do you think Nigeria will not be? They won't be richer and wealthier than the way they are today.
Okay, let me say one thing first of all.
Yeah.
You were trying to defend us because we are all included as Nigerians. I will put it straight to you now, Baba.
No, you are not answering that question now.
I will answer the question, sir.
Yeah.
What I want to first of all establish is one, there is no single Nigerian that doesn't know another Nigerian that is destroying that country. We always keep short. We have them as friends and family members. That is one of those things those Scandinavian countries don't do. The wife will go report the husband if he's breaking the law. That is how to be responsible people. Now, when it comes to wealth of a nation, these people, they've come to the understanding that there is no natural resources that is greater than the human resources in terms of building a nation. So, even if they sit on a look at Norway. Norway is a neighboring country here. They have almost more oil than Nigeria. But it's not really their major source. They have other means. They've developed more in technology and especially in the shipping industry. They are one of the number one. They're one of the first three when it comes to shipping. And it makes them more money than what natural resources can bring. So it's not necessarily about the resources in the ground, it's about the people on the ground. Thank you, sir.
No, I'm not talking about, let's not even focus on the resources. Let's say they have a huge population as we are, and they have all those resources, natural resources that we have. They are blessed. Don't you think they'll be better off than they are today?
It's not necessarily like that because
no.
Over
hold
time,
on. With all the capacity, the ingenuity, and everything they have the same. They are in Nigeria. They occupy Nigerian space with that large population and the resources and all those ingenuity and everything, the high tech and everything. Do you think they will not be better off than they are today?
Sir, you see, let's live in this. Let's look at life from the point of reality.
Because all of you are condemning population as if
what
population
I'm trying to
is
say,
our problem. Population.
You always say something, sir. You say, Omo Akebaje. Sometimes we have to admit Omo Akebaje niwa. That is the sad truth. Those resources are more resources. Leaders it is not what to eat is the problem, is how to spend money. those are signs of Omar Kebaje.
Those are okay. I'm happy that you make that point. It is not a budget. It is a gross irresponsibility on the side of leadership, and it is the leadership that is the problem that we have in Nigeria. They have not able to manage the resources well to the advantage of the country and the benefit of the people. They run the country down. That is what I'm telling you. Don't blame Nigerian people.
Sir,
Nigerian people have not, if they have
you know,
done
I
their
had
job
something
well.
earlier, sir. I said there is no single Nigerian that doesn't know one person is destroying that country. What have we done? Let all of us just sit down and look at that statement. There is nobody that doesn't know one
I
person.
agree with you. If the leadership has shown discipline,
no. It's
no
responsibility
tolerance
of citizen. Like, for example, you find someone, a family member, that gets into maybe a civil service, and in 1 year is building a house. It is your responsibility to raise halal.
No.
Those are
Hold on. You see, you got it wrong right there. How can a civil servant, what kind of system that makes civil servants to embezzle so much money? That is the problem we have to tackle. You cannot have a government agency or parastatal that be so loose for people to loot government resources easily like that.
Sir, why we were
measure have to be put in place in such a way that before you do this, you can easily be caught.
Sir, as a young boy in the 80s, I grew up to the culture of Yoruba, in which one ni ọmọ yín ò ṣàgbàfọ̀, òun kàṣọ wálé, ẹ rójú olè, ẹ ò mú. Me and you know that when people are becoming too irresponsible, it is first of all from the community. Rather than that, we give them Bashorun of the city, and we start to eulogize them. We select the worst among us to be in governance. When the wise one refuse to participate in governance, the idiot makes law for them. That is one of those responsibilities we don't do. Maybe because we've not been hit by natural disaster, or we have hostile neighbors, so we don't really understand how to live. Most of these European countries fought wars for the age. Spain and Netherlands fought for over 80 years. So that sense of, okay, this is what we have, should be protected, is there. We don't have those things. We also got our independence on almost a platter of gold. So those are the fundamental flaws in our existence as a people. So when we say governance, most of these people that we call leaders, they grew up from our community. None of them is from Ghana. None of them is from probably Ivory Coast. They are family members, they are friends in our society that are becoming the leaders. So the leaders are a mirror reflection of who we are as a people.
Well, I want to agree with you to some extent, but the issue is that, look, we have several military intervention, and the one that we had that destroyed the psyche of Nigerian people is that of Babangida. You see, that Babangida 8 years rule brought in corruption, institutionalized corruption in governance in entirety. And that was the beginning of this, the worst of the worst, like what we have never seen before happening in Nigeria. You see it happening back to back, because it's like the way it governs is that, look, it doesn't matter. Use what you have to get what you need. We put you in a position of authority to loot and use that looting to bribe your way, to bribe the justice system, and whatever you can do with it, just do it. So,
but are you saying we should continue to live on the flaws of Babangida that has
No. We can't leave.
over
No,
30 years
what I'm
ago.
saying is this. Look, it translates into it usher in a total bad governance, because you see the politician that he created, let me use that word, that he created his own politician, because he what we have never seen in the history of the world, he created two political parties. That was fraud in the first place. He created two political parties. He forced them, parties of different political ideology. He forced them into these two political parties, and then people that are corrupt, he sponsors some, to bribe their way through to capturing the machinery of the party. And that became the practice, that look, if you can bribe your way, bribe people, because that was what we saw during the NRC and SDP. What do you call it? Babangida sponsor some people, put in some money for them to bribe their way to capture the machinery of the party, in anticipation that, look, maybe he can use that machinery to transform himself into a civilian end of state. But he was not lucky at the end of the day, because Abiola that came in, which you should have stopped from participating in primary, he allowed him. He thought he was not going to win. He thought that King Gibe is going to win that primary, because he sponsored King Gibe. He thought that King Gibe would win the primary in SDP. He sponsored it. He put money for King Gibe. But Abiola shook everything, was able to reach agreement with Yaradua within the party, and they crushed King Gibe. So, and he thought that he was still going to lose in the general. But Abiola did not lose. Abiola won, to his surprise. So that mentality of bribery, in bribe your way in a political party to capture the machinery and then manipulate everything, that is what we carry on to today. So he built an institution that a corrupt institution. It destroyed the mindset of the people, the psyche of Nigeria, that this is the way. It's only by fraudulent means that you can get to the position of power. And it's unfortunate that that is where we find ourselves today. And when some of us want to tell Nigerian people this is not the way, these politicians are not, they have destroyed. Look at the country for the past 23 years. They bankrupt the country. These are people that are supposed to solve problems and make the country run better. How on earth would somebody say, oh, these people have done well for this country? They destroy it for just 23 years. They destroy it. And that is that is my ground with these people. I don't like the way they have governed that country. They have not used the resources of the country well to the advantage of the people. They collect so much money. They got so much allocation. They got so much. They are paid so much to carry out their responsibility well for Nigeria. But what did they do? What did they give back? But we don't want to look at the excesses of these people as to how they looted the resources of the country, but we want to blame people for not paying taxes. I think that argument is self-defeating. These people are looting your resources every day. That is the problem. It is not few Nigerians not paying taxes.
You have said a lot. Either we want to remain where we are, or we want to move forward, irrespective of the pain. The choice is ours to make. The hallmark of a leader, the kind of leadership we want in this 21st century, are leaders that want to look into the future and know how we can get to that future, and deliberate and deliberate and what's the right word now? Propose. Oh my God! On how we want to get there. We can continue to lament about the mistakes we have made in the past, about the errors of the past, how they have mismanaged. The question is not about telling us about the challenges we have had in the past. The question is, how do we want to get to that future that we require? Do we want to continue in the same pattern that we lived our past 30, 40, 50 years? As some of us have seen few past of it. The choice is ours. If you want to continue to lament and live socialism and what do you call it?
This is not a matter of socialism. We
No,
are saying that your leadership are not responsible. They are the cause of the problem, but you are blaming the people for not paying taxes. It's not the people.
It is still the people. We are the people. People. We talk about the masses, the poor people, the people, as if they are people from another planet.
From the
They are
Pluto.
not. They are the people here. We need people to make the right decision now to leapfrog us into the future we want to be. But if we want to remain where we are and continue to lament, we will lament for the next 100 years until we take decision that we make every individual to be responsible, both the leadership and the followers. All of us must of a necessity come to some realization that look, going into the future, going forward, is not going to be like a stroll in the park. We must to take deliberate decision, and those decisions are not going to just come easy. They are going to come with some measure of pain. So are we ready to do it so that we can have a future? Look, there's a saying that, look, the people that plant trees, knowing well that they might not enjoy the shade of those trees, those are leaders, but they are taking the necessary painful decision for the future generation. That is the crossroad at which we are now. It is our choice. Do we want to remain here forever, or we want to go forward? If we want to go forward, those decisions that will take us forward will come with some degree of pains, no matter how populist you want to be. We want to do it, it's either now or never. Thank you.
Bishop, yeah, I think you still have the floor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me ask this. At least our session today is going to be very short, maybe 6 hours or thereabout. What about the meeting with Buhari meeting Tinubu in London? What is your take?
Okay, my take is this. I think we have serious issues on our hand than to be paying attention to some certain
Bishop, come on now.
No, I'm sorry. Now I'm angry about that. That's not the kind of elevate. It's nonsensical. Whether the reporter is that somebody, I believe that conversation did not take place. I want to give them the benefit of that. But that somebody is going to give us the news that one, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. I'm very careful about it, but just permit me the liberty that somebody will nonsensically and irresponsibly go and be negotiating who and who should be taken into jail on our behalf. Come on. That's what we are making to be. I'm angry with that. I'm angry that Tinubu had to go. If that was what they discussed, let me put that caveat there. If that was what they discussed, then it's a slap on our face. Who should go to jail and who should not? People that we should line up and shoot.
Bishop, I don't think they got. I mean, maybe it's just a speculation. No, I don't think. Yeah.
Try caveat. If it's a speculation, then I don't like wasting my energy on speculations. But God, that is very demeaning. That is disgusting. That is irresponsible. I leave my people alone. Are you kidding me? If they have soiled their hands, shoot them. Not only collect properties, collect the ones they have made forever in their lives. Everything that has to do with their family. How can you be negotiating that kind of a thing? So that's why I don't want to give any. I don't want to pay any heed to that one. Look, listen. I'm patriotic. I don't know what I want to use to describe myself. But it is Nigeria. My number one choice is Nigeria. Number two choice is Nigeria. Number three choice is Nigeria. I don't care about Buhari or Tinubu. I'm only giving them a chance to make the right decision for Nigeria. So if they will go to one London and make decision on who should be spared or not, then that means they are completely. Let me say that word. I will say next. I'm not saying. I will show this.
I know. It sounds disgusting to me and very ridiculous. Nah. Yes, I don't believe that. Maybe I should ask one man. You know, sometimes one man do some embellishment. maybe it's some embellishment from one man. But because that sounds ridiculous to me. That sounds ridiculous. I think maybe they are just in London. They just met. Then that's it. I don't think if they want to discuss who to be jailed, they can easily discuss it in Nigeria. You don't have to go to London.
I want to agree with you.
Of course, Tinubu. Buhari have the passport to enter Aso Rock anytime. Tinubu can visit Buhari in Daura anytime. So they are the same party man. They have contact of each other. They can talk anyhow. So I think you can see where the news is coming from, Bishop.
Which I do not know where was it from. I hope it's not People's Gazette.
Look at your screen. Look at your screen.
Okay. No, Sahara reporter. Oh my God. Defended myself. I mean,
you just waste your energy. You just waste your energy.
My energy. I'm paying at these kind of things. I mean, oh God. The way they were saying it, as if they were there, and the way the discussion was going on, oh my God. I mean, let's move to another thing, I beg. I just wasted my time.
I know. But to me, that is why sometimes I don't even take Sahara reports. I don't take them serious sometimes because they just bring all these Alobosa news, microwave oven news. People just run with it.
It's really Alobosa news.
No. It's so ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. I even they don't need to go to the London to discuss who to be jailed. Of course, they don't need to go to the London. Come on.
That's ridiculous. I think we should just say something else. Let's move to something else.
Yes, I think you've run through. Let me have a look there. I think
somebody else. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, brother. You're welcome, brother. Do we have Progressive have been quiet? I know it's not with us because I know if with us it's going to be it could have been charming in. Yeah. Do we have do we still have the Prince? We don't have Prince. Do we have the Prime? The Prime. I don't think we have the Prime.
Hello.
We have the Prime. Yeah. How are you, brother?
I'm good.
Let me start with how I started with Bishop. Yeah. What do you think about the Be On Me saying hate the white garment church? Are you in that setting? Because that question is for some certain special people like us that we are in church setting. If you are not in church setting, really I don't need to ask you that question. So what do you think?
Actually, I'm gonna start by saying one short life experience. Around
That's good.
1995.
Let's give it to us. Yeah.
Yeah, around 1995, I had a family church close to you know close to this church called synagogue. Around 1995, around that time, synagogue was raking in lots of new converts. People were going there. Then the pastor of my church, I really referenced the man. I used to think after God that man sees God every day. So he was saying, by the anointing that was given of me, I saw it. In 10 years, there will not be synagogue. He will be God. He will be God like Jesus Igbo. He was. I believed him. However, I kept that in mind. 10 years after, synagogue was bigger, building $1 billion or $2 billion church around that area, meaning it was just a trade war between traders in the same business. Unfortunately,
I like that. Yeah, continue.
unfortunately, a lot of gullible Nigerians tends to tends to live with that. After this election cycle, and most of this thou saith the Lord, I speak with the Lord, failed miserably. I've come to the understanding that the Bible said one thing. It said, how do you know a fake prophet? Anyone that says, thou sayest the Lord, and it doesn't come to pass is a fake prophet. That is
Excellent.
that was
Excellent.
the
Yes.
litmus test that the Bible gave for fake prophet. So, and I've seen a lot of them. I remember around 1990, was it 2002, when Nigeria did not qualify for one of the World Cups? There was this pastor saying, "Oh, we are going to compete, we are going to that competition," and a lot of people believed that shit. Then, at the end of the day, it never happened. Look at all the lies they said during this campaign, and people still tend to believe them. So naturally,
Can I learn of the lies? Some say Tinubu will die before the election. Some
yeah.
said he's not going to win the primaries. Some said in the day of inauguration, the military is going to take charge. Many, 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 many. That
And
is just
funny
few.
enough, you still see my people go to their business place. I mean, their offices called churches to do one or two things. However, people can believe whatever they want to believe. Some of us we've seen life from a different perspective, and we pay less attention to what people say. So if you hear me condemning the white garment churches, all of them they are into trade wars. So it's not our business. And we just hope our people will wake up one day and use their brain. Pray less. Let's, God gave us eyes so that we can see. God has done 99%. People should do their own 1% and leave God alone.
The prime. Someday I listened to um Apostle Suleiman saying he's putting money in people's the heaven banks open their shop and they are giving money to people on their phones, and people are receiving money on their phone. Papa, I just released $1,000. Even some even said they pay up is all mortgage remaining on their. I said that time that is it because we are black? That is why our brains are blacks. Because you can't tell a white man that somebody pay money to his account from heaven and he will believe that. Sorry for using that word because we are blacks, because we think like somebody that has black brain sometimes. How will somebody living, a educated person, people in US for that matter, believe that somebody can pay money to their account from heaven? And they were believing it. Everybody was coming out saying the prime.
You know what?
For me to pay money to your account in this country, I just need your phone number. I can pay money into your account, even if
You
you
know,
don't tell me to pay money into your account. And
you
some people
know,
are fools. Some Nigerians are fool in the US saying, Papa, I just got money in my account.
you see, another skilled man in his trade. Let's leave the man continue his trade and just hope our people will wake up from their madness. Most of these people, they are scammers. So I don't want to denigrate his person. Actually, I don't want to say so many harsh words, but I don't subscribe to all those their things. I believe, I pray, I walk, and those people, they just, I think the problem with our people is we want shortcuts and we don't want to sacrifice. So it's always easier to see someone that is going to swindle them and play on our attitude. So I think that is just the summary of it. We don't want to work hard. We just want a shortcut. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. That is it. That is the word. What do you think about Tinubu hunting for good, good cabinet, looking
Um,
for technocrats all over the world? What
you
is your
know,
take?
I've always been in. I share a lot of similarities in thought with Bishop. Um, I've always shared that opinion. Like, hey, Mr. Man, there is politics and there are policies. The policies will run, and the politics should also be there. Tinubu can't run that country with technocrats alone. It needs those politicians. However, there are key positions that even politicians knows that these positions are not reserved for me. Minister of, Minister of like industry, those things are not meant to be political posts. Minister of aviation, those ones are not meant to be political posts. If you want political posts, they will find you one culture and interaction stuff ministry, so Ministry of Agri. You can put those ones, you can put some nice politicians there. So it has to be a mixture. It has to be a blend. And hunting for technocrats all around the world.
But the prime, I can disagree with you. Why do I say that? All those politicians you see there out there, they were once experts in what they do before they change to politics, isn't it?
The issue is this. Every society has its uniqueness. Technocrats, most of these technocrats live abroad. Some of them they indoctrinated the Western way of doing things. So if you put technocrats throughout the government, it's not fucking gonna work.
My
Those
brother, mind the word, please.
okay, yeah. If you put okay, oh sorry. If you put technocrats throughout the system, it's not gonna work. It's just like football. You have the very skilled Messi that is dribbling and does the goal scoring. And you have someone in the middle, the number 4 doing the dirty work for the team. So you need politicians as part of it. Otherwise, if you put Messi, imagine you have a team like a football team, you have Messi, Ronaldo, you look for the best. They're not going to get anything. So, like you put Van Nistelrooy somewhere and you think, who is going to go pursue the ball for him to score the goal? So you need politicians to convince people because our level of understanding our society is not that much. You need politicians, you need technocrats. He has, there are some ministry where he has to put technocrats, and there are some ministry he has to also compensate those people that worked for him. He has to
Are you doing?
compensate them.
Are we doing job for the boys?
It has to be. It's everywhere in the world, except some people don't really understand how these things are being done worldwide. It's everywhere in the world. There are things that is job for the boys. Otherwise, you're going to lose election. As a matter of fact, you're not even going to lose only election. Your government, they will bring too many instabilities into your government. They will make people disaffectionate to you.
Are you not looking for competence, much
There's
competency?
there's a difference between competency. It's like when if you have a 1.1 engine car and you think you want to use it to run with Ferrari, it's not going to work. Everything is designed for different things. Politicians are designed for different agenda. Technocrats are designed for different agenda. So competency, you have to go for a blend. He said, in all things, according to Apostle Paul, he said, in all things, let modesty be your guiding principle. He has to be modest about it. Technocrats at some point, politicians at some point. That is how to make it.
Oh yes, that's excellently put. But I think, as you rightly say, it has to be the blends of both. Because when it's both, we need the experience of the politician, then we need the brains of the technocrats. And as Bishop rightly said, I really agree with him that we have technocrats in our politician. We can't. There's no doubt about that. We are talking technocrats amongst them. Yeah.
Naturally, there are some people that are people's men in every society. You will probably see one organizer that is like, hey, Kushel, hey, is greeting, is friendly, is loved in that society. Now, if that kind of person worked for Tinubu throughout, he doesn't get anything. Is it just technocrats that are going to put on ties? Those are because those people will bring policies that they would understand. It is those politicians that are going to go explain the government policies to the common man on the streets. Like, hey, ẹ ṣe sùúrù pẹ̀lú wa o. Be patient with us. This thing is what we are trying to do. Otherwise, those technocrats will only come and speak big English, and they're going to. Okay, for example, you're talking of energy mix. Who's going to go explain to those people that are going to make them buy the idea that someone will not, lure them into disaffection with the government? You need the politicians, because most politicians are loved people in their own small community, either we like it or not. They are friendly. Sometimes they are helpful. However,
and they have people that listen to them.
They have people that listen to them because they've developed that coziness with their small community. It's as simple as that. We can't shy away from those basic truths.
Oh, excellently put, my brother. It's excellently put. But I think I'm in the same realm with you. I'm in the same realm with you. Yeah. You've talked about it be on me. Fine. Yes, we talk about yes. Blah blah blah. Then one man brought this, gave me this message, but I don't know what's really. He said IPOB sent a chilling message to Tinubu. I don't know what's the message about. Let's leave that. Yes, Emefele's brothers, they are getting consigned about his health in the DSS. So what do you think? You remember it's the same. Maybe his cell is behind in Amdekano. So maybe they are having lunch together. What do you think about Emefele? His brothers are having a concern about his health in DSS custody.
There's this funny saying, like, if you, I'm going to say it in Yoruba. For those people that probably understand better English, they can translate to those that doesn't understand. One need Babaji Pangunyo fún gbogbo ìlú, àmà ní ọ̀tá. Tàdé bá ń sọ̀kò sọ́jà, àìmá ní ọ̀rẹ́. Okay, let me try and see if my English skill is still up to date. If you make food for the whole community daily, you're still going to get enemies. And if every day you shoot a catapult into the market square, you're still going to have supporters. So, after the disaster that Emefiele brought on Nigerians, if there are still people trying to maneuver and try to evade him from the consequences of his action, it's still part of the natural order of life. So I don't expect less from his, kinsmen, his brothers. It's more to them. It's like when you have someone that does drug, it's almost difficult to give up on that person, despite the fact that that person is not coming out. He's going to drag you in most of the time. He's going to drag your finance in. He's going to, drag your happiness in. So unfortunately, that is it.
You pay for bail in jails every time.
You understand? So that is in the case of Emefiele. I was in Nigeria around that January, February. the harm that brother did. If it were to be probably in some countries, what he did was election suppression. It's as simple as that. What Mefele did with the Naira redesign was election suppression. And if it's even in some countries, I believe they might start arguing that this is not an election. Let's do it again. Because it was a deliberate act against one person, and however, probably it never worked. But so let's see how magnanimous but
The prince, I was so disappointed. I will say it again. I was so disappointed with the number of people that finally voted in that country. With the PVC they claim they rolled out. I was so disappointed. So disappointed.
we have less than 30% of those people that registered came to vote. That was one of the personal responsibilities.
Thomas, what are you talking about? What are you saying you are disappointed? That's one thing you want people doesn't have confidence in the system. What is it that you
Baba, they were broke. Baba Ajande Kuku. People were fucking broke then. People were
how would
really
they come
broke.
out to vote?
How would they come out? So you can see that it's almost like election suppression.
They were almost crushed to death they were squeezed, they were financially crushed. I mean, what do you mean you are disappointed?
Ajale Koko, if I said I'm disappointed, I'm not blaming the people now. But I think I blame Emefiele. But yes, but I'm still disappointed. Anyway, I'm disappointed. That doesn't stop them not to vote.
No,
that doesn't stop them not to vote. Yes,
Thomas.
Just going up and down. You don't know where you belong. Look, one.
Ajale Koko, we are losing you. We can't hear you. We are losing you.
Oh, okay. Oh, Bami, right.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Yeah. Okay. Say what you want to say.
So
hello, Thomas. Can I say something?
Yes, let Ajale Koko land. Let Ajale Koko land. There you come, Simba. Yeah, Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Let Simba talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, Simba. Yeah, how are you, brother?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah,
good morning.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Yeah, sorry. If you look at the pattern of our voting from 1999, you discover that we'll be having right from 2007, as we are trying to improve on our electioneering process and we're introducing technology. If you look at the number of people that are coming out to vote, it has started declining. So we cannot actually attribute that what we experienced in this last election to only that people don't believe in the system, but maybe because of the technology introduction that actually limited the kind of overvoting or what can I call it? Election malpractices that actually yes.
The issue is this: if it was manual registration for that election, I wouldn't have really made a big deal of it. It was with beaver devices. People registered, and they were given substantial time to collect their PVC. People didn't just participate in that election.
But people collected. They gave us almost 98 million people collected PVC.
So meaning people,
maybe 89 rather, if I'm not making a mistake.
Yeah, it's within 80 something, close to over 80 million people.
Over 80 million people. Yeah. Over 80 million people.
It's 90 something, around 98. You're right.
I think I'm yeah.
No, yeah, I think it's 80 something. It's not up to 90 something.
Even 80 or 90, that's a big number.
Registered voters there from the people that collected PVC.
I think people that collected PVC were
They are
much. For
eradicated.
example, I remembered during this period, there was a time Obi, people in the camp of Obi were celebrating like, oh, they've added 10 million youths that have collected PVC. Meaning people collected PVC, but what happened a month or so before the election? I was in Nigeria. It was really okay. Let me tell you something. While I was coming, the day I was supposed to return, I had to buy medication on credit from a pharmacist. I had my money. I wasn't able to get any money from any POS. I couldn't do any bank transfer. I had to, because I wanted to buy this medication called chloroquine because I think it's really helpful for COVID back then. So I wanted to buy. I was begging the lady, like, please, I don't know you, you don't know me, but please just look at me. I can't run away with your money. When I get to where I'm going to give you back. Then she sold the credit to me, 1,000 naira medication on credit.
Wow, wow, wow.
It was as bad as that. So how do you expect people? It was more than election suppression. United States, I don't think Bajale Koko, do you think if such election suppression happened in the state, what do you think was going to happen, Baba? It was really election suppression. It was really election suppression because it was you really made people to be extremely
The prime,
yeah.
the people that roll out those two, it was a multi-pronged kind of attack that they rolled out. It was not only a naira swap. At the same time, there was petrol scarcity at that period also.
I was in Lekki the other time. I had to spend like 4 5 hours at the gas station. I was buying gas 4 liters for as much
And
as
that's
3,000,
what I'm saying.
4,000.
So if you look at it, for that election, there are so many factors responsible for that low turnout. You understand what I'm saying? We can
Yeah.
say that naira swap, the petrol scarcity, which create an additional hardship for
But
people.
Simba, tomorrow the
And then,
same Nigeria will be complaining about their governance, even though they are not even participating. If you are not participating, do you have the right to complain?
one thing that as we normally say on this platform, we still need a lot of education to educate our people in this country. The kind of orientation that our people have is, in fact, you need to be in Nigeria to sample the orientation of an average Nigerian. And that is why it's very difficult, to exonerate the people from the problem. I think the problem of Nigeria is actually the responsibility of both the citizen and the leaders. And I agree with Deep Prime there's no way, because the leaders that we have, that the products of the society. If you have a malfunctioning society, then you can't have a good leader. You cannot give what you don't have. So
Simba, let me give you an example. Here, if you don't vote, you pay $48 or $50 in this country for fine for not voting. Can you imagine? They will still fine you for not voting in this Australia.
So we need a lot of reorientation. We need to educate our people of the importance of their votes. They have to come out and choose their leaders. And to me, I still believe vote counts in Nigeria, even irrespective of the way we look at it, that election rigging. But if people still don't want you, there's no way you can rig it and win the election. So vote still counts in Nigeria. So we
Hello,
need
Mr. Simba.
to yes.
Sorry, let me say, this is one argument that the Obi camp has always conveniently shy away from. Like you said that this election was rigged. You had party agents. I was waiting for the tribunal procedures to start, or proceedings to start, and I was expecting them to come out with their spreadsheet of each of the polling station.
They
This was
don't have anything, my brother.
this
They
was
don't
the
have
number
anything.
that was
The
recorded.
prime, the prime, they started it, but when they discovered that it was not in their favor, that was when they stopped it. They started it. In fact, they started from the south. By the time they started computing, Obi was leading. They were making noise about it. They got to a point, and they discovered that no, this thing was not in their favor, and that was how they abandoned it. And that was why, even in the proceeding in the election tribunal, they don't come out with figures to say this is what we score and this is what they gave us. Look at our from EC8 that they gave to our agents. This is our own score, and that's why they are saying that they are challenging the process and they have started bringing up all those frivolities. So, and but I think it's good for the mind of their supporters. Any average thinking Nigerian should know that if you want to, if you have a tangible reason for you to claim that your mandate is stolen, then we should be having the figures now that this is what I score and this is what they give me. But none of them, both Atiku and Obi, was able to come up with that. So I don't know what they are doing.
But
Thank
Simba,
you for the information.
yeah, Simba, they claim they have their party agent and the form they sign, the one the police sign, INEC sign, or the party agents sign. Don't they have that anymore to
And
counter
that,
the Tinubu and in the court?
all of them used to have a situation room where they used to receive their results. Their agent will send the result and they do their own collation. So it will be a fallacy for anybody to now say you win an election. Meanwhile, you cannot come out that this is the figure that I score. They know they are just lying to the people. And so let's wait and see what is going to happen. They know what has happened. So if anybody cannot come out with any figure from their own situation room and say, this is what I score and this is what they gave to me, then you will not, we all know that it's a lie. They are just chasing shadows.
Ah, there you go. Back to the prime, yeah. So we are under the Emefiele stuff. So are you not concerned about his health in the prison, in the
The
But
make
detention?
but that
but
is the usual story now. Thomas, were you
but
surprised?
definitely concerned about the lives of people that it did not allow money, no, that did not allow them get money to treat their sick one, the
And they
gunshot,
die.
and they died. Was it concerned? Because sometimes in the Yoruba we will make this proverb. Wọ́n ní kìnìún wọlé, ó wọ ìlú, ó pa ọmọ tálákà. Wọ́n ní ó kúkú lọ, ó kó àrùn lọ. Ìgbà tó
Mm,
wọlé, tí kìnìún wọlé tó pa ọmọ olówó, wọ́n ní ìmọ̀ wọ̀lú. What I
mm.
just said is, a stray lion got into a village, he killed the child of a pauper. They said, okay, let this take away our sorrows and our losses. But when it came and killed the princess, it's like, man, this is calamity that has before this village. So,
Mm, mm.
Emefiele wasn't fair enough with the people of Nigeria, and he hid under policy like, yeah, this is a good policy. We have to be cashless. But it wasn't fair enough with them. People lost their earnings, people lost their lives, people homes were destroyed, families were destroyed, and a lot of shenanigans happened because of it.
Should Nigerian charge Emefiele for genocide?
I don't think it's up to that point. Genocide is a very strong word. The bar for genocide is not near what Emefiele did. But I think if it was something like economic sabotage, I could have like, okay, the economy really suffered under that policy because it was more of a sabotage kind of policy. So I think genocide is wrong. Genocide is absolutely wrong.
The prime. Don't you think that that is the usual script that all of them used to play whenever
until
they are arrested?
you see,
Whenever they are arrested,
He
everybody
have
will be
cancer.
lying.
He have cancer.
I
He have
have my head. I have challenge. Look at Dino. Look at Fayoshe. Look at this
Nnamdi
agitator.
Kanu.
Nnamdi
Nnamdi
Kanu.
Kanu.
Is a normal script. Is expected. It's a
yeah.
normal script that all of them used to play. So
So
they usually lie against.
I think Emefiele should just have his day in court, and if the laws of Nigeria allow such economic sabotage, he will gain his freedom. But if the law doesn't allow, I think he should find his day in court and he should get a fair hearing. If he likes, he cooperate with the government to bring in as many people that were involved in that um un unpatriotic
You
decision.
different. You think that if you have to put it to vote now in Nigeria, that okay, this is Emefiele, should he be released or not? Don't you think that he will win? He will get more vote for his release.
I think you should not even do that because I don't want
You
to
know,
put.
I'm just saying. You know that just to show you that even the citizen
No.
doesn't
I
even know what they want.
I think
Let me tell you,
Emefiele is on the list of the most hated.
Let me tell you, people will not look at what he has done to them. They will look at it from ethnic angle. They will look at it from political angle. They will look at it from so many other angles, and they will say, at the end of the day, is it the only one?
You
So
see,
why must it be the one that they are, I just don't understand.
one thing is that I've come to understand, like about Nigerians also, it's always easy until their money is involved. People lost money during that period, so there is no love lost for Emefiele. If you put it like they should vote, people that I don't want to use the word people don't I don't think people will mind to share Emefiele around the whole 36 country for a stroke of cake. 36 states. Please just bring that guy. You need to forgive.
But you'll be shocked with the outcome,
My
different,
brother,
believe me.
I can really I don't like betting, but I would have loved to go to Vegas on this. Like, if his people get hold of him, they're fucking they're really gonna bite his head off. People don't like what that guy did. I think maybe when you weren't in that country around there, it was horrible. Horrible. Banks were bombed, businesses were destroyed. It was really horrible. So don't
In
even
fact, it
think
was
about
God.
it.
It was different. It was God that saved Nigeria during that time. It could have led to a serious unrest. Believe
It
me.
could have led to a serious unrest, and good Tinubu spoke. Sometimes this is why some of us, I like Tinubu from the point of when a leader has the courage to say something against the populace or against a mob that is supporting him. That is when I call you a leader. He said this, like this is targeted at me. While Obi and Atiku were singing the praises of this same policy, until when they discover it's no longer popular, that was when they turned back. But from the get-go, he had this right instinct to say this is a wrong policy. So those are the attributes of leaders. Not those ones that want to say what they think this crowd wants to hear at every point in time. You need to be practical. So I don't think if you say Emefiele, even in his village, I'm not sure he's going to get a pass in his village.
Simba, you are in Nigeria. Is the new currency in the circulation? Because my family member said it's no more in the circulation. So what is your experience?
You know, when you made mention it, so when I came, my wife was asking me whether I need cash. So I said I need the cash. So she gave me 100,000. So I did my own study, and I counted it was a 1,000 naira note. So out of the 100K, I was able to see five among the just
Hi.
five, five
Oh my God.
out of 100,
So
out of
the,
100.
the rest was still the old
In
notes.
fact, anytime they give me the money, whenever I see those money, in fact, from I will just I will in fact before I used to say this is a fake one now. Do you understand? Because you just be counting money. I just see one that has a different color among the
Color.
money. You
Yeah.
know, attention. You just say, why is this one different? You understand? So later on, I will now discover, okay, maybe this is one of the
Now,
new money that they are talking about.
now your brain will reset back that I think we have new notes.
Exactly. Initially, the first thing that will come to my mind is this one is fake.
So what is the need for this money now? Even the money, because my family member said the money is not in circulation.
It's
They are
not. It's
back to
not.
the old,
Yeah.
yes, they are
Yes.
back to the
Yes.
old naira. So what
It's
is the
not in
hardship
circulation.
for? What is the hardship for? People die, people lose business. I saw a man digging the hole, putting eggs. Eggs.
Thomas, I think I've told you people. Even what I lost is more than me. I also lost millions.
Because people cannot buy eggs. People who don't have money, they are. Simba, I said it here now. My mom took credit for 2 months. Credit food. Credit. Awin. We call it Awin in Yoruba land. Credit. And the money was lying fallow in the bank. She could not get the money.
That time, the POS people, very early in the morning, people will go and line up in a POS center. And when they come, they will not, you know what they used to, they will go and write their names down and be forced to come and best to come. So by the time the POS man comes with the little cash that he has, he will ask, okay, no, how much did you need? 10,000. No, I can only give you 2,000 naira. So that's the way we'll be rationing it. Somebody will get 500, another one will get 1,000. And it's not as if they don't have money.
You know how embarrassing it is for you to go to a restaurant to eat and you need to wait for another 2 hours for the network to connect. Unfortunately, even the mobile banking wasn't working. The system probably, I don't know.
It was crashed.
No, the system, they were not programmed to actually withstand that kind of traffic. Yes. So that was what happened. In fact, sometimes if you send money, it can take 2-3 days before it will land.
My elder sister bought something from the market, did the transfer, showed the transfer to the lady. The lady was sent. Can you imagine the next 3 days, the money was sent back to my sister's bank account? Rejected.
Yes, now.
She said it's because he's a Christian or is a it's good Nigerian. If somebody he will not go back, she said she has to go back to that lady that the money I transferred to you that time came back to my account. The lady said, she's been worried that this 5,000 is gone. Thank you, my sister. My sister went there. She doesn't even have cash to give to her. She just said, don't worry, I'm still owing you 5,000. Anytime I get cash, I will come and pay you or I will transfer later. But the lady said, thank you for even coming back, saying the money was came back to your account, was reversed. You can see all this chaos.
No, let me tell
lost
you,
money.
Thomas, the people have not recovered from it up to now. I'm telling you. people are still not recovered from that useless policy up to now. So I don't know. And the next question we're supposed to ask is that all the money that they voted for that policy, where did the money go?
And
We didn't see the notes. So what did they use the money for?
Gideon, you see, this is the issue concerning. I want to
No,
link
it's
this
Simba.
issue.
Simba.
Oh, Timba, I want to link
Yeah.
this issue with what I was saying earlier concerning a balance between politicians and technocrats. By all standard, Emefiele is a technocrat. He's well read,
He's also a politician. He was vying for president.
but on a general scale, he is more of a technocrat. That was why he was kept in that position. So it takes the politicians to understand the pulse of the people and also communicate some policies also to the government like, hey, this policy is not working. If the government has more cogent and more better explanation, it comes back to tell the people. So that is why I was saying Tinubu cannot succeed if he decides to go with all out technocrats or all out politicians. So it's a
The
blend.
problem, we've already discussed this issue before. You need to go with a mix of
Yeah.
both. And then I don't even know what we mean by technocrat. So if you are a professional and by the time you join politics, you are no longer a technocrat. You
That's what
become a
I said
politician.
earlier on. I said we still have
Eh,
technocrats in our
Even
politicians. Yeah.
as useless as we made this Addis Rika to look in aviation industry, he was a pilot. Was a pilot before, but we don't see him as a technocrat. We see him as a politician just because he was appointed as a minister. So that means by the time we have Okonjo Iweala now, can we call her a technocrat or a politician? Because she has been in politics also. So to me,
Is on both sides. She's on both sides.
So to me, the word technocrat, I don't think there's any. We just try to be semantic and be using. We like flipping words in Nigeria. Say somebody is a technocrat. My governor in Osun State, he was a chartered accountant, Oyetola, and so. But now, if he's appointed now, somebody will not see him as a technocrat. He will see him as a politician. Because definitely it's going to be among the minister that is coming now.
That is the way it is defined. The moment you
join politics,
drop your profession, and now join politics, and identify yourself as a politician, you are no more a full technocrat. That is the way it works. But
who said that? Who said that?
Yeah, that is the practice now. But when you remain in the field of your profession, you don't practice politics at all, and you are given appointment, yes, you are a technocrat because you don't have no political affiliation. You are not politically inclined. You just want
You are not partisan. You just come to your own quota. Yeah.
You just want to use your own professional skill to perform your job. So you are not going to play politics while you are trying to carry out your official responsibility. But politicians have people that he is responsible to back home, and he will not want to carry out any policy that will hurt his people. But technocrat doesn't care. He just wants to achieve. Say, look, this is the set target. Whether some people are going to be affected or not, I want to pursue it and achieve the desire.
The aim and ambition.
Let me achieve my goal. That is it. But politicians, they will rather not achieve that objective and satisfy their people because they don't want to lose election. But technocrats don't have no election to run. He doesn't care. He wants to do his job. So that is the difference now. So it's very clear. We cannot. That is the
But
simple.
Baba Oko, if you
Yeah.
have to rewind back,
Mm.
I can't really remember so many of them that we have used in the past that have really performed very well. The so-called technocrats.
Some that did not perform, or what did you say?
I cannot recollect how many of them have really performed in the past. The one that we have used.
Oh, they did. Look, like
Oh,
Ade, when he was Minister for
excuse me.
Mhm.
You know why I'm saying this? Because even it was the Minister for Agriculture. And the only thing that if I ask you that, what did he do? You tell me about this phone fertilizer, whatever that was doing
Fertilizer,
that.
yeah, fertilizer, yeah.
That was the only thing. What was our agricultural output during that period?
In fact,
Even
we recorded a very good output, remarkable output. That was when, it was during this time that we achieved the highest producing cassava nation in
Cassava.
the world.
It's not
And,
true, Baba Jale Koko. It was not true. But Jonathan was just being said that was when he was eating cassava bread and all those useless things that time. It was just a political this thing. Believe me, Baba Jale Koko, I was in Nigeria. There was nothing contributed. And when I don't understand. When people are just making noise and they're just loud and if they have this succinct English and they are just talking and started giving us statistics like Kita
No.
Obi and all those
Simba,
things.
Simba be one. No, Additional is my family. Be one. No, don't talk
I
down.
don't care. I don't care whether it's your brother. So you are busy some other people here. So if your brother too, uh,
but Simba, you still have to give credit to him that the problem that farmers faces that time, like unavailability of fertilizer and the phone, and it
we
solved
used to
those
put
problems.
subsidy. There was subsidy on fertilizer. What happened that time was that there was subsidy on fertilizer, and instead for even the farmer, they even be using those fertilizer on their farms, and the people that are actually also involved in the distribution, they're actually selling this thing outside Nigeria and selling it to Benin Republic, to Niger Republic, and the surrounding country. So what he actually did that time was to actually be tracking those fertilizers and make sure that it gets to the final user, which is the farmer. But how successful was it? That is another thing to discuss.
But you just mentioned it now that it solved that problem, and
The problem, he
what
didn't
that
solve it
led to.
because it was not, whatever he put in place was not sustainable.
No. You can't
You
blame
know?
him. You can't blame him for that. During his own time, he did his best. He solved that problem. After he left, it's not his. You can't attribute the problem they have after he left to him. He did his own. We're just a country that doesn't what do you call it? We don't how do I say it? What am I trying to say? We don't
Continuity, we don't
yeah,
ensure continuity.
yeah. We're a country that we don't continue on a good policy. One crazy person will come after that good policy work and come and dismantle it. So that is what happened in this case. It solved that problem. And that is how government should work. Government should come in, identify problems on the ground that are not making things work for the people, solve it, and make it work, and make it work for the people. That is what that guy did. He solved that problem all farmers can get fertilizer at ease, and then they were able to put it into use and put a greater output. You know, in terms of our agricultural output, we are able to, you know, have successful output on their agricultural product. So we need. That is how people in government should work. That is how they should work. They should
So
solve.
that was the only person that you could remember.
Okay, and the one that is what is the name of him? The one that was in commerce and trade. I can't remember. He's a Yoruba guy too. I can't remember his guy. I mean his name.
What of Okonjo Iweala and Obi Ezekwesili, all those ones?
No, I forget. Obviously, Kinsley was in education. What did she do?
Look, when I realized
She was moved. She had the education that time and solid mineral, and she was just making noise. To me, I don't know how we judge those things. To me, their performance is not actually different from what an average politician will put out.
No, let me tell you. You see, the system, Nigerian system is a very bad system. If you want to make it to work, politicians will not make it work. That is the problem. Because in the course of making things work, it will deny them a lot of opportunity to loot. And they will frustrate you not to make it work. That is the problem we have. If politicians are committed to making things work in their country, things will work. But they don't want it because if they must commit all the resources into solving that problem, they will not have money to steal, to loot. They will not have the resources to loot. So they don't want it to work. When it doesn't work for you as the people, that is when it works for them. That is the difference. So let's forget about those people, man. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah. Just forget about that. Simba, you are not a Christian, so I don't think this question I should be asking you.
No, it's not about Christianity.
No. I have a question. I have a question for
I
you.
know,
That's
I know
what I
the
was saying.
question that you're talking. You want to talk about this
Ibiomi. Yeah, Ibiomi say he hates.
is a general problem. You know, generally, we the blacks, I think, like what you were discussing yesterday. We are being colonized completely, mentally, everything about us, culturally, religiously, everything, even the way we reason. So, if you look at religion generally, is a tool of control. It's a tool of control and superiority, and that was the genesis of religion generally. I am a Muslim, but the way I take religion, I don't take it the way every other person take it. I look at it generally as it's just that they are giving us and we are just doing it. If you look at it as a different, you put it succinctly by saying that people are just competing, like you are in the same market selling the same product, and then yes, and then you have to just badmouth another person for you to gain, customer for your own market. I think that is what they're just doing. And the kind of respect that we accord to our so-called religious leader, we don't even give our political leader that kind of respect. The other time Babayeko was talking about tax, and they are saying that people are taxed to death or whatever, but people can willingly, give their whole salary to a pastor, and they will not
Mm,
complain.
mm,
They will not
mm,
complain.
mm, mm.
Yes, people they can give the whole salary to a pastor and they will not complain, and they will still
Yeah,
be doing that
their first
every
year,
month.
their first year
And
salary goes to the
yeah,
pastor.
so
First
So
so
fruits.
they should
exactly.
not exercise. They should not exercise their religious freedom on those.
You see now, you see where you are going now. You see where
So
you are going now. So in
so
what
they can't
way,
exercise free speech, religious freedom.
Baba Jigoko? So
Clearly,
so that one will give
ẹ
them
ti
good.
fowó
That
ẹ ti
one will
fowó
provide.
kówé epo lè jẹ́ kó travel káàkiri mọ́ kí ló dé ẹ fẹ́ pa wọ́n.
You understand? So the one that will provide and this one cannot give them the education that they need. It cannot give them the good road. Cannot give them the earth and everything that they needed. But that one is not a problem. But when the government and they see their pastors wasting their money and their cleric, don't let me be specific about a particular religion because it is across both the two major religions. They be using Rolls Royce, they be using flying private jets, and they don't see those ones as corruption. But it's the one for politicians, somebody that just pay maybe 100 naira maybe as a tax in a year will be shouting that they are taxing them to death. But that same person can willingly even donated all his or her penny to a pastor that will use the money for his own benefit. He doesn't see anything wrong in that. There's a lot of problem. I don't think sometimes when I look it, I don't see any hope. It's like the future is bleak because how do you please that? And there will be, I don't know, if you can do that one for religion and you cannot do that one for your country, and in the same country you'll be shouting that they don't give you this, they don't give you that. Meanwhile, where more than half of your earning is going, you cannot even challenge your pastor because you are doing it in the name of God. And what the religion has also encouraged in our country, it has encouraged a lot of laziness because people don't believe in hard work again. They always believe in miracle. They believe in prayer. They don't go to work, but they will go to go and pray for manna to fall from heaven. And it's not even about education. You see a pastor or a cleric that does not even have any education will be controlling a whole university professor in the name of God. And to me, I don't really understand. And as I said the other time that religion has caused more harm to the world than good. Believe me, Thomas. So yes.
Mm.
Religion has killed more people than famine and diseases. Believe me.
It's Simba. It's very pathetic. Because I'm a religious person, so this is my own space. So it saddens me all the time. It saddens me all the time. It's the same pastor that was fighting Daddy Freeze because he was calling Oyedepo out. That how come in life can you be challenging a whole Oyedepo? What? Just look at this man with bald head like me. What is he talking about? So people can't criticize them anymore. They are man of God. They are God of men. They are above every other thing. They can't make mistake like Peter Obi. So it's
Look at
just
what when
nonsensical.
one man was trying to ask Azan and Rebadu questions about what happened in Sokoto, and you can see how difficult for them to talk because the way we take religion, we take it like a life or death kind of thing. That is we consider it as a sensitive issues and things that and it's not really helping our society. It's not helping. The last time Deepan was talking, there's no way you can achieve any meaningful development when your rate of population growth outweigh your GDP growth. There's nothing you can do if your fertility rate is too high. And so sometimes, yes, population is good, but that is when it is controlled. But the kind of irresponsible way by which we live in Nigeria and we produce children, there's no way. It will be very difficult for any leader to make any meaningful impact. If
But
your
Ọlọ́run ní ká
population
máa
is
bí sí ká máa
if
rẹ̀
your
sí now.
population is increasing by 50 million every 13 years, how do you cope with that? How do you cope with that? So what magic will that leader perform that will make that country to make any meaningful progress? Because you cannot match that population with infrastructure.
My
Believe
brother,
me.
you are a doctor now. God said we should be reproducing now. You are a doctor.
No,
You should.
the God is no. As doctor, we don't deal with God. We deal with facts and science. So it's not about God. I'm not. We are not pastors. We are not cleric. I think.
But
because you want to attack people, it doesn't concern God. You don't. It doesn't care about God now. Want to attack with the people, we poor people. Okay.
Oh, I can't stop laughing, man. But we should. God said we should come and busy camera see now. So you want to stop people not to busy and receive.
No, let me tell you, Thomas and Babaja Kuku, we are not living a responsible life in Nigeria. Believe me, we are living a very reckless,
very nasty.
Yes, we are very reckless, and that's why sometimes the way Babaja Kuku defend the way we live as citizens of Nigeria, I don't like it. Believe me, we need a lot of reorientation among our citizens if you have to move forward. Believe me, we are not living responsibly as Nigerians. Believe me.
Hello.
Hello, Solly. How are you? Hello, how are you?
Everyone. Fine,
Good morning. Good morning.
Simba, I want to ask you a question. You know this overpopulation thing. This is the reason why these USA people are exporting their, homosexuality, trying to bring it to Africa. Is that a solution that you would like for our irresponsibility?
It's not that kind of solution. You understand? But you cannot bring
So
it. Even let me tell you. The solution, I started by mentioning that we need to educate our people. It's not even only education of going to school, a lot of reorientation. And I think this religion that actually brings that in our culture of how can you that cannot take care of a child, you now be having like 11 children,
No.
12 children.
You that cannot take care of yourself.
Exactly.
You have 7 kids. You can't even take care of yourself.
And then you want to put that responsibility on the government, that the government should take care of that for you. To me, you are not living responsibly. So those are the things that we are talking about.
No, Simba, are you saying religion is the reason why people give birth to so many children?
I say religion and culture. Yes.
But Simba.
Wait, I just want to put this. They are Native Americans here. We don't know their religion. They don't belong to either of the two major religion, and even they are supposed to be in the Western nation, right? The way those people give birth to children, you'll be shocked. So,
but you see that. Let me tell you. But if you profile those people, are they not blacks?
They are not blacks.
Majority of them are blacks. Let us be sincere.
They are not blacks. They are Simba. All those Inuit and all those First Nations, they are not
black. Majority of them.
They are blacks. The majority of them will be blacks.
Are you telling me where I live? You are telling me where I live. I said these people are not black.
America to Canada, they are not black.
And where are they?
We are talking of West Indies, Inuit, and you are telling me they are black. You are telling me what I know.
No, Ola, because the Aboriginals that live with him in Australia, those one are black. Thought the Native Americans
He thought they are black like that.
You know, bros, the thing that is funny is that I'm telling you what I see firsthand, and someone is telling me this. See, these people, irrespective of what government try to make them comfortable, they give them money. No, these are the people that we take a mouthwash and we take it like a normal wine, a normal alcohol drinks that they drink anyhow. That's the way they live their life. So this thing has nothing to do with religion. So those people, government trying to make them better, but they still like to live the poverty, their life in poverty. That's the way they've chosen to live their own life. So it is more of poverty, not religion. Because when you see the elite, at least you see the elite among these people that you want to say, okay, whether both religion. I'm not talking of those people that are natural polygamists, but well-read people among them. You see some of them,
No,
they just
but
have.
Ola, let us be sincere. There is no religion has its own role also. I'm a Muslim. I know that my own religion also
I
encourage
know you are a
We can say that
so
in Nigeria. Ola, can we say in Nigeria? We
It's
are
not
not
even in
saying generally.
it's not even in Nigeria. I've seen a lot of Muslim even from the north that they only got married to only one wife. So it's not as if it's your level of
Maybe they are
education.
educated. They are educated.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you a question. How many wives does Salam Abubakar has? About the former head of state. How many?
for the fact that you see one in the public space does not mean that there are no
Okay,
other ones
how many
inside
wives do
there.
you know with Buhari? How many?
And Buhari
Aisha,
did not marry
Aisha.
well. It's only Aisha, but he had married before Aisha. He had some
How many
wife
wives
before
did
Aisha.
Abacha? How many wives did Abacha marry? How many wives did Murtala Muhammad marry? So see, something is this. See, when we are saying there is a correlation between poverty and polygamy, and we are saying this thing. See, don't make it look as if religion is the reason some of these people are committing their own crime. Even we see some people that are supposed to be Christian, they have more than one wife. In fact, even there are some pastors that have more than a wife. And
Some woli have five,
so
seven, eight.
are you saying the Christianity that pushes them to go and marry many wives? So these are
No,
the
it's
things that.
their libido. It's their libido.
So it is wrong narratives to say religion. See, Simba, you keep saying this thing that religion is responsible for more fatality, and I will still ask school again because I have access to some researches or those stuff. I don't know where your own researches you will find it. If you can publish it, there is no empirical proof to tell you that religions as responsible for more fatality, more death than the way we. It's just our rebellion nature, and because of the way some people practice the fanatics in the religion, that's why people rebel. Because the way some people preach religion, they make it look as something that is so difficult, something that you should avoid. Because okay, just imagine someone preaching hellfire to you every day. You got to say you get tired. But all this you just get tired of it. But if they preach some kind of how to live your life, to stay away from crime, to do the right thing, so that you make your life longer, nobody will care. It's just a normal. But when people start giving you religion with threats, as people start taxing you unnecessarily, the kind of the taxation that God never provided, so people are born to rebel naturally. But saying religious is the one causing the problem, no. Okay, we are saying something there now. Okay, when we say okay, some people don't pay tax, we keep saying that it is the responsibility of the government to provide for the people so that they can pay tax. That's why I like making an example of China. China will make sure that the worker, the factory, the corporation, they don't lay workers up, so that whatever it takes, they will give the corporation some kind of subsidy so that they can tax the workers back. But Nigeria is not the case. Nigeria, okay, you'll be running after maybe one woman that just managed to go and cultivate a vegetable in the farm and is selling the vegetable. All of a sudden, she start paying tax. When the government doesn't even know, when the government we have with the they don't even know how this woman is faring. Those are the things we are saying. So okay, everyone, anybody that live in the Western world, before the government can take the property tax, they will have provided amenities. They put your road there, they put water there, all those infrastructure. So when you put your building there, they even made the sense of okay, everything will be in the database. That's when they can tax you. They will not go and tax you from what you don't make. So it's the way we look our people as evil sometimes it baffles me. So a local hunter should be paying tax even when you cannot even see the presence of the government in his life. You want to get you are in a new community, you will be the one to put your transformer there, you'll be the one to put your road, everything, all the thing government want to do is come and collect tax from you. What exactly is the government giving you? We are not saying this thing. So we just have to, because when we put this narrative,
Please, but can we agree that any serious government can go and borrow money if they can't tax the citizen?
You can borrow money to provide the right infrastructure, and you ask the government to pay, and you ask the people to pay back, but you are not giving people anything. That is robbery. When you don't give anything, people, you don't give them, they can't even go to the farm, and maybe they now manage to cultivate the farm and now bring their vegetable to the market, you now tax them, but you cannot provide them security in the farm. And what's the basic function of the government? So government have been robbing some low income people, and we are saying we are not paying tax. How are we going to pay tax when the government has not done the right thing? Even Tinubu, that is generating revenue in Lagos, he didn't start generating revenue without doing anything. At least they put infrastructure like Oracle database in place. I eliminated all those all those multiple payee. Then they started building some shops that they're able to document. And I can't forget, because I live on I was in Oregon throughout when I was in Lagos. I can't still forget that the single that Kudrat Abiola dual carriageway alone, I still remember, because before that dual carriageway was there, that place was air. So government, we have to do something. It's not as if we just go and start harassing people. Even during the time of Awolowo, when local council they used to collect a tax, that time during this dry season, they will bring a tractor to grade your road when the road is bad. They will do your gutter for you. Now, that time they will be giving you 140, Gamali 20 at the subsidized rate, just to provide something for your cocoa. So government, the process of government will be felt in people's life that time. Not now that someone will just sit down there because of money they want to share and say, okay, go and tax them to death. It's to me, we are encouraging something, not we are encouraging bad things. We are encouraging
So
bad things.
Nigeria should not pay tax now. Engineer Ola.
Thomas, no
That's
sentiment
my
in this thing.
question.
That's no sentiment in this thing. Get me right. Kumi, where you
Because
live?
I want to give one example. I live
No, Kumi, where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Washington DC.
Okay, wait. Did you do pole? Did you do electricity pole and cable on your street? Did you put gutter on your street?
We are talking about developed country here. We are talking
Don't
about
say
Nigeria.
developed country. I can refer to the Roman Empire.
Let me use one country as an example, because I've lived there like 2-3 years. I live in South Africa. They only do their income on tax and gold. You understand me? And each time any corrupt system come to the news, people stand up. You know the reason why? Because they stand up because it's because of the taxpayer money. You know, the reason why people are not fighting corruption leader in Nigeria is because of, we believe is the oil money. You understand me? It's coming from somewhere. But if it is the money that all of us contribute, you understand me? I can't pay tax money, and you go and use the money to buy housing. People will not agree that.
You don't just get this thing. Now, give me an example of civilization that started with taxing the people before they developed. But I'm giving you an example now.
Okay, but it's the same people that we are complaining that they are borrowing money. They are borrowing money. You understand me?
Kumi,
but if government cannot tax people, they will go and
Kumi,
borrow
you are
money from
so
one bank.
You are so comfortable in Washington that probably when you wanted to buy a house, you got
America
mortgage.
is over many years. We are talking about Nigeria.
Forget about Nigeria. It's like, okay, what's in Nigeria? What's Nigeria doing with the money they are making? You give people infrastructure before you tax them. Go and look at our lower tax. Go and look at our lower rates and free education.
Okay, then we should agree that government to borrow money then. Which we must choose one.
And nobody is saying government should not borrow money, but when you borrow money, you do the right thing.
But Nigerians complain a lot each time government want to borrow money. Even on this platform, many people complain.
It's very easy for us on our IOS. It is very easy for us on our IOS to look at the poor people and say they are not doing the right thing. These people you are talking about that they should tax, have you ever thought that they are poor?
Okay, okay, another one. No, a lot. I'm telling you what I know. In Ibadan, as example, a lot of people in that Ogunpa, they are making millions of naira every day. They don't contribute to the society. They don't contribute to any society. We must have a serious government that will collect taxes from citizens. It's very important. That's my stand.
Okay, let me tell you this thing. Okay, I've given you
Ola, let me ask you this. What is our tax supposed to be used for?
Thomas,
is it
yeah? We are giving me a little question. I give you an example. I gave you an example of how Awolowo was supporting cocoa farmers. Not only that he was supporting them, he was helping them to find market for that cocoa. He will give them all those necessary pesticides to make sure they all those fungicides.
Ola, you are running away from my question.
I'm not running away from your question.
What is tax for? I think tax is for you to get social amenities in the states, in your country, in your locality.
Because you have your predetermined question, the predetermined mindset. I'm telling you that no.
So if Nigerians don't get infrastructure because they are not paying tax, is that fair?
That's why we are slow now. How many states is collecting
is that
tax?
fair?
This thing, Thomas, this thing is not true. You are still not getting
the allocation money cannot be enough for us to
how I wish that government should start taxing those of us that we are in diaspora, and let's see how we talk after.
We pay tax in Nigeria. We pay tax if you are sending money to anybody in Nigeria, you are hiding to Nigeria now.
Let's assume that government now start talking to America, to Australian government now, be a Nigerian, having property in Nigeria. Okay, after paying your tax in Australia, let them now start slamming like about 25% on the remaining one. And let's see how you talk. See, this thing is this. Two things. This is the way to approach and to be fair to people is this. You put yourself in a position, first of all. When you put yourself in a position and you look at what you are benefiting from the government. Okay, for example, now I was paying tax in Nigeria. Government never gave me any tax refund till I left that country. They were just collecting my tax. Here, if I pay tax, I will still get the tax return.
Maybe you don't have any. Maybe you don't have any return. That's why they didn't give you.
Are you joking? Do you really know how much I pay in tax in Nigeria? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much I earn and how much I pay monthly? Are you kidding me? Seriously?
But the only thing I'm saying,
no, because we are not talking of someone that pay taxes of thousands, you understand? So
it's like many of us have left Nigeria long time. The system is not the same.
Yeah. You can pick a course even as loyalty as Udemy or Coursera. Pick some course on how government or the taxation model. I will come and tell me a government that will just go and tax what people that have not done anything about their life. What government should be doing to our farmers, like Awolowo was doing, is that okay, you look at all those farmers, this thing, you put them in cluster, you form cooperative for them, you protect them, you give them tractor to do their farming, you give them modern technology to boost their output. Then you can tax. But these people, you don't even know where Fulani is chasing them away from Esmen, rather. Let me use the word Esmen. You don't even know when Esmen is chasing them away from their farm. You don't even know some of them that suffer fatality. All you want to, every time they are making money, just come and pay tax. That's the only thing you care about. Then what's the purpose of the government?
But do you know that it's not all Nigerians don't benefit from government. Right? A lot of people still benefit, they don't pay tax. What about those people?
Oh my goodness. I don't really know how to explain this thing to you again. I don't know how to explain this thing to you again.
Because the reason why most of Nigerians benefit from the social, they benefit. It's not all Nigeria don't benefit. That's my point.
Let me tell you something. Now, look at how government help people before they pay tax. There was a time in I think you can corroborate me if I'm wrong. As it's not tomorrow, there's a town in there's a small village in Illinois.
Because
they call it,
federal government gives some farmer anchor borrower money. Do you want to tell me that those people don't benefit from government? Have they ever paid any taxes back?
How do you know they are not paying tax? All those people they give, how do you know they don't pay tax? How do you know?
Okay, you want to tell me they are
How
paying
do
tax?
you have the data? How do you know?
But Ola, don't let us do whatever we are saying. So are you telling me that Nigerian government is not doing anything for the citizens? They just paying the
That's the
tax. They
thing
are not
now.
benefiting anything. Is that what you are saying?
No, Simba.
No, let me tell
Simba.
you. Let me tell you because the
Let
way
me
you are
let me have
talking,
Professor Ola. Professor Ola.
you that you are talking now, you are talking. You had your university education in Nigeria. You know how much you paid. Are you telling me that you didn't benefit anything from Nigeria government by that?
Ooh,
So you are
Simba,
just
Simba.
talking. No,
Wait,
just
Simba.
let me finish. Let me finish. You are the one that came on this platform. You say you went to Igbobi. What's supposed to cost you hundreds of thousands of naira? You pay 10,000 naira. That was a subsidized health facilities. Is that one is not a benefit? You talk about, there are so many things that. So let me tell you.
Okay,
There's a
Simba,
lot. So let us, whatever we are saying, don't let us, it's very easy to whip up sentiment of people by saying you are staying on the side of the poor. Because that one is very easy.
let
People
me
easily buy
respond
that.
to
Why did
Simba.
we
No,
why
ajá lè
did
kò
we
pé ẹjọ
run
ẹ jẹ́ kí
away from the
response
country
ẹni bá
if the
mọ̀rọ̀ tó bá
country is
sọ̀rọ̀
working
á
well
gbọ́rọ̀
for
náà
us?
ni. Ẹ jẹ́ response. Simba, look at it this way. When I attended school, is that not what I'm saying? Government facilitated my this thing. So when I started working in a bank, do you know what it means to pay your to spend 33% of your income on taxation? Do you know what it means? Now, if I was able to pay that, if I was able to pay 33% of my income as taxes, as tax, that one is understandable because I graduated and I'm working and you are getting. That is what we say government do something for you and then you tax you later. That is understandable. Okay. Now, but look at someone that attended school and could not get a job. He started selling atarudo and it's hardly, maybe he can even hardly feed the family a day. And you are saying, okay, he should come and pay 33%. Where will he get it? So the question is this: because of the benefit of my education, I could work and I could pay my tax. Who is saying
People that you are talking about, somebody who is selling at Atarudo. How did such a person pay tax? Just tell me.
Simba,
Somebody that does not.
It is the duty of the government to put infrastructure in place.
I'm not saying because you are saying that the person that is selling Atarudo is paying tax. I want to now ask you, how did he pay tax?
Simba Farabale. Those people selling Atarudo, they are in informal sector. Now, if you sell Atarudo in Canada, you are likely to escape.
I'm not talking about Canada. We're talking about Nigeria. If you are taxing let me tell you, if you say you are paying 33% as tax because you are working, they classify you as a middle class. You're only compensating for what other people are not paying. There are not how many. Just wait. What we are saying, because I don't know why this argument is going through. We are saying that people they should widen the tax net as part of the way to expand our revenue. Because what the problem that we have now is that we are not generating enough revenue. If you look at we don't even our per capita income. Our per capita income is one of the lowest in the world. So
honestly, Simba and Kumi, if you are an administrator of a country, you will wreck the people the way you are positioning yourself, the type of thing that you are coming from.
It's like you don't understand what you are saying. What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? Let us get you.
Okay, I have like 20 minutes more to spend. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. Now, if I'm doing carpentry in my garage where I am today, or if I'm doing mechanical workshop, now because I'm in the informal sector, government will never know what I make, and I'm not going to pay tax because I don't depend on the government to make my money. This is where I am now. If government really want to onboard me,
these people that are not paying tax, they are still benefiting from government.
Thank you. Wait, Simba.
So because you started by saying that you have to provide first before you can say bring tax, but these people that are not paying tax, they are benefiting from government.
Did you hear what I say about informal sector here now?
Tell us the benefits they get from the government.
I've already highlighted it. No matter how my notes, you might be. let me
from
tell
one
you,
place to
let me
another
tell
place
you,
is a
Baba
benefit
Jale
from government.
Kuku, people struggle to go to state-owned institution in Nigeria for higher education because they pay less. What they pay in university is not even up to what I pay for my 8-year-old daughter in nursery and primary school for a
Which
term. What they
university
pay in
you
a
are
year.
talking about? Are you talking of federal university or state university?
Even both. Let me tell you,
No,
even
no,
in the state.
no.
No, wait, how
Let me
much did they
both.
pay in the state? No, just tell me. How
I
much did
know
they pay
what
in
I'm
even the
paying.
state
I know what
university?
I'm paying for the people
How
in the
much are
state.
you paying? How much are you paying? Tell us. Let us be factual.
Hello,
Tell us how much.
Ajale Koku,
You
Ajale
want me
Koku,
you want
Ajale
me
Koku,
to tell you?
Edruno,
I will
Ajale
tell you.
Eh,
Koku,
Kilo so.
Ajale Koku,
tell us now.
Okay,
Edru.
there are some are
Say
pay
about what you are
80 something
saying. What
thousand.
you are
There are some
saying.
are paying
Excuse
130,000.
me. For a university education, you are paying 100 for per annum, and you say you are paying.
Baba
Oh,
Jale
you
Koku,
think
you want to tell
hold
us
on,
that
hold on, hold
someone
on,
that
hold on,
making 2
hold
million
on. Do
but
you think
doing business, you
people
don't have right to pay tax?
hold on?
Can
Do
we
you
stop
think
joking?
hold on, look at you people just I don't know what is wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know how
For me,
many
it's a
Nigerians
surprise to me. You live in
two
America and you are
third
saying this.
hello Ola, let me make this point. 2/3 of your population are living in multi-dimensional poverty. Do you know what that means? So you want government to tax people that are living in multi-dimensional poverty? I don't know what.
We are not
I'm not
talking
saying
about
that. I'm
tax.
talking
We are
about
not
people
saying,
benefiting, people making
we are
money,
talking about
people that
benefits.
making money.
We are telling
People
you
that
that
are
this
living in
137,
poverty.
Baba Jale Kuku, wait.
I'll give
We are
example.
saying that
People that are doing business in
if you are
Oguta
paying
University, no one of them are
130,000
paying any.
for
They don't pay
a
anything.
season,
Hold
for a session.
on. How many Nigerian people that are living in multi-dimensional, you think they can pay 130,000?
Okay,
You know
people.
what we are saying? Wait, and the government is subsidizing it to make it easy for more people to be able to access this
Ajale
education.
Koku,
No,
Is it
you
not
are talking to
subsidized?
government has
Is that the
I don't understand
cost?
what
Is
you are
that the real cost? Is that the real cost? Are they
forget
not?
whether it
Is it
is
not being
cost.
subsidized?
Okay.
No,
Forget
is
about
that
whether
not a benefit? No, Baba Jale Kuku. What I want to ask you is a
Jale
yes or
Koku,
no.
let me give you
Is
another
this
example, sir.
no? Kumi, just wait for me. Kumi, just wait for me. Pay 130,000 for a section in a university. Is it not? Are you saying it's not a benefit? Is it a benefit or not?
Simba, low income
How can
people
you
get grant
describe
to
that?
school
How
here
can you
too.
describe it as benefit when you
Poor people
have
that don't pay tax, they are
So they should not.
2/3 of your population?
Okay, I rest my case. I rest my case. I
Two-thirds
rest
of your
my case.
population are
Okay,
living in poverty.
another one.
Two-thirds cannot
Ajale Koku.
afford that
does
tuition
poor
fee.
people access to America or not?
Ajale
What are
Koko,
you talking
Ajale
about?
Koko.
Poor people that
Ola,
don't pay
let me ask
those
Ajale
that don't pay
Koko.
tax, do they attend school in America or not?
Let
Do they
me
attend?
ask Ajale Koko and you, Ola. Is tertiary education in Nigeria is being subsidized or not? Yes or no?
Thomas, if you don't have money here too, government will still subsidize education for
My
you. If you
brother, I'm not talking of America. I'm not talking of Australia. Is
if
tertiary education
they can
public?
subsidize, if they can subsidize in America in advanced nation, you are not talking of poor nation. If you don't have money here, government will still subsidize for education for you. And
Please,
that's what
You are not answering my question. Is
how do I answer you?
university tertiary education is it being subsidized in Nigeria? Yes or
What
no?
subsidy is just mismanagement. It's not subsidized, and we should stop this idea that is subsidized. Based on what? Where is the projection and where they apply that
Which
thing?
how much they are which how much they are paying in universities?
They are see this is where you miss everything up. Education in Nigeria, when they are
But
telling you they
Ola, why are you
subsidize
running
it,
for the answer? Why are you running from the question?
I've told you
Is
that
it
no, they are not
subsidized or
subsidizing.
not?
Which answer
They are not
they are not
subsidizing.
subsidizing. They are not
They are not
subsidizing.
subsidizing.
They are
That's
not
all right.
subsidizing.
That's all
Stop
right.
it.
That is your own
Stop
opinion.
it.
That's
Stop
fine.
I will stand on the people that are doing business. This is another example. There's a
do people that do not pay tax, do they attend
no,
public school in
1 minute,
America?
1 minute,
Answer me.
1
Do they
minute,
attend
1
school?
minute.
Do they
I will not compare America with the system we are using.
Don't say
I
you
will
don't.
use Africa.
When you
I
say
will
rich
use
economy, you
Africa
are saying you are
because
not going to compare. The
this
people
is
where the economy is rich, and we are talking of those people that are
this is
poor.
another thing. There was
This is tyranny. This is
anybody
tyranny.
that doing business in South Africa, they give them government give them stand You understand me? And the stand
one
where you
voice,
make your
one voice,
business.
one
You
voice,
understand me?
one voice, please.
The stand is when you make your business. You understand me? When you make your business, and the government allow everybody to have their stand, and you go to pay to government every month 150 rand. You understand me? For stand to just you are doing business in one place, you must go and pay. You understand me? If you don't go, they call the organized prosperity. You understand me? If you don't pay, they come and chase you out of that stand. You understand me? How many people are doing that in Nigeria? And they use the money to build the build road, do everything. My stand here, if you don't collect tax from people, see, allocation coming from federal level cannot solve all our problems. If we want a quick development.
Nigerians want better life, but they don't want to pay tax.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Engineer
We can't continue that
Hola
way.
is
We will
among
never
them.
continue that way.
I have 15 more minutes to go. Thomas,
Okay.
let me tell you something. When they say Ekiti is generating revenue, when they say Lagos is generating revenue, go and look at all those markets they redeveloped. When they develop the market, they tax people that are working there. Government tax those people in the local shop in Lagos. That's what we are saying, that if you don't put infrastructure in place, you can't just go to one baba in a hut in village and go and do that. Okay, how could you have taxed all those people if you did not build the lock-up shop for them? That's what we're saying. You have to bring these people on board. You have to onboard them before you can tax.
Another thing, my stand. Some people, even when you build, some people they still don't ready to pay the tax. That's my point.
Kwame, see,
yeah?
like I know us Nigerians.
Yes, people don't ready to pay the tax. But I'm telling you that many people benefiting from government that don't pay tax.
I intentionally ask you where you live, right? Now look at this way. You are saying people are benefiting. That's what Simba is saying, and I'm still telling you that people that are not paying taxes, they are benefiting from public school in America. They are benefiting from public school in Canada. As a matter of fact, they benefit from because our
they are very developed. They are this is a developed country.
Sorry,
this is a developed country. We want revenue to develop our country, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, Remy. We ask a question. Kumi, what I'm telling you is that government everywhere develop their human capital. You onboard them. Then when you give them life, you not tax them. But already
and another thing, we forget how this country developed. We don't add that.
Continue.
Let us go and check the history now.
I know that Tinubu is not stupid anyway. I know he's not stupid. So
can I interject, please?
Please go ahead.
I've been listening to good morning, everybody, and in my own opinion, I think this thing is neither here or there. But when a nation is developing, and because when you even look at Nigeria, when my father talked that time, they always talk about the Native Tax Authority. That was during the time Nigeria got independence. And by that time, if you have a work, then you will be taxed. And when you mention about developed nation that it's a kind of free education for children to go to primary school and high school. But did you forget one thing, that the working population, you are taxed heavily or one way or the other to support these infrastructures or institutions. So like here in Finland, they collect a lot of tax a lot. Education is free up to university level for their citizens. But you that are working, you are the ones supporting those unemployment and those children that are going to schools and or something like that. And all the other, you mentioned that in China, that when you don't have a work, government does not tax you, or government make sure that they tax everybody. I want to tell you that.
No, don't say that.
That's not what I said.
No, but I know you said that in China.
That's not what I said. So don't.
Can you just remind me or tell me exactly?
When the economy was going down and there was no job, government subsidized all the factories so that they would not lay people off, and they now pass the tax, the taxes to the people. You know, it's just like a company were about to let's say they were about to lay like.
I understand your meaning. I understand your meaning.
So instead for government to let the corporation lay people off, they subsidize for production so that they could pass the tax to the government. That's why I mean that government is doing something before they collect tax. Government make sure people get job, and they enroll them. They know that these people are working and they pay tax. Even as you speak, there's the year that 50% of America. Wait,
I will tell you that.
Wait. There was a year that 57% of America didn't pay tax, and people are making it bigger. As oh, America, 57% of America didn't pay tax in a particular year, and we are saying as if it's only Nigeria is a taxation problem. Go and ask why did they pay tax in America 57%? So all this story about go and tax
what I just want to tell you,
tax people that are even selling pure water in the.
In short, what I want to say is that in China, not every company were heavily reimbursed or helped to in terms of production. Not everyone. There were a lot of people also laid off, and the government did not do anything to them. But the point about that country is that there is no unemployment support if you don't have a work. But what they do is that if you are working, they will collect tax from you, and they use it to develop their what do you call it? They use it to develop their schools, bridge, roads, and everything. Even in their schools, the children are still paying fee, which to me I think is highly subsidized because the fee is extremely low. But still, there is still competition in China. There are some schools like what we call Nigerian federal schools. If those schools are very competitive to go in, so and that is why corruption also come in. So the parents that are super rich, apart from those ones that are merited to go to these schools, some they have to pay heavily to make their children to go to such a school. I think not everything that you read in your book or research or something like that, in reality, is not totally the truth there. But Nigeria, let me finish. I just want to say
hold it. You understand? See, not everything you read. I'm talking of academic research here. You are saying, say this thing. Do you know what you're saying?
Ola, even
if you want to say that, go and tell her bad now. Go and tell her bad.
Can you just relax a little bit?
Go and tell her about business. No, see, there are sometimes that when you want to. No. Because I did not tell you the source of my information sometimes does not mean that not everything will read the book. What is that are you talking about?
No,
I'm talking about what happened during the recession. And you're telling me
what I want to tell you is this: even the best research or the best policy, it does not necessarily mean that it's going to work perfectly.
So your own is superior to researcher in Harvard, right?
No. You don't let us talk.
No, don't let us talk. See the way we discuss it.
Ola, let him land. Don't let us talk on each other.
Then you will
let him land, please.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm not disputing your research or whatever.
You are not disputing. What did you just?
Then let me finish. I'm not disputing.
If you want to fight, are they ready for you?
No. Let me finish first. What I want to say is that even the best approach or the best policy, it might work in country A, it might not work in country B. Personally, I think Nigeria is in a dilemma. We don't want to tax our people because most of our people are not gainfully employed. But at the same time, we also want good things of life. We want good roads. We want this. And at the same time, we don't want, most Nigerians think we have borrowed more than enough money. They don't want us to borrow any money again. So how do we develop such a country? It's quite in a difficult and complex situation. We are not developing. Most of our human experts, you find them everywhere in the world. None of them is trying to sacrifice to go home and help the country. And then when we talk about natural resources, there is heavy corruption there. And those ones were able to even unearth and export. We are not export at maximum capacity. So I think what you should tell us as an expert here is that what can we do? How do we find our way? Because whether you like it or not, Nigeria is not China, and Nigeria is not America, and Nigeria is not Canada. And those countries also, it takes them years and years before they find themselves in the place they are today. It's not just 50 or 40 years. It takes them a lot of years. And there were a lot of pain and sacrifice from their.
You want me to respond to your question? What do you want us to do, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, to me, I think we are in a dilemma. Some people are saying,
Remy, Nigeria wants to go to heaven. They don't want to die. They want infrastructure. They want infrastructure. They are not ready to pay tax.
But they don't want to pay out.
Good road.
But the
Yeah.
problem with you guys is that
Thomas,
And one person have
I've been
like
guys,
5,
debunking
10
you.
cars.
I've been
you
debunking
guys
you.
don't want
Look
to
at the
listen
comment
to
section.
Ola now.
No,
You guys
look at
don't
the
want to
comment section.
listen to Ola. You want
Look at the
to.
comment section. Even America, as of 2002, 40% of household did not pay tax. America, that developing country. See, this thing is that I'm saying something is that when you want to put some kind of argument in place, we just have to make sure that you use your Google very well, even if you don't have access to some research site. That's exactly what we are saying.
Ola, what we are trying to do now, okay, we are trying to provide solution to our
Okay,
dwindling
now let's talk
revenue.
of
So what
solution.
is the
Let's talk of
solution?
solution.
Yes, let's talk of
Before you go,
solution.
Now,
Yes, talk of solution.
now, the reason we are borrowing money is to expand our economy, is to build. Go and borrow, build infrastructure, put people in job, put them in a kind of a system that capture everybody, and you know what everyone is doing. Then you'll be able to tax. So that if you know that, okay, I on board this person, okay, this person is a driver and it's making so amount in a month. I know that, okay, if I want to tax him 10%, I know that I'm taxing the person fairly. That to just jump on someone that you don't even know what is making and say, okay, Ogbeni, come and pay your tax. You don't even know whether you are sitting. So that is what you are saying. Borrow money, put infrastructure in place. America, Canada, we still have huge number of people that don't pay tax. That is what people don't know. That's why I'm saying where people start quoting America, start quoting everything. I started rolling out data about America. It's just because of Samuel, Samuel just inflated me. That's why I said, okay, I'm going to tackle you from that America you are even talking about. Look at the number of people that don't pay tax in a particular year. So in the same way you will see how people of number that don't pay tax. Thomas, go and do research about Australia. You'll be shocked about the huge number of people that don't pay tax, just because their government have they have human face. Borrow money. It is good for us to borrow money. We are underdeveloped. In fact, we are under our GDP. If we do our GDP properly, Nigeria should be more than the triple of our present GDP. And like this Baba Lagbado that say, okay, I put soldiers. Go and put your soldiers in the bush, because forest guard. Go and put them there. Let people work. And as you are doing there, you can do some kind of the farm cluster. Register the number of farmers in those areas. Help them with their outputs. Then you can tax them accordingly. So I'm not saying you should not tax, but make sure you put a structure in place that will pass taxation, that will tax people accordingly, not just to wake up and say,
Ola, is there any other way apart from tax that we can generate revenue? I think we have overlabeled this tax of a thing, because you can only tax people who you can capture and who are working. So now we need more revenue. What other source can we exploit?
Any other source we can, the cheapest source, if we have stability, is just to everything that government is holding on to, just liberalize them, deregulate everything, and just allow foreign investors to come. See, if you allow all those things that federal government is holding on to today, if you allow
Same thing. Let me tell you what is happening now. You know, electricity is also subsidized in Nigeria, and government is now trying to also withdraw the subsidy on electricity. And you know hello.
I'm hearing you.
We can hear you, but why don't you caution that at the end of Pariwo in the caution?
I don't
have control. I don't have control over that, Thomas. I can't go out. Ẹ má worry, máa roast wọn fún yín lénìí, ẹ má worry, èmi lọ́dún.
Do you know how Lagos was able to generate the kind of things they generated? Now, when we open our borders to foreign investors, telecommunication, fintech, all those people participating there, it started coming and they started creating jobs, and people started getting jobs. When they got job, even there was a time that Ogun State and Lagos State started fighting about if you are living in Ogun State, you have to pay your tax there. Because when they allow people to build industry, people are working, and when people are working, you now pass taxes on to them. So the same thing we did that time. This thing is not boju. It's not boju. When people say, oh, government is subsidizing the electricity for people, just tell me how much of the okay, we can see Koro that they are paying the fuel importers, they are paying them subsidy. When government is saying they are subsidizing
Ola, before you run away, I want to make an announcement, please.
Nigerians, if there's no development in the country, you hold Ajale, Koko, and Hola
Yes,
accountable because we
yes.
have to hold them
We need
accountable.
to hold them. We need to hold
Congratulations to
them.
you. I have a minute to go. Thank
Hold
you.
on,
It's 11
hold
o'clock.
on,
Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Ola.
Yes, sir.
Look at these people saying that we are the one supporting people not to pay tax.
Me o marry tomorrow, Egbon.
Eh?
Tomorrow. Me o tomorrow.
ẹ má dá wọn lò bàbá yẹn kò kàn fẹ́ blackmail yìí ni ẹ fẹ́ blackmail ẹ má dá wọn lò.
Ajale Koko, forgive them. They don't know what they are talking about.
I want to make a point. Look, a country where you have unemployment rate at 33% or about 35%. Do you know what that means in terms of failure of the government to create job? When government does not create job, how would they raise taxes? How would they be able to collect taxes? It is when people have job that you can tax. But you manage the economy so bad that company closed down, unemployment rate skyrocketed to the heaven, and then you still want to look for a way for those people that doesn't have job to come and pay tax.
No, that's not the stand here.
Hold on. That is one point.
I don't stand for that.
Okay, you might not stand. You don't have to stand. But I want to make comparison between our own economy and United States and that of Australia, that Timothy Abi Thomas. So don't look, we have an economy that creates job every month in United States. And
in developed country, the country that already developed.
Hold on. Let me make my case. Economy that create job every day. Every month. When they create job, they make more revenue. Unlike your own that fail to create job. Do you want to blame us, the people, as well as the failure of the economy to create job? You cannot claim, or you can't blame the people. You have to blame irresponsible leaders that you guys are supporting. They failed to manage the economy well. And that is why the economy, an economy that cannot create jobs, how would it raise revenue?
I think the only solution is to vote Sowore. Sowore is the solution. No Sowore, no development in Nigeria.
No, don't let us play our piece. I'm just pointing out what is responsible for what you are saying, that people are not paying tax. People cannot pay tax because you don't create job. Your economy does not create job. Unlike this economy that creates job continuously on a continuous basis every month. So kill solve, for God's sake. Your economy failed to create jobs. And you're talking of taxes. How do you want to tax an economy? People. You want to tax people that doesn't have jobs?
Thomas tó sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà yìí, there was a year where 32% of the population did not pay tax. 32% of Australia didn't pay tax.
Do you know what that means? 32%.
32% of Australia, and that's a developed economy. So when we tell you something that we know what you are saying, don't just think we are just saying non-entity.
Okay, Baba Koko, okay, what's the way out to generate revenue?
The way out to generate revenue is
create job.
Is to create job. That is what brings in revenue for your economy. When your economy doesn't create job, you can't get that revenue because you are not productive in the first place. An economy that is not productive cannot make revenue. and such an economy will not work for anybody. It might work for some few, the politician. Look, just imagine. You think you have
Okay, we should just leave people that are making money. Like I keep on giving Ogunpa as example. They should try making the money. They should not pay any tax for government. That's what you stand for.
They make money. You have to find a way to make sure they make money. Don't just assume. Bring them on board.
They make money because I've already been in the system before. I know what I'm talking about. I give
Then
example
track
of
the
what
money. Find a way to track the money. Find a way to track it. You can't just assume now.
That's the reason why no, I'm not assuming. I've already been I've been around them and I know what is going on around them. You understand me? Someone making 10 million daily, 5 million.
How can somebody
Is not paying any taxes to government.
You know what is made at 40,
and we are saying people are not making jobs.
40% of Canadians didn't pay tax in a particular year.
Baba, make 10 million. Shop, yes, in Oyo State. I know what I'm talking about. Anybody ask Thomas.
Cash
yes, cash now. Someone look at the majority won't look at now. They are collecting cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, one back cash.
What revenue so profit you because sometimes you see revenue, sometimes some people think it's a profit.
Okay, you want to tell me someone that making 5, 3, 4 million daily is not making profit?
Oh, so okay, hold on. So otaja ni cash.
Yes.
So gbe cash yẹn lọ sí bank àbí kò gbé lọ sí bank?
Ó máa gbé lọ sí bank.
So register business yẹn àbí kò register business?
But
I
can't say that. I can't say that. With government,
you
right?
can't say that. Okay, hold on. Should it be 30-man defeat because there's no way you will register a business and you are making money, you're taking that money to the bank, and your government that registered your business will not have a way of collecting taxes from you. You know the best way to know how much people make and to tax them accordingly is by them showing their bank statement. Their bank statement will tell them how much they make. We tell the authority how much they make, and they can tax them accordingly. And the tax system should be so easy that on regular basis, on monthly basis or quarterly basis, they should file their tax without even government coming to them. They should file their tax on the basis of, how much that is revenue according to their bank account. They should report it. If they don't report, because the government have records there of their business registration and their tax record in their offices, they can easily detect or on a monthly basis or quarterly basis those that have paid their tax, and they can reach out to those that did not pay. What is going on? Send in your bank statement, or they notify them by email or stuff. Look, responsible government must act responsible. Don't blame people. There's nobody that want to pay tax all over the world. But government must put in place a structure, a system that will prevent you from running away from paying your taxes. That is it. So, you can't say somebody is making 100 million.
That's a valid point. Yeah.
Yes, you can't say somebody making 100 million and it's not paying. It is not true. He has to pay. Except he doesn't take that money to bank. If he doesn't take that money, yes, you know the way you can trace that.
I have a family member making close to 10, 15 million per day in Agbeni Ogunpa shop.
That's what I'm saying now.
Collecting cash.
Okay, so
cash.
it doesn't take that money.
I know very well. The people
Hold
make
on.
money.
I have asked the question. Does he take that money to bank or not?
If you take it to bank, what's the difference?
You have not been listening to me.
Even majority of them don't even register. They don't even register with government.
Do you know what these people are saying that, see, while working in the bank, there are some of those Yala shops that will have some kind of heavy loans.
Yes.
Heavy loans with the bank. So when they have heavy loan with the bank, so someone that is owing the bank 60 million, for example, now. So if they are doing their collection of revenue, maybe they are making 10 million daily. But people don't even know the cost of the business. Like they will still pay the bank the high interest rates.
But they must pay tax. They must pay tax no
Wait
matter what.
now. Wait now. Stamp duty don't buy the bank income. And what about, do you know that? Do you know when you pay money to bank, do you know the government they remove COT from you? So see, there are a lot of taxation in the system that we don't know. We are only, because I know that you are focusing only on income tax. Income tax is the only thing you are focusing on. There are many ways government tax people in that country. Is it not in Nigeria? They just all of a sudden they introduce stamp duty, and up to tomorrow we don't know what they've done with the stamp duty. You understand? So and this is Yala show we are talking about. When some of them import those cloths, it depends on the route. At least when I was working for a company that sold the IT equipment, we were selling ATM that time. It's that electromechanical gadgets at the port. The import duty there is 33% too. You see the way they just rhyme with my income tax immediately. It's 33% electromechanical. So now we that we are still going to do the work eventually again, they will still tax us. They will tax the corporation, they will tax individual. So to me, the thing is the duty of the government to put the right infrastructure in place to capture people.
Yes.
And you encourage people.
That's the only point I can agree with.
So it's not
They
just
must find a way to get taxes from those people. That's
when
my
I was
point.
growing up, the local government people, they will stay along your way in the farm, and they'll be asking for your bicycle license. I know many people didn't even know that they were paying that bicycle license in their own state as far back as it is. Bicycle license. They were doing that time. But that time too, we know what government used to. Even when we're going to school, they will say, okay, go and bring the development levy. We go and bring even as school was free, but there were still some situations that they will still pay development levy. You understand? So it's not as if people, it depends on how, because these people that we think they don't pay tax, there is a way government tax there. But where the money is going is okay. Like okay, when I was in Lagos now, I pay TV, they will just bring radio and TV license. I would say, sure. These people they didn't even buy me TV, they didn't even buy me this thing. It got to the stage I was even asking some of them, how do you know that I even have TV? How do you know? They don't want to hear. Just pay TV, pay TV and radio license fee. I say, what? You understand? Those are the things. These things are happening, but because we don't know, we assume that people don't pay. No, it's not true. All those drivers you see that are under MC Oluomo, they are paying taxes. So
but you are talking about Lagos. So come to your state, you will know.
I don't know for your state, but you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised that those people that there's a return to the government from them.
Because I believe the way some people are making money, if they are paying taxes.
Lock up shop in Ado-Ekiti, all those shops you see that government rebuild that they buy, you can't escape tax. You can't.
They are even
paying
in your state. You know the revenue in Oyo have increased now compared to when the former governor was there. The revenue has increased sharply, and this guy said it's a result of taxes and everything that they introduce and stuff like that. So
yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Because I believe if they are collecting taxes from many people, I know a lot of people are making money in Oyo state. That's the only place I know. I know a lot of people are making money. That's my stand.
Look, when the former governor was there,
IGR in Ekiti increased to 800 million. I think it should be over 1 billion now. How do you think they get to that?
How are they able to do it? So
because they put it in place and started charging people, unlike before that they would just allow you when they build this shop. Oh, come and buy shop. You are buying tax already. You are buying tax already as you are buying the shop.
So the new governor make secondary school education free. Nobody pay. The former governor still collect some money from people. Still pay. They pay school, not too much though, but they were paying some amount. But this new one said no, everything must be free. But how was he able to make it? Because he was able to raise, to raise some revenue through some sources to cover that free education program.
I will tell you something, sir. I tell you something. I was working in Lagos just because I have property in Ogun State. Because anytime I needed to do something with the government, just for them to approve something for me, they must collect tax from me. Even though I was paying tax in Lagos, so I will pay tax so that they will even process tax clearance for me. It's not a joke. So see, how many people will I tell that after I've paid my income tax already?
Mm-hmm.
This one is not even tenement too. You know, there's something we say tenement rate is another thing. We is equivalent to the property tax.
Sorry, Ola and Babanjale Koko, the way you have painted it is very good, that Nigerians are paying taxes, whether indirectly or directly. But what about the effect of these taxes on infrastructure development in most of the states? So if you conclude, like you said, you mentioned your state now that the guy has increased the IGR, but when you go to Ibadan or go to your state, you will regret. I don't know what to say. There is no effect of this increase in IGR commensurate with the infrastructure development. Ibadan is as dirty, no visible development. In fact, Kobe can talk about that one. I think it's from your state.
When was the last time you've been to Ibadan?
I went to Ibadan January because I have structure there, and I also lived there before. I usually go to Ibadan. If you go there, it's a nice.
What the road? What of the road that he has built? What of the
road?
No,
it did not build nothing.
Hold on. What of the road to the airport he just built?
Which airport? The road that was is still untarred.
He has built it. I watched it on TV.
That road,
I watched it on TV recently. What of the road to? Is it not? No,
No. All the roads that were there were built by Ajimobi, and since he came in, he has not even improved on all this road. Everything is just in a terrible shape.
They say he's paying salary.
Nothing to show.
And he's paying salary regularly. Is not owing.
Can you imagine, Baba, you are used to agreeing to pay salary.
What about the rest?
No development. Yes.
Come on, for life. 10% or 20%. Teacher. In fact, you are coming from Lagos, you expect your university to be like 20 or 50% of Lagos in terms of the development and everything. It's nothing to write home about.
Nothing to show up. Nothing.
And then you guys, I'm not saying they did not collect tax or something. But
let me just buttress you here. Somebody had an accident because a little pothole here. And insurance could prove that the small pothole that government refused to do the road that caused the accident. The guy won the case in the court against the government. They replaced his car. They give him what they call it, this trauma, something they normally say if they have accident. Government pay heavily because they refuse to just small pothole that caused somebody accident. So what are we talking about? If we are not paying tax, so don't forget about infrastructure then.
And another thing, I will say it again. If people are paying tax, it will be difficult for people to corrupt the money, to steal the money. Because I can't be paying tax and you are going to use that money to buy a house in Dubai. People will come out and fight. You understand me? No, they will not agree that. Nobody will agree that kind of thing. I'm paying taxes for you to build the road for me.
I think the tax enumerated by Ola today, I totally agree with you, but most of the taxes are indirect taxes that there is no visible trace most times. But if you talk about formal taxes, a person that is working, I know that maybe majority of people are not working, but here in Europe, they don't care. Even if you set up a business, you must register that company. And once you register that enterprise, then you have to pay tax. You cannot escape it because you are making income from it. Anything you are doing or you do that will generate income, the government wants to know it. So they force you to register as an entrepreneur or as a limited liability company, even as a charity organization. Also, they also tax them one way or the other. So you cannot escape that tax. Nigerian, when you look at Nigerian, the tax net does not cover everybody. It does not even cover 30% of the whole population. And there is no visible, how to say, how can you there is no proper management of this kind of tax. So at the end of the day, when they say, and you talk about a lot of paper, we know we have a lot of experts all over the world. They have tried a lot of policies in Nigeria. Which one have it worked? People are so corrupted, both Islam and Christianity. They will steal money and they will go back to their alpha and to their church to donate the money, and then their sins are forgiven. It's over. And they will they will go to Jerusalem. They will go to Mecca. They will continue to say, we are holy, we are saints. It is only God that knows truly.
That location money cannot take us to anywhere.
No, it won't.
If we're ready, it will never take us to anywhere.
And I'm sorry to say this, if really you want that country to turn around, that country, it needs a little bit of iron hand. I'm sorry to say that no country develop with taking your people with levity. Just see it as you want.
I will break like ticket here. If I don't pay the first month, I will pay double next month, the following month.
People,
you understand me?
People are not.
I know it's not easy. We don't want to pay, but we must be very forced to pay those money. They must put a law enforcement that will force them to pay tax. That's my point.
So, and then I don't even like this insinuation that most times we are comparing ourselves with all these developed countries. We are not the same power at all.
They already built the road. They have electricity 24 hours. Everything is there. If we don't collect taxes from citizens, where do we want to get this money? A whole Nigeria, we are popular, we are well educated, we have every resources. We don't have any government that can create.
Okay, we also have this human resource that we have a lot of experts, and when they come up with, like Lagos State is a very good model where they catch a lot of people paying. I mean, people pay tax there, and they can see what they are paying their tax for. But if you introduce that kind of thing in other states, they will tell you want to kill the people. You do, and so it is the people that will come behind you that what did you do for 4 years? Nothing. Nothing to show. So, and when you continue to talk about a lot of, I'm not against all. It's true, all of these researches are okay, but which one fit our country? Which one should we introduce? How do we improve on our generation of revenue?
We can't continue this way. We can't continue.
We can't. He said that they start punishing people for their excesses, and apart from blocking loophole, we must also apply a little bit of iron hand. In developed countries, they apply iron hand. Maybe you don't know. Like you said, if you don't pay, like for example, I'll give you an example today. If you have to pay something here and you don't pay on time, the next invoice they are going to give you
double
€5. First, they will ask extra €5. If you don't pay again, you ask extra.
America, is double. They will double it.
Because these are welfare society. By the third time, they will take your debt to debt collector, and that means it will affect your credit rating.
Your credit, your credit score.
So you can see the process there. So, but in Nigeria, nothing. Everybody just do whatever they want.
Everybody are just living their normal life. Everybody are just doing anyhow. And that's the reason why the government is treating them anyhow.
It's a criminal offense. Criminal. What did I say? Criminal offense.
I'm not even talking about tax. For example, maybe they bring you a water bill or any bill, and you're supposed to pay that bill at a particular date, and you don't pay it. The following invoice they will give you, you have to pay extra €5 or €10 on it. If you don't pay, they'll put additional €10 or €20.
American system is double. Especially IRS, they will double it.
I'm not talking about their tax system here. They don't play with it. Here, I'm telling you the truth. There is no open market. Everything is supermarket. They can see your spending. They can access to register. They can see how you make your money. You cannot escape that tax. You must pay. You must pay. And if you think that you don't,
the same people.
If you refuse to pay your child support in America, they can revoke your license.
Of course.
Yes.
Because this is, I will not lie to you. We live in women's world nowadays. Women are very powerful. Because one way or the other, the law protects them more than men. So if you're unlucky to divorce, you have to pay your alimony and you also have to pay your child support. If you are
The same
married,
poor people, the same poor people that are demanding, the same poor people have 4 wives, 10 wives.
don't
The same
mind.
poor people,
When you leave them in Nigeria, go back in
the same poor people will go to, they will go to beer parlors spending 5,000, 10,000 on drinking beer.
I don't
See,
know.
we need to get serious about that. In that country, we need. We're never ready.
There must be child control or birth control.
We're never ready. We're never ready.
Yeah,
We need
I think it's going to be like incentive. If you have more than 3 children, because Nigerian people, some of them are just dropping the baby like nothing. So if you have more than 3 children, it's true. Okay, you are in Australia. We are all over the world. Do you think all these white people, do you think they like having babies? They don't like it because
No. What we
the pure whites don't like it. The pure whites don't like it.
Immediately we get to this marriage, we are not having kids. Before marriage, they will sign, go to the lawyer.
There is many here. They have dog or cat here.
So let me give you an example. In China, they give them that is one-child policy. Then later they say that they are having aging population. That most of their people, about 10% is over 60 years old. They now give them more opportunity to have 2 children. Do you know that a lot of them refuse? They don't, because only one child alone, the money you are going to pay on education, because you guys in China, you pay for math teacher, English, after school, you pay for piano lesson, swimming lesson, dancing lesson, so many lessons that you have to pay for. At the end of the day, even your money, you'll be shocked. That's only for one child.
And they don't want us to pay.
So they now say, okay, have 2 children. The government is not encouraging them. A lot of them refuse. Now, as I'm talking to you today, go and write it down. In the next 10 years, that country will need more people to work there. Because most of their young generation, they refuse to get married and they refuse to have children. So what do you think? They will start to beg people. They are the second most populated country now. India has overshoot them. So in the next decade, they will start to beg all around the world for people to come and work. Look at what is panning out all over the world now. Here in Europe, a lot of countries are begging people to come and work because no people to work.
Yeah, they have old people. Yeah.
So you can see the country I am here more than
Nigeria. We have a lot of resources. All of them is under the ground, but we don't have any government that can create all this wealth.
The problem we have in Nigeria is that.
But the next thing is stars. That's my point here. Stars, we must find a way to get them.
The democracy we are practicing, the recurrent expedition is enormous. And secondly, an average Nigerian leader is too afraid to touch anything about religion. Because if you said birth control now, voila, we ball in that country.
Don't even try it.
Bubble will burst. A lot of people will start crying.
And even majority people that will be fighting for it, people that are outside the country, they will still fight for it. Don't do that. Why do you want to stop them to be?
We should be more progressive. We should be having more. And this kind of people,
Remy, so you now agree with me when I was saying that it has to do with culture and religion. The Allah was trying to say, no, it's not religion, no, it's not this. The way we procreate. The way we procreate.
Allah is trying to be clever by half. That is it.
Allah is really an academician. Everything you have to dissect it, analyze it. But sometimes you have to look at the reality of life and the culture and tradition of the people. It's not everything about book or maybe research or policies.
Somebody will have a baby. I will say it's God that will take care of the baby. Meanwhile, you are not even making any effort.
And the baby will be constitute nuisance.
No woman waiting.
I know one guy.
And you know the funny thing, Remy, if you are trying to now enlighten them, they will switch it. They will say, you think it's by your power? You think it's by your power? You think you are wiser than God? You think you are this, you are that? It's God that make it possible for you. Those think you are wiser than us. So
Now, look at all around the world. If you go to like Qatar, like Dubai, like even if you go to Israel, you will see that most of the people there, the way they practice the religion is totally different from what
Different.
it's total. You will love it. They don't impose it on anybody. They just take it.
Let me tell you, nobody will even restrict you. If you like, come and say you want to marry 2 or 3. The money that you are going to pay to get the wife in those countries that you mentioned, you will never look for another one in your life.
Even if you look at the Holy Book of Holy Quran, they said you can marry more
Our
than
system
one
is
wife.
all of our thing about our system is
Women are cheap in Nigeria. You don't need money to get a woman. You just they food the full grant. You take the one that you want, and that is the problem. We treated ourselves. You know, it's true. You don't need money to get married in Nigeria.
You don't.
Well, you are right, because a lot of people don't even care to marry.
Even Yoruba will return they will return the dowry at the day of the wedding.
And apart from that, because of so many inequality and so many issues around the world, a lot of women, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not sure about this. I think children being born nowadays, we are more female, more than male. Dr. Simba can corroborate that. I'm not sure about that one. But what I'm saying is that it seems we have more female more than male. And or maybe the population of male have deemed you gay or whatever. I just don't know why some women are comfortable marrying man with 2 or 3 wives. They don't even care. They even like can be 4th of each wife. They don't care. I know a guy is a truck driver. I don't know. He has 2 wives and 7 children. Upon that one, that guy come at the same time have another girlfriend. That one also
why do people need 2 wives? Why do people need 2 wives? I don't get it.
Too much problem.
Even 1 wife can kill you. Talk less of 2 wives.
You have 2 wives. You have like 10 children.
Even half. If it's possible to marry half a wife, it will be.
And you be
women are full of problems these days. But you know. Let me tell you, the only person that will marry.
You are getting 2nd wife. I know you very well.
Oh, don't worry. Come and marry the 2nd wife for me. 2 months. I'm waiting for you. Let me tell you, it's only somebody who's ready to be responsible that will say you want to have many children. Believe me, if you are ready to be responsible, you know that even if you have 1, you know the task, the money that you have to spend. And it's very difficult to raise children these days. Very difficult. So, but if you know that you're not going to be responsible, then you can start procreating. You can start having them every year.
1 child alone, if you want to give them good education, everything.
That's what I'm saying, Remy. That's what I'm saying.
It runs to millions, and it's
Simba. Ọlọ́run ló ń wo ọmọ wèrè. Ọlọ́run ló ń wo ọmọ wèrè. It's God that take care of our child.
Ọmọ wèrè kọ́ la fẹ́ bí. Ọmọ wèrè kọ́ la fẹ́ bí.
And the irony part of it is that if you decide to be having children like this, and these children are not doing fine, it is society they will also chastise you that look at that man, he's irresponsible. He's just having children, he does not take care of them, he does not give them food, what kind of man is that? It's the same society that encourage you to have a lot of children, and if you are not taking good responsibility, they will also say you are a terrible person. I remember there was a time my mother-in-law was telling me that, Remy, are you not going to have more children? I said, really? I don't care. If I have another one, if you really want, if my wife another child, I'll just bring the child to your home. You start to take care of this child until I will not pay a dime. Since that time, my mother-in-law never mentioned that thing in my face anymore. Because it's not easy to raise 1, talk less of 2. Or talk less of
Remy, do you know there are some kids in Nigeria, they haven't stepped their foot in school before?
Yes,
at all.
So many.
They are not being enrolled at all, and they are in 5, 7 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old.
Let me shock you, Thomas. Let me shock you, Thomas. This one happened as far back as maybe 1992, 93. There was this woman that we stay together. She's a Ghanaian. Her husband is a custom officer. She is from Edo. So this man had this child when he was a teacher in Bayelsa. So after 16 years, this guy came to Ilorin to trace his father to Ilorin. At that age, 16, the guy has never seen the four wall of classroom. At age of 16, I'm telling you, this is in the early 90s, oh, not even now. So it's not even what is happening in the north; it's also happening in the south. There are so many. So I asked him, I said, "What have you been doing?" He said they used to go and be disturbing all those people, all workers, and that's what they have been doing since he was born. You understand? So and you know the problem is that by the time some irresponsible one created that problem, you that are responsible, their problem will become yours also because you are living in the same society. They become nuisance to you.
How can you see children that have not eaten and your children are eating plentiful? There's no way that it won't touch you, that you want to help one animal. I mean, once in a while, that you want to help them, give them clothes, give them food. But how many do you really want to help out? These are in millions.
It will be the one that will breed the armed robbers, the talk that will be harassing you along the road. They will be the one terrorizing you in your community and all those things. So to me, I don't. You know, you will now be suffering from irresponsibility of some certain people.
Yes,
you understand?
And
when they see you, they will look at you as if you are the one embezzling their money. Meanwhile, it's actually their act of irresponsibility that make them to look like that. There are so many self-imposed poverty that people are causing for them, but we don't look at that. We always look for another person to blame for our problem.
And to be frank with you, if we really want to copy the model of all these developed countries, then that means our tax system should be very robust. And then we should force a lot of people to work. Because in that country, for example, just see our youth. The guy is into Yahoo Yahoo. The wife is into hookup. Tell me, what is the result of the children will be like? What are we in the nearest future? What kind of children would they be? They don't want to work out.
Remy, there is no value again. I was watching that defense yesterday, and they were talking about the incidents that happened between Banky W. You know Banky W now?
Yes.
And the wife that he was accused of having
the rumor.
A rumor, but the wife said no, that the wife denied it and so all those things. So you know that if it was now interview some women, and you know if you see a woman was there and she was talking that she can do like 3 or 4 men in a day. She said she's a student of a university in Abuja, and she did not even have any remorse. She was talking about it in the public.
They don't care anymore.
And they were now asking that which tribe is the best? Is it Hausa? Is it Yoruba? You know, among your clients. You understand? In a public space, for God's sake.
There is no Mora again. Mora, forget about Mora. Forget about it.
So the Nigerian problem is that if we want to copy you know one thing I discovered in life? I discovered all these things that we often say about this developed country. In reality, most of it are not true. But when you live among the society, you will see that they are just normal people like African people too. There are some that are conservative. There are some that they are EP. And those ones that are conservative, they will also look at the EP and say, oh, you dress very bad, but they walk away, they won't talk. So that he's not using his life to disturb their own life. You can never see an Oyibo man giving somebody that is begging money in the street, giving him or her money. He won't do that. Because Oyibo people will say, I work for my money, so I must spend it by myself. So when you look at the Nigerian context, when we copy, we often copy badly most times. And all of our, I'm sorry to say this, all of our Hollywood actors and the rest, some of them are also doing the same thing. Because when you ask them, how much are they being paid?
Remy, if you live in a where Muslims are very many, it encourages all these arms. You know why? Apart from saying that they say, okay, give alms to the poor, to the needy, the people also like seeking all this spiritual something. They will not say, okay, for your prayer to be answered, you have to go and buy so and go and give it to those beggars. And at the end of the day, you see a beggar with live chicken. You see a beggar with a truckload of, those things encourages people to do that. And those beggars, it's not as if they have one form of handicap or the other. They don't have anything. No.
I also give, I will not lie, but my experience in China was very fun. There is this one old woman. The woman is about 80-something years old, and she will just lie down on the footbridge like that. Come rain or sun, it will be shining on her. Only few Chinese people will give money, but most foreigners that pass that place, you cannot believe it. I always give this woman money every day. Because I think, how can an old woman like this be doing like this? It's because of what? And Chinese people will be laughing at us. And there was a day I was going home very late. And behold, I saw this woman. I thought that she cannot walk, she cannot do anything. She was walking in front of me like this at exactly 10:30 p.m. And I wonder, this is not the same woman? The same woman. And when you see her on daytime, you pity her. So some people, they use this way to make money and build a house or whatever.
You have been duped. You have been duped. She duped you.
I know I've been duped. But at the same time, from what you just said now, you are right. Because I came from a culture of giving. Even if you are driving along the road in Ibadan, Kumbi can say it. Apart from that, you are driving against the Okada. The road is not wide enough. There are also some people begging for hands at every stop, at everywhere. It's so pathetic in Ibadan. Really, I don't know. And a lot of people, so many people, they are not putting. I don't understand. I grew up there. It's not supposed to be like this. The roads are not widened. Everything is chaotic. The capital is so congested. And the people, I don't know what they are doing. I don't know what the governor are doing. You need to visit that place. You need to go there and see what is happening in Ibadan. At least Ibadan is the capital city. Anywhere, more people, more begging, more hand, more Okada. Okada in front, Okada left and right, Okada behind you. You cannot drive fast, you cannot drive slow. You cannot eat the Okada man, because if you eat, they will destroy your car and they can even beat you to death.
They remove subsidy now. The people don't manage themselves.
Yes.
People are trying, they manage themselves. Everybody adjusts what how they are doing now. You see, we must force. See, if you are responsible enough, you will limit all the bad things you are doing. Even nobody can tell someone that you should limit.
I pity Nigerians and I pity myself too, because at the end of the day, all this our misgovernment for the past decades or 40 years, 50 years is now coming to bite us hard.
Too much.
Yeah, it's
very hard.
How can we escape? And we see our leader continue to siphon, the followership continue to worship because they can get something from them. So it's both leadership and followership. The followership will also be rejoicing. It's my man now there. This is my time to get contract, to turn my life around, to marry a new wife, to build a new mansion, to buy a new Lexus. Everybody is just like, and when we are abroad, we cannot escape it.
You can't do.
People will ask something from you. It's just you cannot say you are closing your eyes against everybody. It's important. It's important. Unless you are not also God-fearing or you don't want to.
That's the system. They must force us to do a lot of things in Nigeria. A lot. They must force the citizens.
But Nigeria,
we can't continue.
Allah does not believe in force. He believes in.
They must force though, because Africa, even generally black community, is by force. They must impose, because we have a strong mind that we don't even care that if I don't do this thing, nobody will touch me, nobody will do anything. And if we want our society to be clean, and we must force a lot of policy, so that everybody will know that yes, having two 10 children, you are constituting a lot of nuisance without no job. There's no way. You don't have any job you are doing. You're having like eight children. How do you want to cope now?
You cannot believe that if you see a couple in Nigeria, 5 years to this time, in 5 years they already have 5 or 6 children.
Hey, and you are saying people are a lot of arm robber, pickpockets, doing everything. We can't escape all those things.
No.
We can't
And
escape it.
I knew a couple that the first child she had is was through operation, and they warned her that you cannot have more than two children. And because I happened to go and see her and also pay my dues to her because this is the person I know very well, and I advised her that please, they already told you cannot have more than two. You know you do cesarean operation for this one. Please space it very well, oh, before you have the second one. He said, "Thank you, uncle," blah blah blah, like that. Fast forward 2.5 years later, you cannot believe that this same woman already have two more children. And the last
Yeah.
one she had nearly died. Okay. I told her, what's wrong with you? And
I
now
don't listen.
your husband no work. She
Mm,
just
okay.
have a small shop. How can they feed three children? And
Mm.
you want to live Alaka side. You want to send the children to private school.
And
You the best of things, but you don't have
that's
the
the
income.
funnest thing. That's the funnest thing part of it.
So sometimes it's like you use your hand to bring hardship to your life.
Mm.
So now you when you have one child, your husband that time does not have a clear-cut job. You yourself, you don't
Mm.
have a clear-cut job. So you
Eh.
just manage that. Okay,
When I'm
ah, it's really now it's miserable life again. No work. How much do you make in your shop? And you want the best of things, and you also rent a two-bedroom apartment. You have to pay rent, so you have to be
In Ola, because we are not always futuristic in our thinking.
yes.
Even if you have the money now, what gives you that assurance that this thing will be sustainable?
Especially
You can
with the
even be.
inflation rate and everything that is going on
It's not
around.
even inflation. It's not even inflation. God forbid bad thing, Remy. What of if you fall sick? What of
Yes,
if your enemy died?
yes,
What will become of those children?
yeah. They will live a
No,
miserable
that's
life.
the way. That's the way I used to tell people that don't think that you have the capacity now, and then you say, okay, I can have as many as I can because I have the capacity. But
Mhm.
what of if your condition change? I have a cousin like that married a man that has 4 wives. She is the second wife.
Mhm.
In their house now, they are like 30 something
Oh my
children.
God.
Believe me, like 30 something children. And now the husband has a school in Sanfa, a very big school. These bandits, they wanted to kidnap him and he has to leave the school. He left Sanfara on one very night. He couldn't go back to Sanfara now. So his revenue is not dwindling. He cannot manage his business as before. And the funny thing, the wife, all the 4 wives, he didn't allow them to work.
Yes, of course, because he thought he has the capacity.
Exactly. But there's no capacity now. He's even alive, healthy, but the business is not growing as usual.
So if during that time that he has the capacity, if he has empowered all these four women very well, maybe it will cushion the effect. Now,
My own cousin has 6 children. I was telling her, I said, you better stop now. Six from her alone. Six.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
six is
We need
already a big
more.
number. My God, six.
We need more. We need
So
more.
so I have to tell her she is now coming to my farm. I'll give her egg to go and sell and she will pay whenever. In fact, I don't even keep her own account. I believe that is my own contribution towards,
Yes.
you can see what.
That is your a la carte. A la carte. Forget it.
And when she started, I was telling her they will be looking like you as if you are unbeliever. That see this one is a
Please,
pagan. He
how
doesn't
many
believe in
kids
God.
Dangote has? Dangote, how many kids does he have?
Maybe she has 2 or 3 daughters or so.
Ah,
I
God have
mean,
forbid.
but Dangote doesn't have a wife. Bando doesn't have a wife.
Really?
Believe me, I don't think. Yes, Dangote doesn't have a wife.
I think he has the
I
wife.
never see any women with him. Every party he goes.
I
never
think
see.
this is I think he's very humble, does not want to expose his life like that. Or either he has children and divorced the wife, but he is just a humble
I
somebody.
love that man. I love that man. Forget about very humble and he loves Onyade. All this party.
Is Sonny Ade a lot? I know that man is
What
too
about Bill
humble.
Gates? How many children does Bill Gates have?
I think he has two. I
Only
think two.
two. That
Two,
is
yeah.
what the richest man or in the world. Only
Even
two.
Otedola, how many children did Otedola have?
Two daughters
I
now.
think there are three. There are three.
Three daughters.
Three
Three
daughters.
daughters.
Three daughters.
From the
Yeah.
first wife and two from the second one. Right? Yeah. The first one
So our tálíkà là ń bímọ Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ̀yin ni o, ẹ̀ ń kàn fọ́nrúgbìn ni, ẹ̀ ń fọ́nrúgbìn.
But
So now you see you have a lot of children. Now your pastor or imam also now brainwash you with religion, without no good education and without no good money. How do you want the children to prosper in this hard Nigeria now? Huh? In this hard country, even in the so-called developed
That
country.
is what is a cycle, Remy, is a cycle. So poverty, you will not be recycling poverty. You'll be recycling poverty. And that's why I was wondering when Ola will start rationalizing that religion does not have this, does not have. I don't understand where this argument normally comes from.
Early Monday morning, that everybody is going to work. You go to church. Going to
My
church
only
early Monday
argument
morning.
with that religion is that
Early Monday morning.
all this special passport, they already make a lot of money. Why
guys,
can't they
don't you
help
think?
their followers? Why can't they
Remy?
create jobs for their followers? So that
Remy?
yeah.
Sorry, guys. Don't you think it's because Nigerian men are idle, so they don't have anything else is to go to the other room? Because Dangote now, you'll be thinking, one container is coming from Jamaica, and my business in all those big men, they nearly sleep. They're always thinking about how to make money. Maybe because we are not idle, we are very idle. That's why all our focus is on the other room.
No, I don't think so. I think the problem is that you can see even in Nigeria now, those of them that are very industrious, they are really making it. Why some people they will still complain? A lot of people will complain. It is Buhari or it's Tinubu that does not give me job. A lot of people does not want to step up on their own. And a lot of people are so egoistic that they think that after having all this certificate of what I have all degrees, why should I step solo and be doing some menial job or something like that? So a lot of factors into it, and then coupled with a lot of ill of the society, where young of 17-year-old boy or millions doing Yahoo Plus or whatever they call it, and when they put influencers on social media, they also want to copy this influencer.
Corolla.
Okay, so people also want to copy this influencer. So there's a lot of problem, a lot of issues. In Nigeria, to be frank with you, if we really want to do it, we have to use carrot and stick approach. If we don't use that, now we don't have nothing. Our natural resources, we don't have money to enhance them. So why don't we, like I always said, it looks somehow crazy, but let's force our people to do something. If push a lot of people, if we can feed ourselves, then the rest will become easy. If food is relatively cheap in Nigeria and people can eat plentiful, then the country will start to grow. But whereas people cannot feed themselves, even if they hand this money and things are very expensive, because Nigeria still have vast land or uncultivated. So if government should look at that, or states should split the cost advantage of it. Some of the northern states, look at what happened between Kebbi and Lagos State. Kebbi plant the rice, and then it is being milled in Lagos State. If that is what we are talking about. So if a lot of our states can, I just don't know how we are going to go about it, because the population is not stopping. It continues to grow at least averagely in Nigeria, year in, year out. I think they are having more than 5 million children adding to that population. If not up to that, at least maybe 2 or 3 million children. No planning, nothing. And we are just pumping a lot of children out every year like that.
God will take care of them. God will take care of them.
Of course, God is trying. God has really helped us. In fact, God is so merciful on that country. Look at all our so-called religious leader using the name of God in vain. God is so wonderful. It's so wonderful. You are enjoying all the best of life, as the leader of a religion said. Your followership are in mystery. And with their mystery, you're also collecting money from them every weekend, every day, every now and then. Why are you subjecting people to this hardship as a leader there? Why can't you use the money you have collected from them or from all around the world? Why can't you use to set up factory, industries, put all this your followership there? That at least you are helping them to get money at the end of the month. So some of them I can remember.
And somebody, so do you know what is going? Do you know what is going on now? It's competition. You just
Yes.
built, you just built 100,000 capacity. I want to build 120 capacity. If you build 120 capacity, I have to build 150 capacity. It's total competition now.
And I can
It's
bet
total
it.
competition.
The that build this 100,000 capacity or 60,000 capacity, when he dies, that will be a problem. The children will start to fight. The other elders in the church will do this, and everything will crumble down. And you use tons of millions of naira or dollar to build that one. I don't understand. 60,000 capacity for what? What about the people that stay there every Sunday?
Do you know Oyedepo is building 120 capacity now? The hack.
It's too much.
Because Iginla in Abuja just built 100,000 capacity. So he wants to surpass that 100,000 capacity.
We need company. We need small business, and they can push all the church member to force them to start business. All these things, they can use all this money for.
No, anybody that want to do it must do it. First thing, I want them to tax their business heavily. Because this is not about religion anymore.
Now, someone will say Nigeria is poor something. Where is all those money coming from?
It's from gullible members now.
Okay, they can't pay taxes, right?
They don't pay. They don't need to. Olani, they don't need to pay tax. They don't need to pay tax.
But they pay all those money to church.
Yeah. They don't need to pay tax.
We are not ready. We are not ready. Serious.
Me, I'm not. I am looking at it this way. You collect all this money. Why not use this money to create a lot of practice and for your followers? Just for the followers. Don't mind other, just for your followers. Create job for them. How many 100,000 capacity? Is you trying to tell me all the 100,000 are working for the church? No, I don't understand. It's pathetic, really. It's
pathetic, brother. It's so pathetic. This building, Oyedepo is building a hack now. Hack. We call it a hack.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the Yes Daddy Father, right?
Yeah, it's Yes Daddy Father now. Yes Daddy Father. Yes Daddy.
If Yes Son has become the president, you already promised Yes Daddy. You people won't regret it.
Yeah, you said it. You said you guys won't regret it. You know?
So all our money will just go to them. They'll become more richer and richer and richer.
Of course. What is the fight of Oyedepo with Buhari? Jonathan give them their plane can land in the airport. They are not paying any duty. But when Jonathan left, Buhari reversed it.
Of course, why would they not pay duty? They must pay for the landing space.
No. They leave them. They are just parking their private jet in the airport free.
No, that's
yes. They must pay. So when Buhari came, Buhari said no. If the Sultan of Sokoto is paying for his own parking, if other Nigerians, private citizens, they are paying for their own parking in the airport or some duties they're supposed to pay, they reduce it for them. No, everyone is equal. Then Buhari reversed everything. That is the beginning of the fight.
And I think Tinubu will also reverse it because they also don't like it.
It's already in place. It's already in place. Buhari has put it in place.
Because they won't vote for him. They won't like
him. No. Tinubu will not change it.
We will put more on that. Okay?
Tinubu will not change it. So that is the fight. So that if you see Oyedepo shouting on the television, it's about that, because Jonathan really favored them. You know, Jonathan go to camp every time now, go to their Shiloh, go to their church very well. So Jonathan give them some leeway. But
So
Buhari came, Buhari reversed
the
everything.
question is this: the so-called men of God, they see the leader of the country not doing very well. What do they do to tell him that our people are suffering? Because at the end of the day, I discovered one thing: all these religious leaders, Islam, whether Alpha or Pastor or wherever, they are eating from this terrible mess in Nigeria. Okay, so they will continue to pray that this mess continues. That is what I think, my own personal opinion. Because if the country is stable and everything is fine, a lot of people will not be going to their church like that anymore. Because if you have a gainful employment, you're already tired from Monday to Friday work, and even your Sunday, you are not so sure you'll be going to church every Sunday like that. So I think things will turn out.
Remy, I've said it on this platform before. When I was in Nigeria, I wasn't working.
You guys, I want to sign off now.
Yeah, yes, I'm shutting down too. I'm shutting down too now.
Bye bye, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Simba. My regards to the family. Yes, I said it on this platform. When I was in Nigeria, I wasn't working. I was just joking. If you hear joking. But when I got here, 2 mortgages are there to pay. The children are there. My father and my mother is there. My siblings are there. And now I begin and no say no. And now we dey work.
And when you work for Nigeria, you know the work for this Oyinbo land. If you 1 hour is purely 1 hour, you will do that for 1 hour. You will work for that. You will sweat for that work. And here you just have to work. You have to pay house rent.
If you don't have mortgage, you pay house rent. You are right. If you don't have mortgage,
even if you buy an apartment or you buy a house, it's very convenient for you to buy a house if you have a work and you save some percentage and then you pay for down payment. But you have to continue to pay your mortgage. You have to buy food. You have to buy so many things. Even the so-called, I look at it this way: education is free. That is true. But what
family members are there, your fathers are there, uncle bring something, auntie bring something.
No. Associated cost with your children. Here, most schools they don't have uniform. That means you have to buy clothes for your children. At least they cannot be wearing the same set of clothes to school every day.
Every day.
That is expense on you. And then
big responsibility, man. Big responsibility.
When they have a big holiday, you have to take them out. Because when their friends are coming, we went to this place, say, where did you go? Your children cannot be staying at home during the summer holiday every time. You must find a vacation for them once in a while.
Even in the country, even if it's not outside the country, even in
that's
in the
what
country.
I'm saying. Yeah. So when you look at it at the end of the day, you're paying that tuition fee, but they are taking money away from you in another way. It's so interesting. And in abroad, there's nobody you can go and meet and say, "Oh, give me this money or borrow me that or help me." Who will help you? They have their own trouble already. Hello, Thomas, are you there? Okay. I will also go so that you can shut down. I'm leaving, Thomas. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we've come to the end of this section today. I hope you have been educated and informative. We will catch you some other time tomorrow. Every time we come here, there's nothing we are here for to make Nigeria better. If not that, we will not be here at all. So thank you so much, guys. You have been amazing. People in the comment section, our super chatters, our happy clappers, our lovers, our haters. We love you all. We love you all. Thank you so much. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. I will leave you with this. Thank you so much, guys. You've been amazing. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.